A few soldiers carrying a maid quickly walked out of the residence and reported to Lynn. Master, we didn't find Aiden, but the maid said that Aiden has already escaped with his followers. Lynn's gaze shifted, looking at the frail maid. Before he could inquire, the maid spoke with a trembling voice. Master Aiden. Aiden left with his followers and made half an hour ago. He said he was going to the Viscount's Castle of Chambers. Facing the threat of death, Aiden had decisively abandoned his territory and manor temporarily. Lynn's gaze turned to Rose. Lead a small team and intercept him before he reaches Wind Hill. Rose's face tightened with determination and, without hesitation, replied, Yes, Master. Rose summoned a team of 50, mounted their war horses, and galloped towards Wind Hill. The cavalry led by Rose disappeared into the night. Lynn looked at Earl by his side. Gather all the people in this territory here with the soldiers. Earl responded with a nod and, taking dozens of people, headed into the manor behind the residence. Lynn dismounted from Mo Ing and entered the 3-story high residence. Scanning the surroundings, he found that compared to the castle he currently resided in, the decorations within the residence were richer and more complex. Murals, statues, and various embroidered draperies. Even specimens of various beast heads, all of which required a wealth of time or a deep-rooted family legacy to possess such a multitude of decorations. Lynn wasn't particularly interested in exploring what valuable items might be hidden within the residence. Sitting on a chair, he proceeded to wait. The sky had gradually begun to brighten. Earl, who had gathered everyone in the territory, came before Lynn. He reported, Master, the gathering is complete. Lynn stood up and walked outside the residence. The open space ahead was filled with figures standing close together. Their clothing was simple, barely covering their essential parts. They were thin and emaciated, seemingly having exhausted the last of their body fat to survive this winter. They hung their heads, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, not daring to show any disrespect. They were the peasants and servants from Aiden's territory. Standing beside Lynn, Earl explained, Master, there are a total of 1,800 peasants and servants combined. According to the peasants, some people took advantage of the night to flee the manor. It might be challenging to find them back. There's at least hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain stored in the warehouse. Barley, wheat, peas, vegetables, and meat, among others. There's also a lot of wine in the cellar, and plenty of linen cloth and wool. Listening to Earl's explanation, Lynn nodded. 1,800 people fell short of the several thousand he had initially anticipated. But with these 1,800, he could at least temporarily fill the labor gap in his territory. However, the goods Aiden had stored satisfied him. Wesley, who had been clearing the battlefield, brought a group of captives to the right side of the gathering. Wesley approached Lynn and explained, Master, the battle situation has been tallied. In this battle, 10 of our soldiers died, 25 were injured, 550 enemies were slain, and 220 were captured. Despite the protection of standard plate armor, and against a crowd of followers with not much combat power, wanting to win against 700 weapon-wielding enemies without any losses was indeed somewhat unrealistic. 10 deaths and 20-some injuries were within Lynn's acceptable range. Scanning around, Lynn instructed Earl and Wesley, transport all the labor forces, stored grain, livestock, ironware, and so forth from the territory back to our place. Wesley and Earl simultaneously responded, Yes. With those words, the two retreated and coordinated the soldiers to arrange for the transport of all these peasants and captives back to the territory. Watching the teams of carts and cavalry heading in the direction they came from, Lynn mounted his horse and rode on Mo Ing. Until the team gradually faded into the distance, Lynn once more looked far away. He did not see the cavalry led by Rose, who had pursued, returning yet. Lynn rode Mo Ing, following behind the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, amidst a dense forest, a caravan was traveling swiftly. Sitting in the carriage, Aiden no longer felt like he did before, playing with the maid in the carriage. He sat solemnly, occasionally looking back at the road behind him. Aiden naturally didn't expect that group of followers to defeat the intruders, as long as they could delay time, allowing his carriage to safely reach Wind Hill to the Viscount's castle. Then there was still a chance. At worst, he could share half of the output from the 3 mines with Viscount Kiambosan. No, half is too much. Viscount Kiambosin would surely be willing to send troops to suppress the enemy. By then, relying on the walls, occupying the fertile land behind, he could start developing. As long as given enough time, he could even build a steel core. By then, what would a Viscount Kiambosin, what would a Marquis Ducas be? He could trample all his enemies beneath his feet, ruthlessly crush them, just as Aiden was lost in his fantasies of the future. A persistent sound of horses galloping surged into his ears. Aiden abruptly turned his head, looking intently at what lay behind. There, dozens of cavalrymen, clad in plate armor, were rushing towards him. Their speed far outstripped that of his carriage. Aiden realized that it wouldn't be long before they were caught and stopped. Seeing those black-clad heavy cavalry like devils, a furnace raged in Aiden's heart. 700 couldn't block the attack and let them chase us down. The twin maids beside felt Aiden's fury, their faces filled with terror. They crouched fearfully by the carriage door. Ed, with a twisted expression, shouted, "What? Are you afraid of me now? It was I who bought you from the slavers. If not for me, you would have long been sent to a brothel, to be toyed with by countless men. Your lives are mine. Even when fleeing, I brought you along, and now you're afraid of me? Come here, I want you to come here." The twin maids remained terrified, not daring to draw near. Aiden's expression changed. "Not coming, huh?" With those words, Aiden moved, kicking the maid on the right in the stomach. With that force, the maid and the carriage door behind her were sent flying out. As the carriage sped on, the maid's body tumbled over the path strewn with rocks, ultimately crashing into a large rock, lifeless. Aiden paused not for a moment, looking again to the left. Without giving the maid a chance to speak, he kicked again. The remaining maid likewise flew out of the carriage, rolling a few times on the ground before striking a roadside tree trunk. Aiden showed a sinister smile. "Your lives were given by me. I dictate your living, and I dictate your death." The followers alongside the carriage furrowed their brows, feared Aiden might kill them too if he went mad. Hearing the approaching gallops behind, Aiden turned his gaze back, only to see dozens of heavy cavalrymen now within 5 or 6 meters behind him. In Aiden's eyes, despair filled his gaze. As carriages continuously rolled in behind the castle walls, a group of cavalry rushed in swiftly from the distant rear. Lynn, who had already entered and was standing atop the castle walls, raised an eyebrow. He watched as the group of cavalry galloped toward them. Standing behind him, Red reminded, "Lord, it's Instructor Ross." Lynn acknowledged with a nod. Ross, leading the light cavalry, entered through the castle gates, pulling the reins sharply to halt his warhorse. He agilely leaped off the horse and strode toward Lynn, who was descending from the wall. Ross bent down and handed over a blood-stained bag, deftly opening it with a flick of his fingers. A head full of fat appeared before the eyes of Lynn and the others. Despite the fresh blood on the head, Lynn and Red recognized it at a glance. It was Aiden Morrison, who had previously taunted him. Ross, slightly breathless, said, "Master, mission accomplished." Lynn nodded with satisfaction. "Very well done." Ross dared not take any credit. "Master, it was my duty." Lynn acknowledged and said no more, turning instead to the peasants and captives brought back. With Ross intercepting Aiden before he could reach Viscount Chambers' Windhill, it was indeed for the best. By killing Aiden, there was plenty of time to handle this batch of goods and labor force. They could be employed in the upcoming spring planting and sowing. If the interception had failed, Lynn would have been powerless. He would have had to continually develop the territory's armed forces, build fortifications, gather intelligence, and await the enemy's arrival. As for the consequences of invading Morrison territory and killing Aiden, Lynn had certainly considered it. Initially, he intended to have Ackman, the chief attendant, start a rebellion. Under the guise of suppression and protection, he would suppress the rebellious followers and seize everything on Aiden's territory. He did not bring the unexpected joy. At least, in the end, the plunder was successful. In the impending struggle for imperial authority or the upcoming war for grain shortage, his territory was bound to be swept up in it sooner or later. Standing at the front of the 2,000 slaves and captives, Lynn took a deep breath and called out, "I am the lord of the territory behind the castle walls, Lynn. There is no need to panic and no need to fear. Aiden Morrison, I have executed him. Morrison Manor will no longer exist. The Ross behind Lynn immediately understood, raising Aiden's head high in the air. The crowd looked at the strange yet familiar head and face, exclaiming in astonishment, surprise, curiosity, panic, and disbelief. They could not imagine that the Morrison Manor lord, who had controlled and exploited them for so long, had been obliterated. As the manor lord, Aiden was decapitated by this lord. Lynn's voice continued. I led soldiers to attack Morrison Manor to liberate you. Listening to Lynn's words, they were filled with confusion. Here, you will no longer suffer oppression, and you will have fixed working hours every day. A look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Here, you will no longer fear hunger. You will have 3 meals a day, each with meat. They became curious, widening their eyes to look at Lynn. Here, your children will receive education, and your illnesses will be treated by doctors. Hope appeared on their faces. With fixed working hours, meals with meat, their children getting an education, and doctors treating their illnesses? Could such living conditions really be enjoyed by them, these peasants? Lynn naturally noticed the change in their expressions and continued. Of course, you can have it all. Moreover, all you need to do is work diligently in the positions suited for you. Some peasants, full of curiosity and excitement, asked, Lord, is it really that simple? Lynn nodded. It is that simple. Hearing the definite words of their lord, the joy on their faces grew even more. Directing Ross and Earl to send these people to the town, Lynn turned to Wesley. Compile all the people, goods, and livestock brought back from the expedition. Wesley quickly bowed his head. Yes, master. After dismissing Wesley, he followed the procession to the town ahead, until the long line of the convoy gradually left the castle walls and entered the forest. The area beneath the castle walls slowly quieted down. Lynn, with Red, headed toward where Avery Dean was organizing construction workers to build Wong City. Avery, who had been watching the crowd, naturally saw Lynn approaching. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to meet him. Standing beside Lynn, he spoke with respect. Lord. Lynn acknowledged. How is the progress of Wong City? Avery hurriedly responded. Lord, Wong City is currently at the stage of having its foundation dug. Because it is set in the forest, there are stones in the soil. The progress is somewhat slow indeed. Lynn nodded. He had already known about this issue when he was constructing the city walls earlier. Do you need me to increase the workforce for you? Avery raised his eyebrows, speaking with some delight. If there is more labor force, of course, it would be better, master. As long as we still need to mine stones and transport them, a large amount of labor is needed. The more labor, the faster the construction of Wong City will be. Lynn said, after this batch of laborers settles down, I will allocate 600 people to you. Although the batch of labor force he just brought back totals over 2,000 people. Yet Lynn didn't mind dispatching 400 people to the construction of Wong City to speed up its progress. As time continued to pass, Lynn also felt the tense pressure from the outside world. Only by completing the defenses can he continue to develop this territory. In the impending chaos, wait for an opportunity to act. Avery naturally didn't know Lynn's thoughts. He happily said, Thank you, Master Lynn. Lynn responded briefly without further words. He glanced around, observing the construction workers laboring diligently and orderly. With Avery, a stonemason with castle-building experience and strong execution skills present, he needn't worry too much. Letting Avery continue to work, Lynn rode Moing, galloping towards the direction of the town. After a slow trot for over 10 minutes, Lynn returned to the Lord's Square in front of the town. Before dismounting, Kesey walked up from afar. After dismounting, Kesey came to Lynn's side. She quickly surveyed Lynn and then read beside him, then said, Master, are you all right? Lynn nodded. I'm fine. Red also nodded in agreement. Only then did Kesey feel relieved, exhaling a warm breath uncontrollably. Lynn said, Arrange the cooks to prepare lunch for them. Kesey revealed a smile. Master, I've already spoken with the cooks. They will make more food. Lynn responded with a sound, looking into the distance. There, Wesley was leading about 100 soldiers, tallying the various goods brought back by transport. As more managers were appointed in the town, Lynn found that many things could be executed just by giving orders, waiting for others to carry them out and deliver the final results. This is the real work a lord should do. However, with the heavenly artifacts system around, Lin felt that he couldn't stop until he maxed out all skill levels. After a brief observation, Lin walked towards the direction of the castle. Despite his physical strength now being far superior to ordinary people, prolonged lack of rest still brought fatigue. Walking into the castle, arriving at the reception hall on the second floor. Returning to the room and taking off his armor, Lin sat on the armchair, quietly contemplating the future development direction. Currently, the town's urgent task is naturally to build one city and produce a large amount of siege machinery. Then, expand the army. Right now, the armed forces on the territory are just about 1,100 soldiers. Expanding directly to 2,000 does seem somewhat unrealistic. Adding the 2,000 newcomers, the town's total population has already reached 9,000. It seems numerous, but when distributed to various positions, the available workforce for dispatch isn't much. Yet, 2,000 entirely detached soldiers for territorial development would directly reduce 2,000 quality workforce, slowing down growth. One can only expand the army step by step. Expanding to 1,500 doesn't seem significant. Next is assigning these laborers to various positions, increasing the continuous labor force of each position. Expand production scale, increase production efficiency. Finally, it's spring farming and planting, impacting the entire territory's autumn harvest, determining whether more grain can be gathered to handle the upcoming food crisis. As Lin was pondering, a sound of footsteps came from the staircase. Lin turned to look, seeing Wesley stepping towards him. Wesley stopped a few meters away. He slightly bowed his body and started speaking. "Master, all the population, grain, and goods have been fully accounted for." Lin responded with a sound, saying nothing, waiting for Wesley to continue. He explained, "Master, the total number of people brought back is precisely 2,000. Barley among grains is estimated at 400,000 gene, wheat 200,000 gene, and oats 80,000 gene. Peas among beans are 100,000 gene, lentils 20,000 gene. Turnips types, rutabagas 10,000 gene, carrots 10,000 gene. Various meats, etc., add up to at least 5,000 gene. All these foods have been transported to the warehouse." Lin nodded slightly. The various foods stored in Morrison Manor are really ample. Wesley's voice continued, 60 head of cattle, 42 adult oxen, 6 milk cows, 54 draft horses, 38 pigs, 40 sheep, 60 chickens, and also greyhounds. 20. All these poultry and livestock have been transported to Guy's ranch, handed over to him. Nearly 1,000 iron tools and weapons used by those followers have also been sent to the blacksmith workshop, left for them to melt and reforge. Lin responded with a sound. Wesley continued to say, "In addition, there are thousands of yards of linen cloth, several thousand gene of linen and wool." Wesley thought of something and continued speaking. "By the way, Master, after Rose killed Aiden and the 7 followers, he found a large amount of money on the carriage. 520 gold pounds, over 100 shillings, and thousands of pence. These funds have also been handed over to Steward Kesey." Wesley's words paused for a few seconds. After a brief recollection and confirmation that nothing was omitted, he then concluded, "Master, that's about it." Lin nodded and said, "You've done well. Go and rest now." Wesley bowed, made a gesture of respect, and retreated, leaving the reception hall. Recalling all the items Wesley had mentioned, Lin felt a surge of emotion. Feeding war with war is indeed an excellent strategy. Through war, swiftly plundering local wealth to replenish one's resources. Moreover, frequent wars allow soldiers and commanders to gain more combat experience, enhancing their combat abilities. However, it is only suitable for chaotic times. In times of chaos, all lords strive to acquire more resources and occupy more lands. Even if other lords are overthrown and their territories seized, no one will come to attack. A multitude of heroes arise. For him, this is a chaotic era, as well as a golden era. Rising in chaos is a golden era. After lunch, Lin, accompanied by Red, left the castle. They arrived at the Lord's Square in front of the town. The 2,000 peasants and captives who had had lunch were carelessly lying and sitting on the limestone pavement resting. Upon seeing Lin's arrival, the guards began to move, making everyone stand up. Lin didn't mind this. Standing in front of the crowd, Lin glanced at those skinny faces. Perhaps due to being well-fed, there was a bright glint in their eyes. Their gazes towards Lin were filled with trust and respect. They were originally the lowest peasants, simply a part of a manor lord's property, with no rights whatsoever. Let alone having full meals, it was a great kindness from the manor lord just to ensure they weren't starved. But the present lord not only let them eat to their fill, but even provided stewed meat soup. Naturally, they were grateful to the lord standing before them. After scanning them, Lin said, "From now on, you will become the townsman of this town. I will assign you to various positions within the territory. As long as you work diligently at your posts, you can have such full meals every time. Every two of you will get a red brick house of your own for your future living." The townsmen widened their eyes, looking behind. While they were resting earlier, they already saw teams of people moving back and forth among the red brick houses. They were still sighing, wishing they owned a red brick house. Unexpectedly, in just a moment, the Lord truly promised them the red brick houses they desired. Their gaze towards Lin changed once more. Compared to Master Lin, their former master Aiden Morrison was simply a blood-sucking and exploitative beast. Looking at these newly arrived townsmen, whose eyes were full of admiration, Lin began to assign posts to these 2,000 people. The most important is the Wung city that Avery is building. Lin directly instructed a team of 10 guards to lead 400 townsmen towards the direction of the city walls. Even if these townsmen don't know how to build, they can still transport materials and use brute strength. Moreover, as they continue to engage in construction and accumulate construction experience, it won't take long for them to grasp basic construction skills. Are the blacksmith workshop of Arello and the textile workshop of Yamine. He directly dispatched 400 male townsmen to the blacksmith workshop under the guidance of the guards. The minimum requirement for blacksmith apprentices is at least strength and a healthy body. As for those with weaker bodies and the female townsmen, Lin assigned them to the textile workshop. Compared to wielding axes and hammering, the weaving work at the textile workshop is naturally more suitable for them. Then, Lin allocated 50 each to Bio's glass workshop and Lex's brewing workshop, as well as the fisheries workshop and miscellaneous workshops. Even though these workshops only serve as a supplement to the territory's development, more manpower is still required. Further, there is Colin's woodworker workshop, for which Lin also allocated 100 townsmen. Producing large siege machinery requires ample labor. Looking at the remaining 400 townsmen, Lin assigned them once again 200 people to the open pit iron mine 40 li away for iron ore excavation. With the expansion of the blacksmith workshop and the increasing number of blacksmith apprentices, the daily consumption of iron ore will naturally increase. The efficiency of iron ore production must be accelerated. 200 people to the open pit salt mine, 100 for salt mining, and 100 joining the salt factory. After spring, more traders will arrive on his territory to exchange goods. The production of fine salt must be increased. Otherwise, if Alan brings dozens more warhorses again, the amount of fine salt produced in his territory is not enough for exchanges. After distributing all the townsmen, the crowd gathered at the Lord's Square gradually dispersed. 2,000 townsmen seemed like a lot, but when divided into various workshops and positions, it only increased the labor force by a few hundred people. However, this could significantly enhance the productivity of the territory. Although the hidden threat of Aiden Morrison has been eliminated, Lin understands that more unknown threats are waiting for him. The struggle for royal power, Marquis Mark Duca, the mysterious witch, and Viscount Chambers whose connection with Aiden is unknown, and the remaining 4 manor lords in Morgantown. These entities, more or less, are all linked to him. Lin also understands that compared to external crises, what he needs most urgently to focus on now is the upcoming spring plowing and planting. Throwing aside the chaos in his mind, Lin's thoughts turned to open the resource management panel. He began to review it. The warehouse now already has 200 wheel plows. If it's just like the autumn plowing, cultivating 50,000 acres of farmland is indeed enough. But if he wants to cultivate more farmland, not only are the wheel plows insufficient, but the adult oxen and draft horses used for pulling are also not enough. He must take advantage of the spring plowing and planting to grow more food. Immediately, Lin stepped towards the handcraft workshops. The addition of the labor force made the already crowded workshop area even more bustling. Passing by the entrance of each workshop, Lin could see the surging figures. Lin did not intend to further allocate these townsmen into specific positions. How these townsmen are utilized is left entirely to the foreman of each workshop to arrange. Appointing them as foreman was meant to relieve him of worries and difficulties handling these miscellaneous affairs. Arriving at the blacksmith workshop, under Irello's arrangement, 400 newly arrived blacksmith apprentices were already settled. Under the guidance of many apprentices with forging experience, they began to familiarize themselves with the work environment of the blacksmith workshop. As long as no unexpected events occur and no more important work distribution arises, these apprentices in the blacksmith workshop will remain here from the beginning to the end after joining. Forging skills are about accumulating over time. The longer one works in blacksmith forging, the more proficient their skills become. It's not just the blacksmith workshop. The same goes for other workshops. In the blacksmith workshop, looking at the increasing number of apprentices, Irello's face was full of joy. Now the number of apprentices in the blacksmith workshop has reached 1,200. 6 blacksmith workshops, 6 iron smelting furnaces can all be put to use in production. Such a scale can already be described as enormous. As long as he's given enough time, he can lead these blacksmith apprentices to forge and produce a large number of Ja armor plates, chest armor, and helmets for Master Lin. Irello's heart was full of emotion. He has transformed from a blacksmith forging farm tools alone to a foreman managing a large blacksmith workshop with 1,200 people. Irello naturally knows that all this is because of the existence of Master Lin. All of this was given to him by Master Lin. Irello turned his gaze, glancing around. In the next moment, his eyes widened as the familiar figure entered his view. Without the slightest hesitation, Irello took large strides towards him. Coming to Lin's presence, he bent slightly, his words respectful as he addressed Master Lin. Lin glanced at Irello, speaking, "I've already arranged all the apprentices you need." Irello's face revealed a smile. "Thank you, Master, for your great concern. Irello will certainly do his best and not repeat the mistake made last time." Although Master Lin has never mentioned it, Irello knows. Among all the blacksmith workshops, Master Lin has always placed the greatest importance on the blacksmith workshop. Because the blacksmith workshop not only carries the responsibility of making various iron products for labor in the territory, but also shoulders the responsibility of crafting armor and producing weapons for soldiers. Working iron products are crucial to the cultivation, planting, and development of Master Lin's territory, while armor and weapons are vital to the security of the entire territory. Lin nodded, continuing, "With the current 1,200 apprentices, how many Ja armor plates can be forged for assembly each day?" Listening to the inquiry, Irello began to think. A few seconds later, he replied, "Master, if we calculate according to the apprentices who know forging, if you count the workers in iron smelting, transportation, miscellaneous work, and average, it's roughly 5 pieces per person. 1,200 people would make 6,000 pieces." Irello suddenly remembered something, and his words turned as he inquired of Lin. "Master, I had a discussion with Master Flynn a few days ago, and he proposed some suggestions for the blacksmith workshop's production of Ja armor." Lin replied, "Let's hear it." Irello explained, "Master Flint said that the armor plates we forge have some meaning, but the area of each plate is too large. It would affect the original flexibility that Ja armor should have. He suggested that each plate be sized around 3 to 5 centimeters. Smaller and denser plates could increase flexibility while ensuring protection for soldiers. We could also forge the plates into various shapes, diamond, rectangular, fish scale, or other shapes, even matching into patterns and shapes. We can grant soldiers some special titles." Irello continued, "However, there is one thing. I am not sure if Foreman Yamini and Deputy Rachel have experience in assembling different armor plates." Listening to Irello's explanation, Lin was slightly surprised. Obviously, Irello had gone to seek advice from Flint in his spare time. Lin responded, "The blacksmith workshop is responsible for forging, the textile workshop for weaving. You can communicate face-to-face before execution. Once the armor style is confirmed with me, as long as the protective performance of the armor is ensured, you can start executing." Just like Bo in the glass workshop and Lex in the brewery, he only provided them with a development insight. It seemed somewhat mystical, but after continuous exploration, the two had already begun research. Although the process is somewhat slow, scientific research inherently progresses slowly. Receiving Lynn's affirmative reply, Irello respectfully bowed slightly, responding, "Yes, my lord." After the feasibility is confirmed, Irello will present the armor specifications to you. Lynn acknowledged, and he began to speak about the purpose of this trip. Irello, spring is about to arrive. I need you to lead some blacksmith apprentices to continue making wheel plows and maintain the wheel plows made before. Irello raised an eyebrow. Maintaining the previous wheel plows, he understood. Clearing land for farmers is akin to a battlefield, and tools like the heavy plow and iron hoe are their weapons. After a month-long cultivation, many plows showed signs of component loosening. This is quite normal. Maintenance isn't difficult. But Irello expressed some doubt. My lord, we've already made 200 wheel plows. Aren't they enough? Lynn nodded. Not enough. I need more plows. Now, 55,000 acres of farmland have been cultivated, not even 1/6 of the wasteland on his territory. After felling forests and uprooting stumps, they can also be used for planting. It's only just the beginning, starting to develop agriculture. Manpower and animal power are both limited. With continued development, the labor force on the territory and the draft horses, oxen used for cultivation continue to increase. These hundreds of wheel plows are certainly insufficient. Lynn continued, 50 more, to be prepared for any future needs. Previously, he had told Grayson about needing to introduce a large number of draft oxen and horses for tilling and towing to achieve this spring's cultivation and clear more wasteland. Only Grayson's procurement from outside the Caridi Empire could bring a large number of draft oxen and horses. Irello nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Lynn, after inspecting the 6 interconnected blacksmith workshops, instructed Irello a few more words. He then stepped out of the blacksmith workshop. Subsequently, Lynn visited several other workshops, carefully inspecting them. Lynn left the craftsmanship workshops and headed straight into the canteen. Lynn firmly gripped the knife in both hands, slashing down repeatedly onto the cutting board. Vegetables were chopped into slices and eventually placed by Lynn into the iron pot. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. As Lynn kept tossing and turning, his experience gradually increased bit by bit, until night gradually descended. Lynn, covered in the smell of oil and smoke, stepped out of the kitchen. With a thought, he opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Cooking, Level 2, 295/500, plus. To progress to Level 3, Lynn still needed to accumulate experience. Sitting on the long bench, Lynn looked at the distant lime road as teams of townsmen began returning, and his heart slightly eased. As long as he provided these townsmen with stable food and life, they would continue to work without complaint. As they continued working, allowing the territory to develop, Lynn could continually provide them with food. It's a mutually beneficial existence. A breeze swept over, blowing through Lynn's black hair and face. An inexplicable comfort instantly filled him. The Caridi Empire's spring was approaching ever closer. In the blink of an eye, the end of February had arrived. Every day's temperature was clearly rising. Walking through the territory, Lynn with a thought opened the weather forecast panel. The daytime temperature had already reached 10 degrees. A gentle, warm breeze swept across the entire territory. Up in the sky, the grayish color belonging to winter had long since faded. Despite the lack of intense sunlight, the blue sky and white clouds were clearly visible. Lynn stepped through the Lord's Square, arriving in front of the farmland. Without hesitation, he walked into the soil. Lynn crouched down, carefully inspecting the ridges, where the dark green yellow-tinged wheat seedlings were renewing with life, transforming into vivid green. At the center of the leaf axis, a tiny new leaf emerged. Not only the few wheat seedlings seen by Lynn. All around, dozens of Ridge's wheat seedlings had all sprouted new buds. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, the continuous snowfall during winter hadn't caused significant damage to these wheat seedlings. Standing up, Lynn gazed into the distance. He clearly saw that not only the wheat seedlings, but also some roadside weeds began to grow again, with buds of wildflowers scattered around the farmland. Everything is growing. Further away, several birds flapped their wings up and down, making chirping sounds as they flew by from a distance. Obviously, the winter of the Karidi Empire has passed. From this moment on, spring has arrived. As Lynn was observing, Gavin and Wilbur strode in from afar. Standing beside Lynn, the two said in unison, "Master." Lynn glanced at the two and said, "Spring has come. You will be getting busy." Besides the extensive covering and protection of wheat seedlings with weeds and snow removal, the 200 townsmen, led by Gavin and Wilbur, had to check for any disease on the wheat seedlings and remove it. The only labor involved was the maintenance of the iron tools. Gavin and Wilbur exchanged a glance and responded, "Master, rest assured, we will certainly take good care of these wheat seedlings." Lynn nodded. "That is just one thing. Secondly, I need you to lead the townsmen to reclaim more land. With the current labor force, tools, and draft horses in the territory, in a month's time, we need to reclaim at least 50,000 acres of farmland." Gavin and Wilbur were slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered. Gavin was the first to respond. "No problem, Master." Lynn pondered for a few seconds and then said, "March 1st. That would be tomorrow." Lynn had already checked the weather before. Although there would be some rain, it won't hinder their reclamation efforts. Gavin and Wilbur responded twice in agreement. After preparing the necessary tools for the reclamation, Lynn dismissed them. Not only should tools be arranged, but also the townsmen for reclamation and the draft horses and cattle needed for transportation. In the absence of enough cattle, he could only use draft horses as supplements and substitutes. Walking back toward the town, Lynn issued orders to a guard. "Go to the pasture and tell Guy that before breakfast tomorrow, I need to see all usable draft cattle and horses assembled in the open square. Also, I need half of the workforce from the pasture to join the reclamation." He turned to another guard. "Go to the red brick factory and the paper-making workshop. Deploy half of the workforce to participate in the reclamation. You go to the workshop district, excluding the blacksmith workshop, textile workshop, woodworker workshop, stonemason workshop, and salt factory. Deploy half of the workforce from the remaining workshops and positions. Tell them to gather in Lord's Square before breakfast tomorrow to start the reclamation." Receiving Lynn's instructions, the guards went off in different directions. Reclamation naturally requires leveraging the power of the entire territory. Aside from necessary positions, the remaining workshops must allocate half of their labor force while ensuring normal operations. Only this way can more farmland be reclaimed. After all instructions were given, Lynn returned to the dining hall to continue gaining cooking experience. After these constant, intense efforts for days, his cooking skills were on the verge of leveling up to level 3. Lynn held a bone-cutting knife tightly in his hand, constantly chopping the pig bones on the cutting board. With each chop, the pig knuckle would be neatly severed without any gaps. This knife technique not only incorporated cooking experience, it also involved the use of one-handed weapon mastery. How to use force to cut through bones. How to sever the wrist of soldiers wearing armor. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. The experience kept increasing. A text panel appeared in Lynn's view. "Your cooking has leveled up to level 3. Unlocking. Market and prices. Reward received. Talent duplication book ×1. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lynn's eyebrows raised slightly. With a thought, he opened the Heavenly Artifacts interface. At the bottom of the interface, a scale with discs hanging on both sides appeared. Rows of text boxes filled with item attribute descriptions appeared on it. Fine salt. Kaka market price. 8 pence/pound. Bordeaux City market price. 9 pence/pound. Triumph City market price. 9 pence/pound V. High quality iron. Kakasong City 6 pence/pound. Bordeaux City market price. 6 pence/pound. Triumph City market price. 6 pence/pound. Wheat. Kakasong City 1 penny/pound. Bordeaux City market price. 1 penny/pound. Triumph City market price. 1 penny/pound. Lynn scanned through and roughly understood the market and prices function. He could see the prices of various goods and cities across the Karidi Empire. Indeed useful for now when a bulk exchange with merchant goods is needed. He could clearly know the prices of various goods outside the territory, thus well prepared to exchange goods with merchants. Lin nodded with satisfaction. It's quite a good feature. With a thought, Lin looked at the talent duplication book. This was his second one obtained. As the 9 great skills advance, leveling up quickly becomes increasingly challenging. Lin needs to wait for the right opportunity, encountering strong and suitable talents to then proceed with duplication. Lin looked at the darkening sky and headed back towards the castle. After dinner, Lin leaned back in an armchair to rest. Kisi, who had prepared hot water, came to his side and asked caringly, "Master, the hot water is ready. You can soak your body now." Lin responded and walked towards his private chamber. As he walked, Lin said to Kisi, "Give me a massage. My body feels tired again." Kisi, following behind him, didn't refuse, responding, "Yes, master." Inside a room of a 3-story building, 4 figures were sitting around a round table. On the round table, 4 candles inserted into a candelabrum were slowly burning. Perhaps due to being airtight, the flames and black smoke from the burning candles rose straight up. The pale yellow light illuminated the faces of the 4. A thin middle-aged man leaned forward, his gaze sweeping over the 3 to his left and right. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Gentlemen, the information is confirmed. Morrison Manor has been breached. In the entire manor residence, only an empty shell remains. The peasants, free people, poultry and livestock, even the greyhounds have vanished." Listening to the thin man's words, the 3 on either side had their expressions darkened slightly. The thin man continued, "About a few hundred meters from Morrison Manor, a newly dug pit was found. When my men dug it open, inside, it was full of bodies. Sitting opposite the skinny man are 3 lords, upright and with expressions moved." Before they could speak, the raspy voice of the skinny man continued, "After counting, the total bodies in the pit number over 500, either pierced by arrow or long spear wounds. But if my guess is correct, they were covered by a hail of arrows, and then charged and overwhelmed by a cavalry unit." The clear sound of gasping resounded in the room. It seemed to be shock, tension, disbelief. A middle-aged man looked at the skinny man, cautiously curious. "Jonas, could you be mistaken? Besides a foreign military force, how could Morgantown have a regular army?" Another man responded immediately, "Right, except for a large barren land. What other resources does Morgantown have? How could it afford to raise a cavalry and archers capable of breaking enemy lines?" Jonas glanced at the 2, said nothing, but looked at the last man. With a raspy voice, he asked, "Lord Will, what do you think?" Will Arnold looked at Barnaby Gardner and Theodore Foster Manor, who spoke earlier. Feeling somewhat troubled, he said, "Lord Jonas, I think we need to investigate further." The words hung in the air. The 3's gaze once again fell on Jonas. Jonas said serenely, answering rhetorically, "So, do you think I'm deceiving you?" Will's eyes widened, quickly saying, "Lord Jonas, you've misunderstood. I never thought that." "I can solemnly swear to you by God." The other 2 echoed, "You've misunderstood." Misunderstood indeed. Jonas cast a glance at Will, then stared directly at Barnaby and Theodore, continuing, "So you'd rather cover your own eyes with your hands than believe a military force exists within Morgantown? Unwilling to believe a regular army broke into Morrison Manor, killed Morrison, and plundered everything?" Will and the others fell silent. Jonas' somewhat cold gaze swept across their faces. "Because you're afraid, like Aiden, that territories inherited over generations could be plundered by outsiders. Yet you lack the courage to organize armed resistance, preferring to bury your heads in the sand like ostriches to avoid reality." Will and the others still did not speak. Feeling the atmosphere in the room grow confrontational, Jonas withdrew his hands from the tabletop. His posture, previously poised aggressively forward, leaned back, resting against the chair. Only then did Will and the others feel somewhat relieved. Barnaby let out a sigh of relief, hesitantly asking, "Jonas, have you found the source of that regular army?" Theodore, his face round and curious, inquired, "Yes, Jonas, if you found it, we can discuss with the army's owner. For instance, establishing a non-aggression pact between manor lords. Just like the one we established before, everyone eventually settled down without incident." Seeing Jonas silent, Theodore continued. As long as it doesn't affect our territorial interests, Morgantown has plenty of uncultivated land he could develop to expand his own territory scale. Will hesitated for a moment, wanting to speak. Ultimately, the words were unsaid. As soon as Theodore's words ended, Jonas' previously reclined posture leaned forward again. A cold voice issued from his mouth. Under this raspy voice, the hearts of Will and the others involuntarily tensed. Theodore frowned slightly. Jonas, what do you mean? Barnaby also asked. Actually think Theodore's suggestion is quite good. No one likes war, isn't living well enough. Jonas sneered, saying, Two manor lords. Not everyone can just sit back and enjoy the fruits brought by their ancestors like you two. Only knowing to cower within the manor, savoring the benefits of prior generations. Barnaby and Theodore's faces changed, about to retort, but Jonas' words overshadowed them. If the army's owner wanted peaceful development, why not come to Morgantown to gather us for discussion? Instead, unleashed thunderous measures, completely sweeping Morrison Manor away in our absence. Barnaby and Theodore exchanged glances, full of puzzlement. Their previous anger had vanished. Sitting opposite them, Will pondered for a moment, cautiously speaking. Is it because Aiden's manor holds something he wants? Jonas took over, approving. Exactly. You might consider, to develop a territory in this borderland like Morgantown, what's most critical? Barnaby answered without hesitation. Grains, meat, vegetables. Theodore said, money. Jonas continued nodding. Will spoke frankly. It's labor force. Jonas and the others, hearing him, gave Will an approving glance. They both had valid points, but evidently Will's answer was more on point. Jonas spoke. Yes, it's labor force. With manpower, you can have grain, meat, vegetables, and even money. Manpower is also what we desire to employ. As you said, if the other party is willing to negotiate, willing to swear by God, and make an oath never to invade, I, Jonas, am willing to accept. I'm old now, and I no longer wish to fight. I just want to spend my twilight years at home with my grandchildren. The three men nodded slightly. Now, Jonas is already 78. Jonas's tone changed. But what if they are unwilling? They can rely on the might of the army to breach Aiden's manor and plunder everything Aiden has. They can equally break into our territory, our manor, and then they can seize the fruits and achievements we've painstakingly cultivated for generations. The three men opposite Jonas fell silent. Jonas continued speaking. Therefore, we must take proper precautions. We must form a defense alliance, working together to resist foreign threats. Barnaby and Theodore exchanged a glance, but did not answer immediately. Will also remained silent. Not until half an hour later did the four men step out of the room. Their expressions varied, with not a single word of farewell. Descending to the first floor, Jonas watched as Theodore and Barnaby got into their respective carriages, escorted by several guards, and headed out of the town. Retracting his gaze, he looked at Will beside him. Why didn't you side with me just now? Facing Jonas's questioning, Will's face tightened, hurriedly explaining. Master Jonas, you've misunderstood. The power of your manor is too strong, and if I overtly align myself with you, it will surely arouse Barnaby and Theodore's suspicion. Morgantown needs balance, or else trouble will ensue. Jonas's eyelids narrowed slightly, his words somewhat ambiguous. So that's how it is. I thought it was because you'd forgotten it was I, Jonas, who helped you become the manor lord of Arnold Manor. It was I who secretly arranged for someone to eliminate your father and your two brothers. Otherwise, you'd still be clearing Wasteland now. Listening to Jonas bring up past events once more, Will's body bent over, his head bowed respectfully as he said, Naturally, I wouldn't forget, Master Jonas. You have bestowed upon Will the grace of creation. Jonas said nothing, pacing towards the nearby carriage. Just as Jonas was about to step into the carriage, his calm voice sounded. It's good that you remember. Lord Will Manor, this grace must be repaid. Will's bowed head lowered even further, until the sound of horses' hooves and wheels gradually faded. Only then did Will lift his face. At this moment, on Will's still fairly handsome young face, it was filled with a ferocious expression. Even in those light blue eyes, streaks of blood appeared. Escorted by over 20 guards, a four-horse-drawn carriage was traveling at a steady pace on the gravel road. Beside Jonas, a slender young woman with a delicate face sat cross-legged on a silk cushion, maybe because of the road's bumps. The young woman's curvy body was slightly swaying, such that the snow-white area in front of her was bobbing like waves. The young woman looked at Jonas, softly inquiring, "Grandfather, they didn't agree to your request?" Jonas, who had been looking out the carriage window at the night outside, retracted his gaze. He glanced at his granddaughter, Janet, and sighed. "Yes, Janet. They said they needed to consider it." On Janet's delicate face, a hint of coldness appeared. They need to consider? Since when did a group of animals, driven by their lower bodies, grow a brain? Janet continued. "Grandfather, didn't you explain to them the disadvantages of not forming a defense line? If that lord leads his army to invade each of their manor territories, who can withstand it? Even grandfather's manor, under the guard of so many soldiers, might only barely fend off the attack. But what about them? The armed forces in the territories, combined, only number around 15 to 1600, right?" Jonas responded affirmatively. Janet's gaze shifted slightly, and after a few seconds, she seemed to think of something. "Grandfather, since we temporarily can't find the owner of that army, I think we can do something ourselves?" Jonas inquired confusedly. "Do what?" Janet spoke. "Naturally, to promote the unification of Morgantown. Grandfather, have you forgotten? It was you who always taught us that to achieve great things, we must be unscrupulous. And Morgantown is just the starting point for the Frank clan. The real goal of the Frank clan is to replace Marquis Duca and become a great lord." Jonas quickly nodded. "Janet, I haven't forgotten." Hearing Jonas's firm response, Janet showed a smile. She opened her arms and hugged Jonas's arm, carelessly letting the softness in front of her twist and deform. Janet said joyfully, "Hee hee, I knew it. Grandfather is different from those pig-like lords." Woke up early and, after having a nutritious breakfast, stepped onto the Lord's Square at the front of the town. On the Lord's Square, a large group of tightly packed figures had already lined up in an orderly fashion. Their whispered discussions quieted simultaneously upon seeing Lynn stepping forward. Standing on a 1-meter-high platform, Lynn gazed at these townsmen, perhaps because they already knew Master Lynn's purpose for calling them together. Their eyes sparkled, and there was a noticeable look of expectation on their faces. Kesey walked up to Lynn. She bent down slightly and explained respectfully, "Master, according to your requirements, several important workshops have not had their manpower withdrawn. In other places, half of the manpower has been withdrawn and incorporated into the upcoming cultivation. I conducted a tally with a manpower total of 5,000 people and 200 wheel plows." Lynn nodded slightly. "I understand." Kesey said no more useless words, stepped back a few steps, and stood beside Lynn. As the steward of the territory, she only needs to execute the tasks and orders arranged by the master and then carry out the tally. As for how to arrange it, naturally, it is up to Lynn, the Lord, to decide. Lynn surveyed the crowd and addressed them. "Everyone, I am the Lord of this land, Lynn. Perhaps many of you already know why you've been withdrawn from your posts. It's because now we've entered spring. This land is about to undergo a major cultivation plan. Only by having more land that can be used for farming can we cultivate a large amount of food so that you have something to eat. This is not just for me, the Lord, but also for you, the townsmen, and for your children." Last year's autumn plowing opened up 50,000 acres of farmland. This time, more people, more tools, and more animal power are involved in the cultivation. I hope you can open up more farmland. Only then can you not worry about hunger. Listening to Lynn's resonant words, the townsmen were moved, and some were eager. Lynn's words continued. "Do you see that stretch of barren land full of dry grass in the distance? There, that's the battlefield for all of you. You will be like soldiers charging into battle, driving the cattle and horses, pulling the heavy plow, galloping across that battlefield recklessly. Wield the iron hoe and iron shovel in your hands. Clear a piece of farmland to survive on. Do you not have confidence?" Neat shouts rose in response within the crowd. The responses surged like waves. A text panel appeared in Lynn's sight. "Notice, the commander's roar skills activated successfully, boosting the morale of the whole army, increasing soldiers' attack power and defense by 10%, duration, 1 hour." Seeing the text before him, Lynn was a bit surprised. However, thinking again, he considered it normal. These are not just townsmen, but also people who naturally benefit from skills. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps, to these townsmen, their lord's words made them excited and filled with strength. But part of the reason is due to Lin's commander's raw skills. Lin began to divide tasks among these townsmen. With last year's farming experience, not only Lin, but many townsmen also gained experience. Looking at the vast crowd of 2,000 people before him, Lin divided them into 4 batches, similar to last year's summer plowing and autumn plowing. The first batch of 2,000 people is responsible for clearing weeds, tree roots, and stones first. The second batch of 1,000 people drives the cattle pulling the wheel plow for cultivation, with additional personnel for assistance and rotation. The third batch of 1,000 people follows behind the wheel plow to break large soil clumps using hose, spread them evenly, and collect stones and tree roots from the soil. The fourth batch of 1,000 people is responsible for digging ridges in the soil and placing fertilizer. After everyone was divided into tasks, with a command from Lin, 5,000 townsmen marched grandly outside the town. A few miles outside the town, nearly a stretch of endless wild grass awaits their cultivation. All iron tools, cattle with heavy plow yokes, and draft horses have already been taken there. Lin, along with Red, walked at the back of the team. As the townsmen stepped into the farmland, they began using sickles, clearing weeds, and piling them up. Lin relaxed slightly in his heart. The spring plowing has finally begun, not to mention whether these townsmen can open up more farmland. As long as they can open up 50,000 acres like last year's autumn plowing and sow barley seeds. With his improved planting technology, each acre can yield 150 pounds. Come the summer harvest in July or August, at least 15 million pounds of barley can be produced from 40,000 acres. If each person consumes 3 pounds of food daily, 15 million pounds of barley can feed 10,000 townsmen for at least 1.5 years. Even though crop rotation and fallow systems will follow, as long as cultivation continues, the entire territory need not worry about hunger. If he later exchanges for the emperor potato, the potato yield could only be described as frightening. Lin feels there might even be a situation with a grain surplus. Lin knows that for now, exchanging for the emperor potato is somewhat unrealistic. The pressing task at hand is how to quickly purchase and exchange for more barley seeds for the upcoming planting. With a thought, Lin opened the resource management panel. After raiding Morrison Manor, over 600,000 pounds of barley and hundreds of thousands of pounds of wheat are already stored in the warehouse. Both barley and wheat are part of the daily grain consumption of the townsmen. Even with the balance of peas, barley, and meat vegetables, the daily consumption of barley is at least 10,000 pounds. This amount of grain storage barely sustains the townsmen until the next time merchants transport grain to the territory. Even if a team with 10 wagons could transport grain, it would at most be 50,000 pounds in one go. Boar can once again bring nearly 100 wagons, like a train, to transport large quantities of barley to his territory. Regarding other merchants, Lin no longer holds many expectations. Even like Alan, who has a grain warehouse in Kakasong City. The last time he could transport large amounts of grain was because of accumulated grain over a few years, totaling such an amount. If it were any other merchant, even if they came from another empire, the purchase and time spent coming and returning, and the limit of horse transport capacity from Kakasong City's fisherman's wharf to his territory is far inferior compared to Boar, a local agricultural trader who arrives much faster. The winter barley planted similarly requires harvesting in July and August. Otherwise, with the yield of the already planted 55,000 acres of barley, it would completely suffice for the spring barley seed requirement. Achieving seed cycle farming, just as Lin was contemplating. Red, standing behind Lin, reminded, "Master, there's a merchant caravan." Lin snapped out of his thoughts and looked into the distance. Fully loaded wagons, under the guidance of drivers, escorted by soldiers in standard plate armor, headed towards the town. As the wagons came closer, Lin saw the man on the foremost horse. It was indeed Boar Hansen. Boar, on his horse, saw Lin on the limestone road, quickly halted his horse, and dismounted. Approaching Lin, Boar bowed with a merchant's courtesy. Lin nodded with a smile, responding, "Mr. Boar, I was just thinking of you. And here you are. Boar stood up straight, smiling. Of course, Master Lin needs barley seeds, and as Master Lin's business partner, I must do my utmost. Boar wasted no words, directly beginning his explanation. Master Lin, according to your previous requirements, I have already instructed my guild. Even if it's above market price, we must gather large quantities of grain and seeds from all over. Master Lin, rest assured, the excess price will be my return to you. Not to mention that barley itself is 5 pounds per penny, even above market price. It's at most 4 pounds per penny, with Master Lin's rounding and nullifying in every transaction. This penny amount is nothing at all. Moreover, with Master Lin's generosity and magnanimity, even if he paid, Master Lin would make it up to him in another form. Lin slightly nodded. Then I'll trouble Mr. Boar. Boar quickly bowed. Master Lin, you are too kind. Without you, there wouldn't be a boar today. I will remember it for a lifetime. Boar's gaze shifted to the carriage team behind him. He began his introduction. Master Lin. This time I've allied with 8 local agricultural merchants. They still have some last year's barley in their warehouses, originally intended for high-priced external sales. But upon learning it was you who needed it, they contributed without hesitation. I've checked carefully, and with my wagons, there is a total of 20 wagons, carrying a total of 100,000 pounds of grain, and 400 pounds of various crop seeds, including cabbage, onions, radishes, and spinach. Lin nodded, inquiring, very good. I'll take all of these. What is the total cost? Boar didn't hesitate, immediately replying. This batch's price is also at market price, barley at 5 pounds per penny, and vegetable seeds at 1 penny for 2 pounds. In Lin's mind, he quickly calculated, I can trade you 4,100 pounds of fine salt. How does Mr. Boar find this offer? Upon hearing Lin's words, Boar's face lit up with joy, immediately responding, of course, Master Lin. 100,000 pounds of barley, plus 400 pounds of vegetable seeds, totaled only 20,200 pence. Yet Master Lin was willing to offer him 4,100 pounds of fine salt, not only calculated at 5 pence per pound of fine salt, but also rounded up. After confirming the price, Lin had the guard lead the wagon team into the town to unload the goods. Lin continued to stand where he was, taking in a deep breath of the unique, grassy bitterness after the grass was cut. Lin continued speaking. Mr. Boar, transporting tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain each time is still far from enough. I need at least as much as last time, like 1 million pounds of barley. Otherwise, it's impossible to plant all the reclaimed land they have opened up. Boar's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he said, Master Lin, the last time we were able to purchase and transport such a large amount of winter barley was because the autumn harvest was not long past. Whether it was some free people or some manor lords in the small towns, they were quite willing to sell their stock of barley. However, Master Lin, you also know, from autumn tillage to summer planting, there is a long period, spanning nearly 8 or 9 months. Moreover, with the heavy snowfall last winter, many manor lords and free people are worried that this year's summer harvest might not be good. Therefore, they are not very willing to sell their stock of grain. Lin understood and nodded. Heavy snowfall, such adverse weather, is visible to all. Lin knew this, and other farmers or free people with planting experience could also predict it. Lin calmly spoke. I'm willing to increase the price. Listening to Lin's words, Boar's face showed surprise. After hesitating a few seconds, Boar tentatively inquired, Master Lin, how much are you willing to increase? Without any hesitation, Lin replied, if 5 pounds for 1 penny doesn't work, then 2 pence, and if 2 pence still doesn't work, then 3 pence. Surely the price of 1 pound of barley can't be the same as that of wheat, right? Boar quickly responded, Master Lin, certainly not. Wheat is indeed a superior grain, and only the Lord Nobility has the power to use it. If barley and wheat had the same price, then it would be quite outrageous, wouldn't it? Lin agreed. Go boldly to collect, Mr. Boar. As long as the price of barley doesn't exceed the price of 5 pounds for 3 pence, you can certainly buy it all. Seeing Lin's determined expression, Boar hastily replied, Okay, my lord, I understand. With this price, I think no manor lord would be unwilling to sell barley. The price of £5 for 1 penny of barley is already the most normal market price. Even having been a crop merchant for so many years, he has never seen a price of £5 for 2 pence. That's because barley's value is only that much. Relying only on scattering planting techniques, without irrigation, without fertilization, mostly just using an iron scythe to clear weeds in the fields. Barley harvested depending on the weather could hardly fetch such a price. Lynn nodded. That's for the best. I need a large amount of grain. Boar bowed and replied. After the townsmen cleared a plot, another group of townsmen began driving draft horses and oxen, starting to open up the land. Under the pull of 2 oxen, the heavy plow's sturdy and sharp plowhead directly reached the deep, fertile soil, turning over row upon row of soil. Seeing the land being opened up by the heavy plow for the first time, Boar couldn't help but widen his eyes, with a look of shock emerging on his face. This method of plowing, isn't it too terrifying? Previously, Boar had always been curious about the plowing and planting method on Master Lin's territory. Now, seeing it suddenly, he was indeed shocked. Compared to those who use the iron hoe to dig, or those manor lords who plow with the light plow, this is true plowing. Boar couldn't help but ask, Master Lin, may I be bold enough to inquire about the yield per acreage of your planted barley? Lin didn't hide, 150 pounds. This yield is just the initial yield of Lin's wheat planting. No composting, only using decomposed forest soil as fertilizer. As for the yield of this batch of winter barley planted with compost, Lin himself didn't know. But Lin could be sure of one thing. With the nourishment of compost and the fertile soil turned by the heavy plow, the summer harvest of barley would definitely exceed this yield. Boar, upon hearing this, raised his eyebrows instantly. 150 pounds? An increase of nearly 40 to 50 pounds? This is truly farming. Others' methods of planting are not just wasting seeds, but also wasting land. With all irrelevant thoughts discarded from his mind, Boar followed behind Lin, heading towards the small town. Now he only needed to wait for Master Lin's townsmen to transport all the grain down. Then, load the fine salt onto his carriage and he could return. Walking along the limestone road, Boar looked around at everything. In his heart, Boar couldn't help but once again feel admiration for Master Lin. He clearly remembered that at that time, the territory only had a few wooden houses. After a short time walking out, Boar thought of something and said, Master Lin, there's a rumor circulating in Morgantown. Lin didn't stop walking. Boar began explaining. The Aiden Morrison Manor was taken over by an unknown armed force. They killed at least 500 followers, plundered everything from Aiden Manor's estate, and even Aiden himself is missing. Lin still did not stop, but turned his head to look at Boar, asking, Mr. Boar, what do you think? Who did it? Looking at Lin's back, Boar hesitated for a few seconds before finally saying, Master Lin, I don't know. As a merchant in Morgantown, and having registered a local merchant guild in Morgantown, he naturally has a lot of intelligence information in Morgantown. He clearly knows that besides Master Lin ahead, Morgantown is equipped with the military-like armed forces. Manor lords simply cannot possess such strength. However, even if he's aware, he doesn't dare to casually guess Master Lin's thoughts. To speak nicely, he is Master Lin's partner merchant, responsible for purchasing and transporting the necessary goods from outside to Master Lin's territory. To put it unkindly, he's just a leech attached to Master Lin, completely reliant on Master Lin's favor for his achievements today. Boar continued speaking. However, Master Lin, my people happen to discover that some manor lords in Morgantown have met. The discussion seems to be about Aiden, but I haven't heard what it specifically is yet. However, if I find out more later, I can inform Master Lin immediately. Lin responded, but didn't pursue the topic further. Lin and Boar returned to the Lord's Square in front of the town. The townsmen had already unloaded all the grain from the carts. Currently, they were carrying bags of fine salt upwards. After half an hour, all the fine salt was moved up. George came to Lin and Boar, explaining, Sir, the 4,100 pounds of fine salt are all loaded. Boar, standing next to them, spoke. Master Lin, should I take my leave then? The total amount of grain you need is quite large. I need to find more local crop merchants to purchase from various towns. Lin nodded. Then I must trouble Mr. Boar. Boar bowed slightly to show respect, stepped back a few steps, then turned and left. Watching Boar lead the carriage convoy away, Lin finally withdrew his gaze. As for the intelligence information Boar mentioned, it was within his expectations. The ruin of a small manor, drawing extensive attention, would naturally be known by those related to Morrison. Traveling merchants who usually deliver goods to Morrison Manor, or free people with employment ties to Aiden, etc. As soon as he goes to Morrison Manor, he can immediately sense something unusual. The network of interpersonal relationships, like a large net. He naturally cannot completely remove it from this net. All he can do is accelerate the development of the territory and enhance its military power. Only with solid strength can he fend off invaders or wage external battles. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin returned to the area being reclaimed. Rolling up his sleeves, he stepped into the wasteland and began clearing weeds and tree roots. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. In Lin territory, the reclamation was in full swing. Time passed day by day. With the concerted efforts of 5,000 people, areas overgrown with yellowing weeds were cleared into patches of empty land. All that was needed was to drive the wheel plow pulled by oxen and draft horses for plowing. Afterwards, it could be used for planting barley. After continuous plowing for 5 days, Lin drew 200 people from the plowing team to sort and soak barley seeds in the warehouse. Even though the warehouse's barley seeds cannot satisfy the planting for 50,000 acres of farmland, they'd plant as many as possible. Fortunately, with the presence of the grain windmill, sorting plump barley seeds from the barley wasn't complicated. Even townsmen with no experience could easily use the grain windmill after a brief learning period. Sorted barley seeds needed to be soaked in salt water to disinfect and sterilize, also promoting seed growth. After several days of plowing and preparation of barley seeds, as Lin organized the townsmen to start planting. On the distant sea of Vortex from Lin territory, 2 longships were swiftly sailing under the sea breeze. Due to large waves, every time a wave was crossed, the longships oscillated fiercely. The sails made of linen cloth were now blown full and round, making pup-pup-pup vibrations. In the longship's cabin, Grayson walked on the path between slaves bound by iron chains or ropes. Watching those faces, pale and thin from hunger, he shouted loudly, "I know you're very hungry, but there's no way. I'm a slave trader. Even if you starve to death on the transport route, I only feed you once every 3 days. It's the rule for transporting slaves. To make a foothold and earn buckets of money here, one must adhere to this rule." Feeling the eyes filled with resentment, Grayson naturally knew that without guards protecting him, these slaves would want to tear him apart. That's why Grayson never sympathizes with these people. He is but a slave trader. He merely buys slaves from selling lords or big figures and resells them to those needing lords or big figures. He only makes a profit from the price difference. Where there's buying, there'll surely be selling. Grayson always believes he's done nothing wrong. Grayson shouted again, "Rest assured. Since last year, none of the slaves passing through Uncle Grayson Brown's hands have been unappreciative of me." You're surely curious, why is that? Because these slaves have all been sent by Uncle Grayson to a magical territory. There, they live in clean and tidy red brick houses. Those are newly constructed red brick houses, airtight, with coal distributed for heating during winter. 3 meals a day, with meat in the dishes. Even, the Lord provides them with clean and tidy new clothes. The previously lost and terrified slaves heard this, and their eyes showed a glimmer of hope and longing. But soon, they felt it unrealistic. They were just captive slaves. What qualifications did they have to enjoy such superior conditions? Grayson continued speaking. "If you had any money right now, I'd even charge an entrance fee to Master Lin's territory from you." Sadly shaking his head, he climbed the wooden stairs and reached the deck of the longship. Grayson's gaze searched and finally settled on the figure at the bow, tall and slender. Under the constant sea breeze, snow-white hair swayed rapidly. It's not just her hair, but also the black leather armor she wears and the short sword at her waist that are constantly swaying. Even though it's just a silhouette, Grayson only needs to watch from afar to feel the powerful aura and pressure emanating from her. His heart races with nervousness and his breathing becomes rapid. Grayson takes a deep breath, suppresses the tension in his heart, exhales a warm breath, and steps towards the woman ahead. The sound of leather boots stepping on the wooden deck reaches the woman's ears. The woman doesn't turn her head at all, as if she already knows that the person approaching is Grayson. Cold words emanate from her mouth. Are the slaves appeased? Grayson walks beside the woman and responds, appeased, Audrey. Audrey slightly turns her head to glance at Grayson, her words remaining cold. Grayson, how old are you this year? Grayson raises his eyebrows in confusion, momentarily unsure why Audrey would ask such a question. However, he still responds truthfully. I'm 17 this year. Audrey shakes her head, still too immature. Someone like you can't manage the entire Brown clan. Faced with Audrey's doubts, Grayson doesn't resist or refute. Audrey continues to speak. Slaves are slaves. If there aren't enough, go capture more. Once captured, sell them. Selling them accumulates capital. If slaves misbehave during transport, then just kill them off. As long as you possess enough power, slaves are everywhere. Grayson's face turns solemn, and he agrees. You're right, Audrey. If someone else said such things, Grayson would have scoffed at them. What power, what rank? Dare to speak such arrogant words? But now, the person speaking is Audrey. She single-handedly intervened in the imperial power struggle of the Portland's empire. Even though the Portland's empire is currently in a stalemate, each side summoning vassals and soldiers. But Audrey supports the imperial grandson Kronos' side, controlling the entire royal city, holding a significant advantage. Complete victory is just a matter of time. Basically, once the war is won, if Audrey wishes to take vanquished soldiers and free people as slaves, she would have countless slaves to trade. Audrey's words make perfect sense. And as Audrey's caring clan sibling, he can conveniently act as a means of transport for her, perhaps due to their natural sibling dynamic pressure. Grayson and Audrey soon fall into silence. Grayson hesitates for a few seconds, just about to speak when Audrey speaks first. How much longer until we reach that wasteland? Without a moment's thought, Grayson responds. If the river ice inland melts, we'll reach Kakasong City of the Karidi Empire in no more than 10 days, and then. Before finishing his sentence, Grayson raises his eyebrows and immediately begins to explain. Audrey, I've explained to you that Lynn's territory is no longer a wasteland. The city walls, right? You've already seen them. In just a few short months, his territory has undergone tremendous change. Dining halls, pastures, over a dozen workshop areas, hospitals, schools, even a castle, have all been completed. His town has at least 4,000 to 5,000 red bricks used for the daily living and residence of the townsmen. The key is that Lynn's territory possesses 3 major mines: salt mines, iron mines, and coal mines. Put simply, given enough time, Lynn's presence will definitely become a force not to be underestimated by the Karidi Empire. Listening to Grayson's uninterrupted praise and introduction of that lord, Audrey slightly furrows her eyebrows. It seems you really think highly of that lord. Upon hearing these words, Grayson is taken aback. He slightly recalls. Audrey merely casually referred to it as a wasteland, and he unwittingly started defending it, even wishing to forcibly instill his views into Audrey's mind. Grayson doesn't refute or counter, but openly admits, yes, Lynn is the most unique existence I have ever seen. Other lords use force and pressure to make peasants work laboriously. But Lynn tells his townsmen that their work isn't just for the territory and lord, but also for themselves. Other lords want slaves to work without wanting to feed peasants. But Lynn provides his townsmen with plenty of food to improve their physical condition, thereby increasing labor efficiency. Other lords never consider building schools and hospitals on their land. Even if there are scholars and doctors, they're solely for them. But Lynn thinks about building good schools so more people can learn to read and write, gain more knowledge and skills. Grayson's words are plain, without embellishment, merely sharing his observations from Lynn's territory. Through his mouth, narrating them for Audrey. After listing several examples, Grayson looks at Audrey. Such a lord, I believe, has never existed from ancient times to present, right? I think what Lord Lynn has done can even be compared to you, Audrey. Audrey's gaze was fixed on the vast expanse of sea that stretched beyond sight. She spoke calmly. Perhaps? Audrey shifted the subject and continued. Upon arriving at Kakasong City, I need to handle some matters. Have Grayson transport all these slaves to the Lynn territory that you have approved. Grayson nodded slightly, not pressing further. Audrey followed him from the Portland's Empire to the Caridi Empire. It was not merely to see the glass workshop in the Lynn territory. As one of the masterminds behind the Portland's Empire's struggle for imperial authority, she naturally had her own goals and tasks to fulfill. This had nothing to do with him, a slave trader. With their different statuses and realms, there would be no conflicts of power or interest between them. Grayson acknowledged, "I understand. You should return to the captain's cabin early. With the temperature dropping, it's easy to catch a cold." Audrey said nothing, remaining on the forecastle deck, her eyes distant, gazing far into the horizon. Seeing this, Grayson did not say anything further. He turned and headed towards the cabin. What Grayson didn't know was, at this moment, beneath the two longships, a shadow nearly dozens of times the size of the longship swiftly swam by. Lynn, having sent the townsmen back to the small town, walked among their ranks. The sound of cheerful conversations occasionally reached Lynn's ears. Although the labor of clearing the land was as arduous as mining, from their expressions and words, it was clear they were enjoying it, because they knew that cultivating Wasteland, planting crops, and obtaining food was closely related to their future lives. When the townsmen returned to the small town, Lynn, accompanied by Red, headed towards the distant castle. Upon returning to the castle's reception hall, Kesey was already preparing various dishes on the table with the maids. Seeing Lynn and Red, Kesey reminded, "Master, dinner is ready. You may dine now." Lynn responded, "All right." He walked to the main seat at the table, ready to pull it out to sit. A tall, slender maid with a well-defined face had already pulled out the main seat for him to sit. Lynn glanced at the maid without a word. Sitting at the head of the table, Lynn invited Kesey and Red to join the meal. Not far from the table, four maids waited, ready for Lynn's orders at any moment. After half an hour, the three finished their meal. After the maids cleaned up the table and left, Lynn spoke to Kesey. "These maids, did you select them?" Kesey was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Master Lynn was asking. However, she answered honestly, "Yes, Master. I specifically chose young girls from the female townsfolk. I just thought young girls would be more pleasing to the eye with added charm." Seeming to have thought of something, Kesey glanced around. Ensuring no outsiders were present except for Red, Kesey cautiously asked, "Master, do you prefer those with large, full figures? If you do, I can switch them out tomorrow." Looking at Kesey's guilty expression, Lynn merely gave her an exasperated look. "No need for the trouble, let them be." Kesey nodded with some confusion, remaining silent. Footsteps ascending the stairs could be heard by Lynn and Red. Seeing Rose in standard plate armor and Wesley in a half armor with a helmet approaching, the two stopped a few meters from Lynn and stood firm, bending at the waist. They respectfully addressed Lynn. "Master." Lynn acknowledged, "Sit." Rose and Wesley exchanged a quick glance. "Thank you, Master." Without further ado, they sat on the right side of the table, awaiting Lynn's words. Lynn directly asked, "What is the current number of soldiers?" Rose first replied, "Master, if including Captain Red's guards, the total is 1,090. 200 guards, 200 archers, 690 soldiers." Wesley nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Such inquiries required only one person's response. Lynn nodded. "Apart from the deputy earl I appointed for you, have you appointed any other assistants?" Rose slightly shook his head. "Master, I haven't appointed any other assistants." Lynn looked at Wesley, who quickly explained, "Master, I haven't either." Lynn nodded. "Without assistants, how do you convey orders and instructions to so many soldiers?" Rose, slightly embarrassed, looked at Lynn, explaining, "Master, we have to communicate them one by one." Wesley hesitated for a few seconds. "Master, appointment and dismissal are powers reserved for you." Lynn acknowledged, and choosing not to inquire further, stated, "I plan to draft a military merit promotion system. Starting from enlistment as a soldier, all soldiers will have the chance to gain military merit through battle, thus earning promotions. Simply put, as long as soldiers can obtain military merit, everyone will have the opportunity to become a commander." Listening to Lynn's words, Rose and Wesley's eyes instantly brightened. Everyone will have the opportunity for promotion? This made them feel incredulous, even shocked. It was known throughout the Garonia continent. A hereditary system was always in place. All noble titles and territories were limited. The emperor or the duke lord would only choose vassals loyal to them for enfeoffment. The enfeoffed vassals were to pledge loyalty to the duke lord for generations. Unless the empire faced a struggle for imperial authority, the empire's power would reshuffle. Only then could one possibly become a new noble or lord. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rise for a lifetime. But now, their master told them about the drafting of a meritorious rank system, whereby anyone could rise through military achievements. How could they not be shocked? Compared to the two's shock, Lin's face was full of calmness. As the number of soldiers in the territory increased, the existence of a merit-based promotion system was naturally necessary. It could not only allow soldiers to see the opportunity to change their identity and destiny, increasing their combat enthusiasm and army's combat effectiveness. It also made it easier to manage the soldiers. What Lin thought of first was the garrison system. The garrison system had exceptional advantages not just in the military. In economics and society, it also had noticeable advantages. By establishing a garrison system, it ensured a stable source of troops. Although there was only the current territory, with continued growth in the future, the territories he would have would surely increase. For example, the previously conquered Morrison Manor, without sufficient armed forces, he could only take away all movable items, leaving behind that vast area already cultivated and sown with winter barley. However, once he had a legitimate, reasonable identity and sufficient armed forces, he could completely occupy the territories he conquered. In each conquered territory, establish garrisons, appoint commanders, and implement flexible garrison modes on the territory. Conduct military training and farming production in peacetime, and go to war in times of war. In this way, not only could it ensure a stable and sufficient source of troops, it could also achieve self-sufficiency, alleviating financial burdens. Moreover, when Lin spreads tillage planting methods, the grain harvested from the military households' farms, in meeting their own needs, could also provide Lin with certain food reserves. The most crucial thing is the existence of garrisons to stabilize and protect the conquered territories. With the protection of stationed soldiers, the free people in the territory would not have uprisings. This is the most crucial. Expanding territories is important, but holding on to them is more important. After chatting with Rose and Wesley for a while, Lin dismissed them. Back in the study, Lin sat at the desk, picked up a quill, and began drafting the military merit promotion system within the garrison system. Despite Rose being the former deputy captain of the cavalry squadron and Wesley having experienced systematic training, their minds were entirely about the hereditary noble system. The garrison system, in some aspects, was somewhat similar to the hereditary noble system, but in essence, completely different. The hereditary noble system, at its core, was the lord system, establishing a feudal hierarchical order through land and title enfeoffment. The main focus was on maintaining noble interests and rule. The garrison system was a military system. Its purpose was to build a strong military, through hereditary military households and the farming system, ensuring the supply of troops and the army. The military management constitution of the garrison system was exceedingly rigorous. There existed a complete hierarchical management system from the central to local levels, including the capital commandant's office, garrisons, and households. Garrison officials were directly responsible to the superior military institutions, and troop movements and training were managed and directed by the state. From the imperial commandery's commander to the garrison commander, to the standard 1,000 households in charge, and to the 100 households, etc. All of it aimed to achieve a high degree of centralization of power. And this was exactly what Lin needed. As the quill in Lin's hand fell, the garrison system gradually took shape. It was not until late at night. Lin finally put down the quill, stood up. The garrison system entailed too many things. To draft it immediately was indeed somewhat unrealistic. After all, the current development focus of the territory was still agriculture and handicrafts. Being a little slow didn't matter. Stretching lazily, Lin stepped out of the study. Opening the wooden door, Red, clad in composite armor, stood stationed at the entrance. Lin cast him a glance and said, "Go rest." Red responded, "Yes, sir, I'll arrange for other guards to come." Lin responded with a nod. returned to the master bedroom, laid down on the bed, and fell asleep, reclaiming Wasteland outside the small town. With the tireless labor of 5,000 townsmen, patches of wasteland were turned into arable land. Lynn, gaining planting experience, was naturally among them. Behind the wheel plow's pathway, Lynn held an iron hoe, constantly picking up and breaking down clumps of soil weighing tens of pounds. His movements were skillful and seamless. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Experience accumulated bit by bit, steadily increasing. Lynn glanced at the Heavenly Artifacts panel. To grind the planting skills to level 3, it indeed required more time. However, Lynn didn't think too much. Just put your heart into it. Until the afternoon, Lynn put down the iron hoe and stepped out of the fields. Coming to the edge of the lime road, he scraped the mud off his shoes and let out a breath of warmth. It had been 10 days since the first day of cultivation. A stretch of land had been cultivated before his eyes. Once fertilized, the barley seeds soaking in the town could be planted into the soil, perhaps due to the increasing frequency of cultivation. The planting skills of these townsmen had become increasingly proficient. Lynn felt that maybe the cultivated land area from this spring farming could surpass last year's autumn farming. Unfortunately, the quantity of draft horses and oxen was still too little. If there were more draft horses and oxen, cultivating 70 to 80,000 acres in this spring farming wouldn't be a challenge. Just as Lynn was sighing in his heart, far off, a team of caravans, under the protection and escort of soldiers, slowly moved towards the town. The caravan arrived in front of Lynn. In the seat of the foremost carriage, a thin man with a horseshoe mustache slowly stepped down. The accompanying guards carefully assisted him. After alighting from the carriage, the man's gaze kept fixed on Lynn. He stepped forward 2 steps, stood before Lynn, performed a merchant's courtesy, and spoke. "You must be Master Lynn." Lynn was stirred as the text panel floated before his eyes. Ability: Trade level 2, Oratory level 2, Decision level 1. No talent, no skills. Just an ordinary merchant? Lynn responded, "I am Lynn." Upon hearing the response, a hint of joy appeared in Hunter's eyes, and he explained, "Master Lynn, I am Hunter Zeke, a wine merchant from Kakasong City. Meeting for the first time might be a bit intrusive. I hope you'll forgive me." Lynn raised an eyebrow. "A wine merchant from Kakasong City?" Hunter quickly nodded. "Yes, Master Lynn, from the Riverside Rest Tavern next to the Fisherman's Wharf in Kakasong City. I am the tavern's owner. Uncle Grayson told me that your territory has gin no less than Cyan Pavilion Island's gin. He said your territory needs a batch of mature livestock, and if I transport them over, perhaps you could exchange a large batch of gin." After hearing Hunter's explanation, Lynn nodded, his gaze bypassing Hunter to look at what was behind him. Behind several carriages, a team of oxen and horses were harnessed with reins. Hunter continued to explain, "Master Lynn, since it's my first visit, I didn't bring many draft horses and oxen. But if lucky enough to establish a cooperative relationship with you, I can guarantee to procure a large amount of sturdy livestock for you. You might think I'm boasting, but Master Lynn, you must understand I'm a tavern owner. Moreover, the tavern is established next to a dock where longships dock. My network can gather information, even comparable to some intelligence organizations." Lynn nodded and spoke. "As long as the price is right, of course, it's possible." Upon hearing this, Hunter became quite interested. "Master Lynn, whether it's draft horses or oxen, I can offer you market prices. Even below market prices, I don't mind taking a loss." Lynn responded, "Let's go. I've just finished my work. I'll take you to try some." Listening to Lynn's words, Hunter was slightly taken aback. His gaze slightly examined Lynn before him. Dressed in silk brocade, yet stained with many marks of mud. A pair of leather shoes even showed signs of being scraped clean. Surprise arose in Hunter's heart. Master Lynn actually involves himself in the farming? He glanced left and right, noticing the many dense farmers in the wilderness on both sides. Hunter thought of something. His heart was full of curiosity. Why are there so many farmers here? And they all wear unified linen robes and trousers? In search of more exquisite liquor, as a tavern owner, he traveled to many territories. Never had he seen a territory with so many farmers cultivating the wildland. Hunter immediately thought of Grayson. It must be Grayson, that slave trader, who sold many slaves into Master Lin's territory. But where did such a young Master Lin get so many gold pounds for these slaves? But soon he shrugged it off. He was just a tavern owner, a wine merchant. Things like these were unrelated to him. He wouldn't risk his tavern being razed by a lord due to curiosity. The wrath of a lord was not something he could withstand. Lin and Hunter walked towards the town with firm steps. A moment later, Lin's voice reached Hunter's ears. "Mr. Hunter, how is the business of your Riverside Rest Tavern?" Upon hearing Lin inquire about the tavern, Hunter became very interested. No one would choose to hide their strengths, especially in the presence of a lord with whom you are about to establish a cooperative relationship. Hunter began to explain. "Master Lin, business is going great. Let me put it this way. Many foreign merchants, once they arrive at Fisherman's Wharf, won't miss the chance to have a drink at my tavern. It's not just merchants, but travelers, mercenaries, clergy, and even some relatively well-off artisans who visit my tavern during their leisure time. Not just because of the convenient location near the Seine River, but also because I have very high demands and control over the quality of the drinks I sell. What I'm sorry about is, there was a merchant who used to transport beer to Kakasong City for sale. Even though it's just beer, and the price is low, that beer is one of the best tasting I've ever had." Listening to Hunter's eloquent explanation, Lin couldn't help but smile. Hunter truly lives up to being a wine merchant. His conversational oratory skills are indeed quite extraordinary. Lin spoke. "Speaking of beer, I do have a brewing workshop in my territory, and the inventory should be quite substantial. Mr. Hunter, if you're interested, you can have a taste later." Hunter replied gratefully. "That would be great, Master Lin." Uncle Grayson said, "You have always been a unique presence." Looking at everything now, he indeed wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. Lin chuckled. "Mr. Hunter, have you known Grayson for a long time?" Perhaps it was because of a few exchanges, Hunter let down his guard. Or perhaps, Hunter was naturally talkative. He admitted without reservation, "Not that long, Master Lin. Altogether, it should be less than 2 years. However, I clearly remember, the first time Uncle Grayson came to Fisherman's Wharf with his longboat, he was swindled until he was left with just his underpants. I happened to see him then, and I let him stay at the tavern for a few days. That's when I became acquainted with him, and it was because of this guy's pickiness with wines. It made me realize that just relying on cheap wines isn't enough to make a tavern successful. One must have top-quality wines to satisfy customers and make them willing to pay more. By chance, I found out that Grayson is a member of the Sea Black-Brown clan, and since then, I've always addressed him as Uncle Grayson. Indeed, all fates are born from coincidences. If he hadn't taken Red and Kesey to Kent Village to sell smoked fish, he wouldn't have met the local traveling merchant George. If George hadn't exchanged beer with him to sell in Morgantown and Kakasong City, George wouldn't have met Grayson, this slave merchant. While Lin and Hunter were conversing, they arrived at the tavern. However, considering its still work hours, apart from Lex waiting by the counter, there was no one else present. Hunter's gaze curiously assessed the tavern's decoration and scale. He could naturally see that this tavern hadn't been constructed long ago, as the signs of use were still faint. Arriving at the counter, Lin led Hunter to sit down on the chairs. After Lex bowed in greeting, Lin spoke. "Lex, this is Hunter, a wine merchant from Kakasong City. He came to the territory specifically for your gin." Lex's eyes lit up with a hint of delight. He couldn't help but speak. "The reputation of the gin has already spread to Kakasong City?" Hunter glanced at Lin, and, seeing that he didn't mind at all, he explained, "Yes, sir. But for now, only I know. Uncle Grayson told me." Listening to Hunter's explanation, the excitement on Lex's face didn't diminish. Lin spoke. "Bring out the best gin and beer to entertain Mr. Hunter." Lex responded with a few words and, without any hesitation, took out a glazed bottle containing golden liquid from the shelf behind him. Because the glazed bottle was so clear and transparent, they could clearly see the golden liquid inside swirling around. Hunter's gaze was naturally drawn to the glazed bottle. Master Lin's brewing workshop actually used glazed glass to store the liquor. Hunter couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a glazed bottle. What a beautiful liquor color." Lin said nothing as Lex explained, "Gin, Lex's gin. Master taught me to brew and produce it. and it was Master who named it Lexus Gin. Hunter glanced in surprise at the middle-aged man, missing a left hand in front of him. He clearly remembered that Master Lin referred to him as Lex. Lex didn't make any unnecessary movements. He reached out and opened the cap of the glazed bottle, and immediately, a rich aroma of the liquor wafted out from the bottle. Even Hunter, across the counter, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What a fragrant aroma. Under Hunter's watchful eyes, Lex first poured a glass for Lin. He then turned the bottle's opening to avoid spilling the gin inside. Subsequently, Lex poured a glass of gin for Hunter. Hunter picked up the glazed wine glass in front of him, carefully observing and smelling it. With eyes closed, he began to narrate. In the herbal aroma, there is also a faint malt fragrance. The two scents complement each other, creating an inexplicable comfort without being overly pungent. The words were spoken. Mr. Hunter looked towards Lin, and Lin nodded in agreement. Without any further courtesy, Mr. Hunter took the glazed cup of Lexus gin in his hand, first sipping it lightly, and then drank the entire cup. His tongue swirled, fully engaging his taste buds with the taste and aroma of the liquor in his mouth. Several seconds later, Mr. Hunter finally swallowed the gin. A wave of fiery sensation spread from his throat down to his belly. The smoothness that soothed the throat amidst the dry spiciness, accompanied by a woody fragrance. His face was brimming with delight, and his mustache twitched continuously as he contentedly praised, "Fine liquor. In my opinion, even if it were the Cyan Pavilion Island gin compared to Master Lin's brewed gin, there would be no discernible difference." Lin responded with a smile. "As long as Mr. Hunter is satisfied, that's all that matters." Mr. Hunter promptly asked, "Master Lin, how much of this Lexus gin do you have in storage? If you are willing, I'd like to purchase it all." "No. Rather, if you are amenable, we could establish a long-term collaboration." Lin turned his gaze towards Lex. Lex quickly understood and began to explain. "Mr. Hunter, the method of brewing and production for gin is somewhat complex, so the current output is not very large. It's around 300 pounds a week." Mr. Hunter listened as Lex explained in detail. 300 pounds per week, which adds up to 1,200 pounds a month. It's indeed not much. But if a long-term collaboration could be established, getting 300 pounds every week isn't bad. At least, it's much quicker than traveling to Cyan Pavilion Island to buy gin. This Lexus gin has a unique similarity to Cyan Pavilion Island gin. Lex continued. If it's beer, the output would be much larger. Curious, Mr. Hunter glanced at Lin and Lex. Beer is fine too. May I have a taste? After receiving a signal from Lin, Lex turned, went to the shelf behind him, and brought back a large cup of beer. Seeing the beer also being served in a bubbling glazed cup, Mr. Hunter couldn't help but marvel. What kind of existence is Master Lin's territory? They use glazed glass for serving cups? Not to mention, the glazed cup he drank from earlier could probably be exchanged for several thousand pounds of beer. After Lex poured a cup of beer, Mr. Hunter didn't hesitate and drank the beer in the cup all at once. As soon as he swallowed it, Mr. Hunter's eyes widened. The strange yet familiar taste and aroma quickly spread in Mr. Hunter's mouth. Mr. Hunter put down the cup and curiously asked Lin, "Master Lin, do you know a local merchant named George?" Hearing Mr. Hunter's words, Lin's brow slightly furrowed. He instantly thought of something. Lin clearly remembered that when George sold beer, he mentioned, the beer was purchased by the tavern as soon as it entered the town. Just as Lin was about to speak, the sound of light footsteps arose. Lin and Mr. Hunter turned to see George. Lin spoke, "Just in time, he's here. George is the steward merchant in my territory now, responsible for managing external transactions." George came to Lin's side. After bowing, he addressed Mr. Hunter. "Mr. Hunter, what a coincidence to see you in Master Lin's territory." Mr. Hunter nodded quickly. "Mr. George, I didn't expect it either. Previously, with bandits rampant in Morgantown, I thought you had met with misfortune and assumed I'd never taste that unique beer again. But I didn't expect you've become Master Lin's steward merchant without the need to sell externally anymore. I may need your special care moving forward." George nodded in response. After a few pleasantries, Mr. Hunter turned to Lin and sincerely spoke. "Master Lin, I, Hunter, wish to establish a business partnership with you for liquor collaboration. I can offer the price of Lexus gin at the same rate as Cyan Pavilion Island gin, 1 shilling per pound. As for the beer, I can offer 1 penny per pound. Lynn pondered for a moment and replied, no problem. However, there's one condition. I don't need gold pounds. I want goods for goods exchange. Hunter was not surprised. He replied, Master Lynn, I've already heard from Uncle Grayson about your terms before. Hence, I brought this batch of grain and draft horses. There are 5,000 pounds of barley among 6 carriages, with 15 adult draft cattle and 20 draft horses towing the carriages. Master Lynn just needs to exchange for me at market price. Lynn's mind stirred, opening the market and prices panel. Perhaps due to cultivation season, the price of adult draft cattle had reached 9 shillings per head, and draft horses had reached 10 shillings. If relying on previous smoked bargaining conditions, naturally, prices would be exorbitant. But now, money isn't an issue for him. Lynn's mind began calculating quickly. Lynn said, I can offer you 1,200 pounds of gin. If your 6 carriages can't just transport 1,200 pounds of gin, I can lend you 10,000 pounds of beer. With the presence of the resource management panel, Lynn didn't even need to ask Lex. He could know exactly how much liquor was stored in the brewing workshops. Listening to Lynn's words, Mr. Hunter's face was filled with delight. He quickly said, Thank you, Master Lynn. As Uncle Grayson said, you are a generous person indeed. I admire you greatly. Lynn nodded, acknowledging, You're welcome. 10,000 pounds of beer, with the current brewing workshop efficiency, could be brewed in just 1 week. Even at the price Mr. Hunter mentioned, 1 pound for 1 penny, it translates to just over 40 gold pounds. Lynn isn't after 40 gold pounds. He cares about the goodwill released by the 10,000 pounds of beer and gaining Mr. Hunter's loyalty. Being able to continuously transport various goods to his territory, that's enough. All the grain was unloaded. One earthen jug after another of Lexus gin and beer was loaded onto Mr. Hunter's carriages. Due to the lack of cushioning soft materials, only the weeds freshly harvested and collected from the wasteland could be used as buffer. After agreeing on a weekly transaction time, Mr. Hunter drove his wagon train towards the outskirts of the town. Now, Mr. Hunter only wanted to return to Kakasong City at the earliest moment, back to his tavern, to display and sell the gin and beer on the counter. Mr. Hunter believed, with spring just starting and cultivation underway, they would surely sell for a good price. Even with stable shipments of Lexus gin from Master Lynn's territory, his tavern might catch fire and thrive. He confirmed with Master Lynn that he was the only one to have come to the territory and established a gin trade with Master Lynn currently. In other words, he holds exclusivity. Despite seeing carts transporting salt mines on the way back, as well as mine cars carrying coal moving along the tracks, Hunter was surprised, but he didn't really care. Rather than biting off more than one can chew, it's better to focus on the alcohol trade he's skilled at. The gin brewed and produced by Master Lynn's brewing workshop, when transported to Kakasong City, might not yield less profit than salt or coal. The key point is, Master Lynn also mentioned, not only farm oxen and draft horses, but also grain, meat, and crop seeds. As long as they are goods, he will take them all by the list. As Lynn watched Hunter go off into the distance, George, standing beside him, spoke up to remind him, Master, the grain has already been stored in the warehouse, and the farm oxen and draft horses have been sent to Guy's ranch. Lynn acknowledged with a sound, then said, Tell Guy to feed the farm oxen and draft horses well and let them have a rest for a night, and tomorrow put them to work in cultivation. George responded, Okay, Master. After dismissing George to get busy, Lynn started walking towards the workshop area. Reaching the front of the textile workshop, Lynn strode right in. Inside the textile workshop, they were still diligently stitching armor plates. Although intensive cultivation labor was ongoing outside the town currently, producing composite armor in the blacksmith workshop and the textile workshop is equally important. It's concerning the armed strength of the entire territory. As Lynn inspected, Yamini walked over to greet him. Coming before Lynn, Yamini bent over and respectfully addressed him. Lynn glanced at her and said, The workshop expansion is completed, and the workforce has also increased. Has the efficiency of stitching armor plates and armor production improved? Yamini nodded immediately, with some delight in her words. Master, it has improved. Now, the textile workshop can produce 12 sets of composite armor a day. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Although it is still some distance from the previous agreement of producing 20 sets a day. But as long as the newly joined townsmen continually stitch, and their stitching skills become increasingly adept, achieving the daily production of 20 sets of composite armor is only a matter of time. Yamini continued. Master, 200 sets of composite armor have already been prepared in the finished products storage area. How would you like to handle them? Lin's gaze turned to Red beside him. After mealtime, have your people come to the textile workshop. Each person will receive a set of armor. Starting tomorrow, all guards on the territory must wear armor. Red's face turned solemn as he replied, Yes, Master. Lin acknowledged, inspected for a while more, then was about to leave. From behind, Yamini, who had been following, spoke up. Master, there is an issue that needs your attention. Lin asked in confusion, Let's hear it. Yamini didn't hesitate at all. Master, the leather in the warehouse is running low. At most, it can be used for another 100 sets of composite armor, but then it will be exhausted. Without leather, armor production will come to a halt. Lin frowned slightly. I got it. Keep producing until the leather runs out. Yamini bent forward, saying no more. Walking out of the textile workshop, Lin quickly thought about how to acquire more leather. The territory now has a large ranch built. But the poultry in the ranch have not yet undergone large-scale breeding, so slaughtering for meat and leather isn't possible yet. Furthermore, even if there is freshly skinned livestock hide, tanning it into leather would take at least a month. That's a bit too long. To quickly obtain leather for armor lining, merchants would need to purchase it from outside the territory and transport it over. Although he now has fine salt, gin, and glazed glass products, he can use any one of these to trade with merchants. But transportation takes time. Suddenly, Lin thought of the waterfall at the very bottom of the territory. He must find a way to clear that waterfall, or construct a wooden gate beneath the waterfall and use segmental water level raising to let longboats travel from below to above the waterfall. But thinking of the Aladia River's width and depth, Lin gave up instantly. The leather shortage needs to be addressed, not only because leather is needed for lining the armor, but as the number of warhorses increases, leather will also be needed to make saddles. Soldiers will need light leather armor for ease of wearing, leather for the edge of shields, and quivers for archers. In addition, his sketch designs for various devices and the key points of various planting technologies all require leather scrolls for preservation. The only solution currently is to have merchants purchase and transport the leather. However, it's just the beginning of spring now. Many cross-regional merchants have yet to return to Kakasong City, to his territory. He can only postpone this idea. Subsequently, Lin did a round of inspection at Arello's blacksmith shop. Similarly, with the increase in workforce, the efficiency of armor plate production has noticeably improved. As nightfall was gradually approaching, Lin stepped forward, preparing to leave. A shout from behind reached his ears. Lin turned his head, only to see Flint, just as tall as his waist, running towards him in quick strides. Approaching Lin, he spoke. Lord, I was just looking for you. Looking at Flint, Lin asked, Lord Flint, what is the matter? Flint exhaled a breath of heat and began to explain. Lord, the greatsword I promised you before has been completed. Do you want to visit the blacksmith workshop and take a look? Lin raised his eyebrows. Lead the way. He had been busy with various matters lately and had indeed forgotten about the greatsword Flint promised to forge for him. Flint agreed. Follow this old man. Following behind Flint, Lin walked to the farthest edge of the blacksmith workshop. Amid the gazes of the blacksmith apprentices, Lin went straight to the farthest back of the finished products storage area. Even before Lin could give any instructions, Flint directly ran up to a stool, extended his arms, and lifted up a sheathed greatsword. Flint leaped down from the stool, striding over to Lin. A confident smile appeared on Flint's face. Lord, this is the greatsword I forged for you. Though the finished product storage area was like a warehouse, Lin could still see through the beams of light seeping through the gaps, clearly viewing the greatsword in Flint's embrace. Whether it was the sword's hilt, the square crossguard, or the scabbard, the entire thing was black. Reaching out with his left hand, he grasped the scabbard, and a sense of weight, neither too heavy nor too light, immediately came upon him. Lin estimated it weighed at least over 25 pounds. On the sword's hilt, intricately carved fine and peculiar patterns were specially designed to make the hands fit more snugly. This prevented the greatsword from slipping due to sweaty hands after excessive use. Above the hilt was a rectangular crossguard, also black, engraved with streamlined patterns, like mountains and also like rivers. Under the watchful eyes of Red and Flint, Lin's right hand grasped the hilt. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed in the finished product's storage area. The completely black blade, yet exuding a cold gleam, appeared in Lin's eyes. Perhaps due to Flint's exceptional forging skills, the blade wasn't the sharp, silver-white color. Instead, it had a textured blade, resembling black rock with its uneven patterns, like a sky enclosed by dark clouds. Yet within this entirely black hue, there were specks of silver-white, like sparse stars in the black night. The forging style of the greatsword precisely matched the scale armor with chain liner that Flint previously forged, forming a unified set. The blade was over 10 centimeters wide, and the length was at least around 1 meter and 80 centimeters, plus the weight of over 25 pounds. There were no exaggerated shapes or patterns, just a simple, yet extremely artistic greatsword. A thought by Lin caused a text panel to appear. Fine two-handed greatsword, forged by dwarf master blacksmith Flint. It is hard and sharp in texture, with an exquisite appearance, suitable for combat and defense purposes and more. Looking at the text before him, Lin nodded in satisfaction. A product by Flint must be of high quality. Throwing the scabbard in his left hand to Red, Lin held the greatsword sheath in his right hand and began attempting to swing it around. With one-handed weapon mastery and two-handed weapon mastery, he was adept in wielding the greatsword with either one hand or both hands. Unlike an ordinary one-handed sword, the greatsword had a heavier and longer blade, relying on large swings to generate kinetic energy for attack. It primarily focused on slashing, cutting, and smashing. Most movements required utilizing body flow and the power of the arms for wide arc attacks. As Lin continued to swing, the buzzing sound of air resistance repeatedly resounded in the storage area. Red and Flint instinctively stepped back a few steps, not daring to get too close to Lin. Such a solid and robust greatsword could slice through even high-quality armor if it was struck. After trying it out for a short while, Lin stopped his movement and handed the greatsword to Red. The existence of the greatsword was like armor, only to be worn when going to the battlefield to kill enemies. Otherwise, simply patrolling the territory, giving orders and commands, while carrying or holding a greatsword weighing dozens of pounds would be too exaggerated. Lin looked at Flint approvingly and said, "This greatsword is very good." The pride on Flint's face became increasingly apparent. He proudly said, "Of course, I'm the great Flint. It's just that this territory is too impoverished. Without even a piece of magic or otherwise, I could surely have helped you forge an enchanted greatsword." An enchanted greatsword. Don't even mention chain armor and padded armor. Even a full set of plate armor could be cleaved through in one strike. Lin nodded. There will be, in the future. After inquiring about the progress in Flint's blacksmith workshop, Lin learned that his apprentices had already begun preliminary forging of lightweight scale armor with chain liner. In Lin's heart, satisfaction surged once again. Even if these blacksmith apprentices could only forge ordinary, level lightweight scale armor with chain liner, at the very least, they were still a group of blacksmith apprentices who understood how to forge armor. In addition, with light armor, it was possible to form a high-quality light cavalry. Compared to before, a second production line for armor emerged while weaving composite armor in the textile workshop. This is what concerns him the most. He made a round of inspection in Flint's blacksmith workshop. Just as Flint said, the apprentices have indeed committed themselves to forging armor. Although their movements are clumsy and slow, and even their faces show a touch of nervousness. But fortunately, everything has started to proceed effectively. Just give them a few more months. These blacksmith apprentices will surely be able to continuously forge high-quality armor for him. Leaving the blacksmith workshop, Lin gave up his plan to make a round of inspection in the handicraft workshop district. He directly headed to the hospital and school on the other side. As soon as Lin arrived at the hospital door, he saw a few sturdy men dressed in linen robes and long pants walking out. They naturally saw Lin too, gave a large salute, and then walked toward the horses with tied reins not far away. Helping each other, they mounted on horseback and headed towards the woods in the distance outside the town. Lin glanced at them and then withdrew his gaze. These strong men were naturally the soldiers under Rose and Wesley. In the last attack on Morrison Manor, many soldiers were injured. Obviously, they came to the hospital for treatment. Entering the hospital, Lin scanned around. The long benches placed there had no patients. Old John in the treatment room saw Lin through the wooden window. He hurriedly walked over. Lin responded and asked, "Tell me about the hospital's current progress and what else you need me to provide." Listening to Lin's words, Old John's wrinkled face instantly lit up. He quickly responded, "Master, the territory is now completely in use. Not long ago, I assisted several pregnant women in childbirth, and they delivered smoothly. Mother and child are safe. Recently, those injured soldiers came to the hospital and received effective treatment." Lin nodded slightly. Despite spending a lot of human and material resources to build the hospital. But given the current situation, everything is worth it. If there were no hospital, no doctor like Old John, would there be accidents during childbirth? Lin couldn't be sure. But those dozens of wounded soldiers would at least have lost more than half. In times when medical treatment is extremely underdeveloped, any disease or injury can be fatal. Seeing Lin nod, Old John continued, "But, Master, the hospital has reached a bottleneck. With more and more patients and injured, relying on wild herbs collected from outside is simply insufficient for consumption." Lin furrowed his brow. "If it's not enough, you can try artificial cultivation." Old John's eyebrows twitched, and he agreed. Yes, Master Lin, that is exactly what I mean. I have thought about using seeds to plant more of the necessary herbs. But I lack herbal seeds. I also considered subdividing herbs that have clumping characteristics or extensive root systems for planting. But I lack personnel who know the related planting experience and techniques. Even though there are a lot of wild herbs outside, they are never in enough scale. A bunch more here, a bunch less there. Sometimes there aren't even the required herbs. So, Master Lin, I need your help." Lin thought for a moment and nodded. "I understand. I'll find a way to solve this problem." Receiving Lin's affirmative response, Old John felt a slight relief. "I extend thanks from those patients and injured to you, Master Lin." Walking through the hospital, he arrived at the rear of the hospital. In the large barren land behind the hospital, there stood a row of nailed wooden crosses. Next to Lin, Old John explained, "Master, apart from the 10 soldiers sent back, there have been 18 deaths in the territory. However, these people died due to being beaten and sustaining internal injuries, or due to old age. Being able to die in Master Lin's territory and having the fortune of being buried is their greatest blessing." After checking for a while, under Old John's watchful eye, Lin left the hospital. Meanwhile, in his mind, he was contemplating how to acquire or produce large and stable amounts of herbs. Current medical technology is primarily about traditional herbal remedies, such as herbal medications. Religious spirituality treatments, like prayer and sacred object therapy, clergy treatment. Simple surgical techniques, like wound care, fracture fixation, and bloodletting therapy. Treatment capabilities are extremely limited. The most commonly used method is, naturally, herbal remedies. As Old John said, the method of collecting herbs from the wild leads to limited herb quantities. When there were only dozens of people in the territory, herbal remedies might still have an effect. But now his territory already has 9,000 people, combined with increasingly frequent wars. Depending solely on the tens of pounds of herbs collected from the wild isn't even enough for the soldiers to floss their teeth. But Lin thought again. With current medical conditions, personnel who understand medical skills are extremely limited. Forget even planting herbs. Most people can't even differentiate between them. Moreover, purchasing large quantities of herbal seeds for planting is out of the question. The places most likely to have herbal planting, besides the monastery, are only the courtyards of the nobility. But whether it's the monastery or the nobility, they are not short of gold pounds. So naturally, they won't sell herbs and seeds either. Lin's eyes lit up, and a thought came to him instantly. With a thought, he opened the special seed store and quickly searched through it. One by one, the seed-shaped images swiftly passed by in front of Lin's eyes. Lin stopped the scrolling panel. Lines of introductions about herbal seeds came into his view. Plantain seeds contains ursolic acid, aucubin, etc., can promote platelet aggregation, accelerate blood coagulation, achieving hemostatic effect. Exchange condition: 10,000 energy stones for 1,000 pounds. Purslane seeds, rich in omega-3 fatty acids, flavonoids, and other bioactive components, promoting blood coagulation by affecting blood factors. Exchange condition: 10,000 energy stones for 1,000 pounds. Mint seeds stimulate digestive secretion, enhance gastrointestinal motility, alleviate indigestion, relieve nausea and vomiting symptoms. Exchange condition: 10,000 energy stones for 1,000 pounds. Calendula seeds has astringent and antibacterial properties, can help clean and close wounds, preventing infection. Exchange condition: 10,000 energy stones for 1,000 pounds. Looking at each line of herbal seeds with various effects in front of him, Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Aren't these herbal seeds available for exchange? If Lin were to use energy stones to exchange for common crop seeds like peas, barley, or wheat, he would certainly be unwilling. Exchanging for these scarce and hard-to-find herbal seeds, Lin is still willing. Then, Lin opened the milestone panel and collected the energy stones recently gained from constructing various buildings and producing city defense equipment. Lin gained another 1,500 plus energy stones. With a thought, Lin adjusted the exchange ratio for herbal seeds to the lowest. Would you like to consume 100 energy stones to exchange for 10 pounds of calendula seeds? Lin silently said in his heart, yes. You have obtained 10 pounds of calendula seeds. With another thought, would you like to consume 100 energy stones to exchange for 10 pounds of mint seeds? Would you like to consume 100 energy stones to exchange for 10 pounds of plantain seeds? Lin had consumed all the newly acquired 1,500 plus energy stones, and he obtained over 100 pounds of herbal seeds. He let a few guards return to the castle, go to the warehouse, and hand over these herbal seeds to old John. Only then did Lin contentedly walk towards the school area. The value of 1,000 energy stones is indeed very precious. It can boost body attributes once, but it is only a single boost to physical attributes. But in Lin's view, it's more worthwhile to exchange for these dozens of herbal seeds. 10 pounds of plantain seeds, following the normal planting scale, with 1 pound of seeds planted per acre, can plant 10 acres of plantain fields. Under the meticulous care of farmers, with an 80% growth rate, 1 acre can produce at least 5 to 600 pounds of plantain. 10 acres would be 5 to 6,000 pounds. And these plantains can be used for massive soldier injuries for hemostasis in the future. The beneficiaries are the townsmen and soldiers across the whole territory. Moreover, more plantain seeds can be collected from the grown plantains, cultivating one crop after another. The area and yield of plantain seeds will only increase. Not just plantain, other herbs are the same. The exchanged 10 pounds of herbs are like seeds for herbal planting. The value far exceeds merely improving physical attributes once. While Lin was pondering, he had already arrived at the school area. Compared to the initially empty school, it is now much more complete. Outside the school, on a piece of land covered with a thick layer of river sand, several training facilities were built. The archery training field, the athletics field for physical fitness, the horizontal and parallel bars for agility training, and some wooden swords and long spears. These facilities were naturally made by the apprentices at the Colin Woodworker Workshop. Students at the school need not only learn to read and write, but also develop robust physiques. Under the current conditions of the territory, they naturally cannot, like the offspring of noble lords, be assigned knights to follow and learn. They can only rely on their own efforts and interests to cultivate hobbies. After building the paper-making workshop, paper production began to be mass-produced in the workshop, and these students could finally use feather pens to write characters and symbols on paper. Although the oldest of these students are only 14 years old, and the youngest is 4 or 5. But as long as these 200 or 300 students learn to read and write, and can precisely understand and interpret the meanings within words and diagrams, then these students can spread this knowledge. It can happen to coordinate with his planned garrison system. They can grant the wheel plow forging technology to other blacksmiths, teaching them the forging technique. Thus, powerful heavy plows can be created, breaking new ground in each garrison. The students who learn planting techniques are the same. By then, strong and advanced cultivation technology will be present not only on this territory, but also in the established garrisons alike. This is just one of his current development plans. If these students want to learn to read and understand written knowledge, it will take a long time. Lin also understands that whether it's territory development or cultural inheritance and dissemination, it requires a lot of time. This is an unavoidable existence. As time passed, it was already dusk. Standing in front of the board, Tate informed all students that they could leave after school, leaving the students excited to say goodbye. Soon, they dispersed from the school. However, some students, upon seeing Lin, instinctively halted and bowed deeply to him. Only then did they step away. Watching their actions, Lin was slightly surprised. He had never asked Tate to teach these students the etiquette of bowing upon seeing the Lord. At this moment, the sound of soft footsteps came from a distance, approaching Lin. Lin withdrew his gaze from the students' backs and looked over. He saw Sienna walking hesitantly with small steps. Her pure eyes were directly fixed on Lin. She wanted to approach but seemed afraid to get closer. Lin spoke. "Is there something you need, Sienna?" Upon hearing Lin call her name, Sienna stepped forward with bold strides to stand beside Lin. Without hesitation, she reached out and held Lin's right hand, saying, "Master Lin." Lin crouched down and touched Sienna's head. "Have you heard anything bad from your friends recently?" Sienna shook her head and said, "Everything is safe. The cuckoo says spring has arrived." Lin nodded slightly. Since he last saw Sienna looking thin and weak, giving her chicken as a nutritional supplement was quite effective. Now she's much healthier. Tate's voice also came from behind. Lin glanced back before addressing Sienna. "Quickly go have your meal. Eat more. Look at how thin you are." Sienna blinked her eyes before stepping away. Lin stood and watched as Sienna disappeared into the distance. Tate came to Lin's side, speaking respectfully. "Sienna is a bit introverted. She usually doesn't like talking to her classmates. But she's exceptionally proactive towards you, Master." Lin replied, "She might have been through a lot. Tate, pay closer attention." Tate responded, "Certainly, Master." "Master Lin, you've always been busy. There's a question I've long wanted to ask you." Lin glanced at Tate and said, "Go ahead." Tate hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking. "Master Lin, are you the embodiment of a god to save these suffering mortals?" Lin remained silent, looking at Tate with curiosity. Tate quickly explained, "Otherwise, how could a human mind possibly retain so much knowledge?" During his time in Lin territory, Tita learned many things. He knew clearly that before him, Lin wielded strong knowledge and memory through his hands and mind. He transformed the barren weeds into a small town, a farm where planting and harvest are possible. Water wheels, flatboats, carriages, those small items aside. Lin even knew forging, construction, and he could easily produce the current paper. With such powerful and terrifying ability, apart from being the embodiment of a god, Tate couldn't think of any explanation. After hearing Tate's explanation, Lin smiled calmly and said, "Tate Scholar, you've misunderstood. Like you, I'm just an ordinary person with flesh and blood. At most, I learn skills and memories in my mind faster and more comprehensively than you." Tate fell silent, daring not to ask further. Even if Lin personally explained, he was still unwilling to believe. Lin looked too young. Despite his firm face and deep eyes, he still seemed to be under 20, maybe not even that. Even if he was 20, what then? In 20 years, at least 5 of those years are memoryless. In the remaining 15 years, mastering or excelling in one would be enough to call him a genius. But the Lin before him was proficient in everything. After pondering for several seconds, Tate firmly looked at Lin and said, "Master, I want to leave your territory for a while." Lin said nothing, just looked at Tate. Tate began explaining on his own. "I want to return to Triumph City and bring all my scholar friends here. They, like me, are devoted to using knowledge to change the world. However, the royal family and nobility control the monasteries and palace schools, preventing us from learning essential knowledge. But in your territory, I've realized that the inventions and buildings in your territory, no matter how small, are enough to cause a sensation in this world. I need to return to Triumph City, gather them, and tell my friends about the civilization and technological leap happening in your territory. I want to gather them and bring them to your territory." Lin remained silent, lost in thought. Lin spoke. "No problem, Scholar Tate. I will send guards and horses to escort you to Triumph City." Tate naturally understood Lin's intentions and was completely unbothered. "Thank you very much, Master Lin. If no unexpected events occur, I will return from Triumph City in just over a month." Lin nodded. "Okay, then it's better early than late. Let's depart tomorrow morning. However, Scholar Tate, remember to return swiftly, as these students still need your continued teaching. Once a teacher, always a father." Hearing Lin's words, Tate was momentarily stunned. He softly whispered, repeating Lin's words. "Once a teacher, always a father." Tate spoke. "Master Lin, even if I die on the road, my corpse will be escorted back by the guards." He instructed Tate to retire and prepare the items for return. As Lin returned to the castle, he assigned Red to organize 6 guards to travel with Tate. As for Tate's departure, potentially sowing rebellious thoughts and leaking information about the territory, almost completely devoted to agricultural planting technology reform. Apart from time dedicated to teaching lessons and taking meals and rest, all of Tate's time was spent in the fields. One could even say he spent more time than the majority of farmers. Understanding the production of water wheels, irrigation canal methods, the reclaiming and planting technology, understanding the wheel plow. Plus, Tate showed a loyalty level of up to 95%. Should Tate rebel, Lin would be speechless. Then the accompanying guards could fulfill their role. After instructing Red a few sentences, Lin paced towards the Lord's Square in front of the town. The townsmen finishing their labor were orderly returning to the town. A day's work ended once more. Lin observed for a short while before returning to the castle. After eating the dinner prepared by Kisi, he continued writing about the garrison system for military promotion. The garrison system has many advantages. The self-sufficiency of the farming system, a complete hierarchy management structure, unified administration, and the stable military resources of hereditary households. But on the contrary, the garrison system has great deficiencies. Solders engaged long-term in farming lack training, leading to decreased combat effectiveness. Serious corruption, where officers embezzle military funds, withhold soldier benefits, and the system's rigidity lacks flexibility. Yet, the garrison system has not yet been drafted or implemented. It can be crafted into an almost perfect system. Firstly, cancel the hereditary household system, adopt a recruitment system, where soldiers enlist via selection and upon service completion can retire or be promoted. The dual evaluation system of military service promotion and farming efficiency allows for promotion through military merits or agricultural contributions or land rewards. This enhances soldiers' combat effectiveness and farmers' labor enthusiasm. Secondly, the garrison's portion of farming output can be traded in the garrison market or recycled into his territory. The revenue from trade and recycling can be used to improve soldier living conditions. Then, separate military and administration. Garrison commanders and farming civil authorities will have separated powers, supervising each other to prevent officers from seizing land power. Next, the area surrounding the garrison can include free people or even peasants, encouraging them to reclaim barren land and plant. As long as they first pay taxes to the garrison, they may also receive guidance on planting techniques. Finally, addressing soldiers' combat ability. An elite field unit can be established directly under his command to address large-scale warfare. A local garrison security force can be set up within the garrison for routine defense and farming. Annual collective military training at fixed times. If executed, it ensures the garrison system's military-civil unity advantages and mitigates later system shortcomings. At the same time, elsewhere, inside a small castle, in the reception hall, several figures sat at both sides of a long table, quietly dining under the maid's service. Perhaps due to wind gaps in the castle's corners, white candle flames on the table sputtered continuously. Wisps of gray-black smoke drifted, emitting a faint, burnt odor. But this did not affect the dining of the Frank clan. Metal knives and forks, slicing meat, culminating in a screech on ceramic plates, repeatedly sounding. As maids bustled back and forth, the men and women finally completed dinner. At the head of the table, Jonas picked up a silk handkerchief warmed and moistened by a maid, wiping his mouth. Putting it down, he stood leisurely. Janet beside him hastily stood, extending arms to support Jonas. Janet's gentle voice sounded. "Grandfather, I'll escort you to your room." Jonas glanced at Janet, replying, "Okay." Under the gaze of dozens at the table, Janet, swaying her hips, supported Jonas towards the staircase nearby. As they ascended, Janet's swaying became even more pronounced. In Jonas's left hand, just at the waist above those hips, a somewhat overweight middle-aged man watched Janet's back climb the stairs, eventually vanishing around the corner. Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. His eyes held a clear tinge of reverie. Opposite the middle-aged man, another short-haired middle-aged man witnessed everything. The short-haired man looked directly at the overweight man, speaking, "Eduardo, what do you mean by that?" With his voice, some preparing to rise men and women looked over confusedly. They all focused on Eduardo. Eduardo raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. He retorted, "Chase, what did I say?" Short-haired man Chase, eyes wide, continued to question, "What do you mean by what a pity?" Chase instantly understood and smirked. "It's exactly what you think it means. I believe not only you and I, but everyone here, and even the entire Frank clan knows what it means." Chase's eyes were filled with anger. He slammed the table, rising from his chair. Eduardo remained fearless, leaning back in his chair. He continued speaking, "Our biological father and his eldest son's biological daughter." Before Eduardo finished, a steaming kettle crashed over him. Hot water swiftly poured, soaking Eduardo's clothing. A shrill pig-like scream echoed in the reception hall. On the corridor laid with coarse wool carpets, Jonas and Janet naturally heard the scuffling and cursing from below, along with the crisp sound of pottery shattering. The two of them paid no heed, still supporting each other as they arrived in front of a pair of wooden doors. After Janet pushed open the door, she supported Jonas as they walked into the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, Jonas removed his left hand from Janet's waist. Janet placed Jonas into a walnut armchair. After completing all this, Janet returned to close the double wooden doors. Returning to Jonas's side again, Janet picked up an animal hide and covered Jonas's legs. Although it's spring, it's still a bit chilly at night, easy to catch a cold. Jonas did not speak, staring directly at Janet squatting in front of him. Even though Janet's ample and snowy white bosom and deep cleavage were exposed in front of Jonas as she squatted, Jonas didn't pay any attention. As Janet was about to finish covering him with the hide and prepared to leave, Jonas finally spoke. "Thank you for your hard work, Janet." Janet, squatting on the floor, suddenly froze, her hands stopping midair. After a few seconds of recovery, Janet lifted her head, puzzled. "Grandfather, what do you mean by this?" Jonas sighed. "After your parents left, only you were left. Your uncles and aunts. They are nothing but useless loafers. Their minds are either filled with money or the insignificant matters in their pants. You have to take care of my daily life and endure their strange gazes. You've had a hard time." Janet showed a smile, saying, "It's nothing, grandfather." Jonas's eyes revealed an appreciation. "Good child. I've always thought highly of your father, just as I think highly of you now. If possible, I would even want you to inherit this manor, but you know, you have too many uncles and cousins. If I forcibly give the manor to you, it might end up fragmented. Moreover, it might bring about a fatal disaster to you." Janet listened to Jonas's words, not interrupting him. Jonas continued, "Therefore, only by letting you stay by my side, widening your connections, and getting to know more noble lords, constructing a force of your own. Only this way, Janet, can you possibly become the master of this manor." Janet nodded. "This method is good." Jonas also agreed. "Yes, this method is indeed good. It not only gives you room to develop, but also allows me to protect you in my name. However, the only downside is that they will think I have an indecent relationship with you. Haha. There's not a single part of my body that can become hard. I'm almost in the grave, yet their imagination is quite rich." Janet's face showed a determined expression, saying, "Grandfather, let them talk. I don't care." Jonas appreciated. "Yes, as long as there is enough power, everything will be rewritten. Only the victors have the right to rewrite history." Janet walked out of Jonas's room. A guard standing at the door followed behind Janet. Walking through the corridor, Janet reached the platform of the staircase below. Looking over, Janet saw the parlor, which was clean and tidy when she and Jonas left. Fallen wooden chairs, scattered pottery, even the candlesticks on the tables were thrown into the corner. Seeing the maids tidying up the mess, Janet couldn't help but frown. She stepped down the stairs, passing through the parlor. She quickly arrived in the open courtyard outside the manor. Janet's gaze passed through the darkness, surveying the large tract of cleared land shrouded in night. A night breeze swept through, blowing her long hair and the remaining length of her skirt. Janet instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Thus, the round, snowy whiteness in front of her became even more pronounced. Janet, lost in thought, returned to consciousness. Still staring at the cleared land ahead, she spoke. "Boger, have you contacted the Iron Thorns Mercenary Corps?" The guard, Boger, with his head lowered behind her, quickly responded. "Yes, Mississippi. They've set up an ambush on the road to Cacasong City. As soon as Eduardo appears, they will kill him. There will be no leaks." After Janet finished listening, a barely audible hum sounded in response. Boger hesitated. "Miss, the only variable now is whether something unexpected might happen when Eduardo heads to Cacasong City. If he doesn't leave tonight, I'm worried the Iron Thorns Mercenary Corps will leave early." As soon as he spoke, Janet immediately said, "There will be no accident." Of course, there will be no accident. Because Eduardo is going to Cacasong City to take over a highly trafficked shop owned by Jonas in Cacasong City. As long as he takes over the shop, even without any changes, letting the staff run it on its own, there is an income of dozens of gold pounds each month from the sale of leather. Greedy and lustful as always, would Eduardo resist earning the shiny gold pounds? Boger, with his head bowed. "Yes, Mississippi." The voice of response had just fallen. Several footsteps sounded from behind the two of them. Before Janet and Boger could turn around to look, a strong smell of alcohol wafted into their noses. Words full of curiosity sounded from behind. "Janet, why don't you come with me to Cacasong City for a few days?" Janet turned around and saw the bulky figure stepping forward with a round face. Her face did not show any sign of disgust. Rather, a simple smile appeared instantly. "Uncle Eduardo, I thought you had gone back to your room to rest." Eduardo came to Janet's side and burped without any hesitation. The nauseating smell of alcohol sprayed on Janet's face, making her frown slightly. Eduardo was utterly unaware, casually placing his right arm on Janet's shoulder. Guard Boger wanted to stop him, but was halted by a glance from Janet. Boger had no choice but to keep his head down, waiting aside. "Don't call me uncle, just call me Eduardo. There's not much age difference between us." Eduardo slightly lowered his head, glanced at Janet's front, and felt even more at ease. "I'd love to rest, but there's nothing I can do. The old master insists I go to receive that leather shop." The arm Eduardo had placed on Janet's shoulder slightly loosened, sliding down from the shoulder. It came to Janet's waist. Feeling the slender waist, Eduardo asked expectantly, "Janet, what do you think of my proposal just now? Come with me to Cacasong City for a few days? Don't worry, whatever you want, I will certainly satisfy you and entertain you comfortably." Janet raised her eyebrows, and her snake-like waist gently swayed. Eduardo's right hand, originally placed on Janet's waist, directly moved to the high curve behind. The rounded and elastic feel instantly appeared in Eduardo's hand. Eduardo's eyebrows instantly raised. Smelling the unidentified fragrance emanating from Janet, Eduardo's heart swayed. Before Eduardo could speak, Janet regretfully said, "Uncle Eduardo, this manor does indeed seem somewhat boring to me. I also want to go to the city to take a look, but I need to serve my grandfather. He doesn't want anyone other than me to serve him." Feeling the comfort brought by the rounded sensation under his palm, Eduardo wanted to grasp it slightly. But he found Janet stepped a few steps away, separating from his right hand. Eduardo was filled with resentment, thinking, "Damn Jonas. Is it impossible for ordinary maids to take good care of you? Must you occupy Janet?" Eduardo did not press on, took a few steps, trying to catch up with Janet. Smelling the aroma on his right hand while rubbing his nose, he spoke. "When I have sorted out the shop, there will be plenty of time to visit Cacasong City in the future." Janet responded regretfully. Guess it'll be like this, Uncle Eduardo. Eduardo nodded, took Janet's right hand, placed it in front of his mouth, and deeply kissed it greedily before reluctantly releasing it. After saying a few words of goodbye to Janet, Eduardo licked his lips while leading 7 or 8 guards and walked out of the open-air courtyard, along with the sound of smacking lips. After a series of hoarse neighs, 7 or 8 guards holding torches escorted a carriage, galloping towards the darkness outside the manor. The smile on Janet's face gradually softened, eventually turning into indifference. I told you, nothing unexpected would happen. Boger behind her bent his waist even lower, not daring to utter a word. Time quietly passed by. The courtyard planted with various green plants was already devoid of any human figures, except for the guards guarding the castle gate and those responsible for patrolling. Not a single figure could be seen. The entire Frank castle seemed to be asleep. In Jonas' master bedroom, Janet lay on the table in front, covered with a wool blanket, slowly opened her eyes. She vaguely heard a sound of hooves rapidly galloping from outside the castle. Janet still maintained her prone position, showing no anomaly, letting that more distinct sound of hooves draw closer to the castle. As the sound of hooves fell silent, soon the sound of doors opening, footsteps rushing, sounds of ascending third-floor stairs, and running through corridors erupted. The guard's voice was heard outside Jonas' double-door wooden bedroom. Boger, urgent report. I request to see Master Jonas. On the large bed, it seemed Jonas was awakened by the sound outside the door. A low voice came from his mouth. Janet slowly sat up straight, heading towards the double wooden door, reaching out her hands, opening the cumbersome latch on the wooden door. After a sound of friction, the wooden door was opened. A guard hurried into Jonas' master bedroom. After taking a few steps, his footsteps stopped abruptly. Without any hesitation, he knelt on the carpeted ground, despairingly gazing at the large bed. Master, young Master Eduardo has been attacked. Lying on the large bed, Jonas was so shocked that he suddenly sat up without needing Janet's support. Jonas stared at the guard kneeling, questioning. Attacked? What kind of attack? Didn't Eduardo take the guards to Kakasong City? The guard on the ground quickly explained. Master, we encountered bandits. Many bandits. They killed Master Eduardo. Jonas furrowed his brow tightly. Can you identify which bandits did it? The guard thought for a few seconds and suddenly said, they claim to be the Iron Blood Bandit Corps. Jonas's eyes narrowed slightly. The Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps? The guard nodded repeatedly. Yes, Master, it was the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. Jonas's slightly narrowed eyes opened slightly. I understand. Go down and rest. The guard bent down, stood up, and prepared to leave. Jonas's voice sounded again. Boger, see him out. The guard Boger, who was waiting at the door, bent over and left the bedroom with the guard. With the wooden door closing, the entire spacious room resumed its silence. Jonas glanced at Janet and said, your good uncles and family elders can no longer endure the restrictions. Finally, they couldn't hold back from taking action against their own brother. Janet stepped over and sat by Jonas's large bed, somewhat incredulously asking, Grandfather, do you mean it wasn't the bandits who killed Uncle Eduardo? Jonas shook his head. I don't know. But I know that any one of them has been coveting my position for a long time. Because I've lived too long, 62 years. If your father hadn't had an accident, he would now be over 30 or 40 years old. If your father were here, with his talents and abilities, the Frank clan wouldn't have such a chaotic end. Jonas continued, but it doesn't matter. As long as I'm not dead, they don't dare do anything to me. And Janet, you are also safe. Janet lowered her head. Yes, Grandfather. The reclamation work in the fields continued without pause. With the addition of the dozens of draft cattle transported by Hunter, the speed of development increased significantly. After having lunch, Lynn also joined in the sowing and planting efforts. With a simple clay pot in his left hand, Lynn continuously scooped handfuls of barley seeds from the pot with his right hand, scattering them into the dug and fertilized furrows. The townsmen following behind used iron hose to cover the furrows, burying the barley seeds under a thin layer of soil. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Bit by bit, the experience increased rapidly. During these 5 days, Boar led the local merchant guild he established, bringing their carriages to his territory once. Nearly 60 carriages, under the cover of night, with torches blazing, entered his territory like a majestic train. Since each carriage was drawn by a single draft horse, each carriage could carry only about 2,000 pounds. But with 60 carriages combined, the weight of the barley exceeded 100,000 pounds. This was a bit short for planting 50,000 acres of farmland, but better than nothing. With an additional 100,000 pounds of barley seeds, he could get these townsmen to plant an additional 5,000 acres of barley farmland, calculating at a minimum yield of 150 pounds per acre. This could produce an additional 750,000 pounds of barley. As Lin continuously bent his waist back and forth for several hours, sowing seeds, the day passed in an instant. After tirelessly laboring for several hours, Lin handed the clay pot to the townsman and stepped out of the fields wearing his mud-stained leather boots. Coming to the roadside to clean off, Lin stood on the limestone road, gazing around. 5,000 townsmen, divided into groups, were working fervently. They didn't even need Lin to assign guards to supervise them. They were all diligently reclaiming land of their own accord. For them, planting barley seeds was sowing the seeds of hope. Only by reclaiming and planting could they avoid starvation. This was exactly what Lin wanted to see most. He was the lord of this land and the master of these townsmen. He could completely adopt a command and pressure approach to drive, or even force these townsmen to reclaim and plant for him. But such methods were naturally less efficient than instilling self-awareness and allowing them to labor voluntarily. After a satisfied gaze, Lin called a guard to find Gavin. With dirt-streaked cheeks, Gavin jogged over to Lin's side. With respect in his words, he addressed, "Master." Lin acknowledged and asked, "Can you still find the cotton seeds collected earlier?" Gavin raised an eyebrow and quickly explained, "Of course, Master. We have a total of 1,800 seeds, which I've kept stored well." Lin nodded. "Very good. Select 10 people from these townsmen to plant cotton. Around the cotton fields, set up fences to distinguish them." Gavin bent down. "Yes, Master. I'll do it right away." With Lin's permission, Gavin turned and left, gathering a group of townsmen before heading to another field to prepare for the cotton planting. Planting cotton was crucial for Lin and even more so for this territory. If large-scale planting and processing into cotton can be achieved, the impact on both the economy and the development of territorial armed forces would be enormous. According to Lin's current memory, the entire Garonia continent's textile materials mainly rely on linen and wool. As for silk, its production is extremely rare, expensive, and often only available to the royal nobility. Given the long growth cycle of wool and the complex processing of linen, if cotton can be planted on a large scale, with its short seed cycle and easy processing characteristics, it will definitely greatly reduce textile costs. It might even surpass the production of fine salt from the salt factory, becoming the largest economic industry in the territory. It's not just Lin's territory that has salt mines, not to mention the entire Garonia continent. Even throughout the Kadi Empire, there are quite a few lord territories with salt mines. The coastal empire can produce a large amount of fine salt through sun-drying. This is why, even though fine salt is meticulously produced, it usually costs just 6 pence per pound. If he could plant and process large amounts of cotton in this territory, it would be different. He can utilize the panel of heavenly artifacts to make a manual cotton gin, accelerating the separation efficiency of cotton fibers. He could even build a water-powered spinning workshop. With cotton's advantages over linen and wool such as wide planting adaptability, high yield, easy spinning and weaving, good warmth retention, and durability. Before long, cotton will become adored by everyone. Naturally, Lin's territory will create a tremendous wealth of value, not only in terms of economy. The military aspect will also undergo a brand new upgrade. Lin could use cotton to make large quantities of cotton uniforms for soldiers. Compared to linen and leather, cotton cloth is lighter, significantly improving marching mobility. The strong warmth retention of cotton-padded clothing could even replace some fur and become winter military supplies. Not just clothing, but tents for open-air camping, marching bags, and even preparations for future gunpowder bags. In terms of crossbow cannons and catapults, cotton fiber woven ropes can completely replace hemp ropes, with higher strength and better corrosion resistance. Looking further ahead, they can be used as igniting materials for matchlock guns, sails of long warships. Lin thought about it and realized that to plant cotton seeds widely in the territory would still take a few years. After last year's cotton planting, only 1,800 cotton seeds were harvested. Even with this year's planting, according to the calculation of cotton seeds harvested last year, one cotton plant can grow 6 bolls, and each boll contains 30 seeds. That means, even if the survival rate of the cotton seeds to be planted immediately is 100%, at most 324,000 cotton seeds could be obtained this year. According to the normal planting density of cotton, these seeds can only plant 40 acres of land. The produced cotton, at most only 10,000 pounds. Indeed, it's too little. As long as he's given enough time to continuously plant cotton seeds, he will have a large amount of cotton seeds. Next year, there will be tens of millions of cotton seeds. The year after that, there will be billions of cotton seeds. An explosive exponential increase. Pushing aside distractions from his mind, Lin strode towards Gavin and his group who had brought the cotton seeds. Coming to Gavin's side, Lin looked at the bag filled with cotton seeds. Seed by seed, full and glossy deep brown seeds were piled inside. Accompanied by Gavin and his group, they began the initial selection. Until one bag of cotton seeds was screened, only a dozen seeds showed slight damage and signs of being shriveled. With over 1,700 cotton seeds available, only half an acre of land can be planted. All the cotton seeds were planted. Lin once again instructed Gavin to cut some branches first thing in the morning and protect this half-acre cotton area. Only then did they finish work and walk towards the town. As they walked, Lin noticed Gavin beside him hesitating. Lin directly asked, "What's the matter? Just say it straightforwardly." The other townsmen nearby curiously looked at Gavin. Hearing Lin's words, Gavin no longer hesitated and said, "Master, my wife Connie is 3 months pregnant. Can I apply to let her rest at home? But rest assured, I can finish her share of work in the evenings. Is this okay?" After saying this, Gavin cautiously looked at Lin, filled with anticipation in his eyes. Lin nodded and said, "I mentioned it to Kesey before. Pregnant women don't need to participate in any work after 3 months into pregnancy and can rest at home without worry. While enjoying the normal welfare of the townsmen, egg and chicken meat benefits will also be provided. You can directly go to Kesey and explain." Gavin's face was filled with delight. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Master Lin. You are the rebirth parents of our family." Lin smiled slightly. Even though Gavin did not know about the instructions given to Kesey, Lin didn't mind at all. With territorial laws and regulations only given verbally, not just Kesey and these townsmen. Even he sometimes couldn't remember what he had done before. There were too many things in the territory waiting for him to decide and issue orders, and arrange personnel to execute them. After waiting for a while, after he completes the drafting of the garrison system for military merit promotion, along with some laws and regulations for the territory, these management policies will be announced to the townsmen. Let Gavin and the others arrange their own time. Lin took Red back to the castle. Kesey had already completed the cooking of today's dinner and was waiting with the maids who were setting the plates. Seeing Lin and Red, Kesey spoke. "Master, you are back just in time to have dinner." Lin responded and came to the dining table. The tall maid previously pulled open the armchair's main seat for Lin again. Lin glanced at her casually and sat down unceremoniously. Kesey began to cut the meat on his plate. Lin spoke. "Is this red deer?" Kesey explained with some surprise. "Yes, master. It was Foreman Garcia from the lumberyard who sent a mature red deer, saying they accidentally saw it while cutting trees. They gathered 7 or 8 people and put in a lot of effort to capture it." During the conversation, Kesey placed the cut venison on Lin's plate. Lin picked up the fork, brought it to his mouth, and swallowed it, chewing. The familiar wild taste of venison flooded his mouth once again. Although a bit tough and chewy, it was still good meat. While eating dinner, Lin began to think in his mind. Spring has already arrived, the season of renewal. He could consider entering the forest again for exploration. While hunting to improve his hunting experience, he could find needed materials in the forest. For example, soil containing nitrate and ores containing sulfur. whether it's for grinding into gunpowder or making explosives to solve the waterfall's obstruction to territorial development. He needs to enter the forest again for exploration. It is still just a thought of his for now. Field cultivation is not yet finished, and planting seeds needed have not been purchased and exchanged. Wung City is still under construction. The territorial armed forces expansion to 1,500 men is not yet carried out. Even the military merit promotion garrison system he is currently drafting has not been completed. The forest exploration plan can only be postponed. Lin rested in the chair for a while before heading to the study. The drafting of the garrison system must be accelerated. Time is passing bit by bit. As Lin buried himself at the desk, the sky outside the castle grew darker. Even though spring has arrived, Kisi still instructed the maids to light the anthracite in the room for him, to maintain temperature and dispel the room's moisture. Lin, having completed part of the work, stood up, stretched lazily, and walked out of the study. He was about to call Kisi when the tall young maid bent over before him. After the maid's greeting, she spoke. "Master, Steward Kisi went out of the castle on some matter," she said, "to let me attend to you for soaking." Lin glanced at her and said, "All right." Upon hearing Lin's response, the maid's face slightly relaxed. "Master, please follow me." Led by the maid, Lin walked into a nearby private room. As the maid pushed open the door, a fog formed by steam floated from the room. With the maid's help, Lin's robes were removed piece by piece, placed in a wicker basket aside. Lin stepped towards the wooden steps, finally reclining in the bathtub. Warm and comforting hot water instantly enveloped him. Taking the linen cloth handed over by the maid, Lin wet it with hot water, wrung it dry, and covered his eyelids with it. Lin could clearly feel the fatigue from overusing his eyes gradually easing. The maid, standing to the side, without receiving Lin's instructions, awaited with her head bowed. Her eyes intentionally or unintentionally sneaked glances at Lin's body, whether out of nervousness or because of shyness. The maid's hands occasionally tugged at her hem. Watching Lin's expression of enjoyment, the maid's face was full of conflicted emotions. Until a few minutes later, just as the maid was about to take a step forward to approach Lin, Lin's voice sounded from his mouth. "Do you know how to massage?" The maid appeared stunned, hesitated, and said, "Master, I can try." Lin replied, "Then give it a try." The maid stepped slowly toward Lin with small steps. The distance once deemed unattainable seemed so close at this moment. She could even see the pulsating artery beside Lin's prominent Adam's apple on his wheat-colored neck. The maid slightly opened her mouth, exhaled a breath of hot air, and placed her pale, bony hand in the nearby bucket of hot water to soak, waiting for her hands to heat up before massaging Lin. After heating her hands in the water, as the maid tried to stand up to massage Lin, Lin's voice sounded again. Compared to before, this time approaching is much more natural and unrestrained. The maid's face froze, and she asked in confusion, "Sir, what do you mean by this?" Lin removed the linen cloth from his eyelids, which had lost its warmth, and continued, "As a maid, you naturally need to do what's expected of a maid. Just like when you first appeared as a maid, starting by serving me wine. I don't know how you joined the castle, but with this identity, you've stayed in the castle for such a long time without doing anything out of place. It shows you already know different identities have different responsibilities. What should be done with each identity without appearing out of place?" The tension and shyness on the maid's face disappeared instantly. She stared straight at Lin, saying, "Just as you said, I haven't done anything. How did you know this body is my transformation disguise?" Yaya's heart was full of bafflement. She spent a winter in the castle with the transformed body and identity of Polia. This was to make Kisi, who is responsible for the castle, the guards, and even Lin, familiar with her. This winter, she nearly did whatever Kisi arranged for her, serving tea, washing clothes, cooking meals. Of course, her familiarity was one reason. The second reason, she didn't want to keep hiding her identity outside in the cold winter. She finally found a time when Kisi was out, and she could slip away from Red, the personal guard, to face Lin alone, even potentially fulfilling the contract they had previously established. However, Yaya didn't expect that when she hadn't done anything yet and was just preparing to approach, Lin discovered her true identity in advance. Lin's words were calm. "You're too impatient." Private room. Soaking, the moment when a person's defenses are most relaxed, especially many great lords or royal nobility. How could someone in such a position be ordinary people? There are always those who fought bloodily with strength or intelligence among numerous family siblings to sit in such a position. Such people have heavy precautions. Yaya remained standing, silent, and without moving closer to Lin. Lin continued speaking. In a situation where you're unfamiliar, no lord would let a stranger enter and approach him at such a time. Of course, except for lustful thoughts. There was a movement in Yaya's hand, and a sharpened iron table knife appeared. Lin continued to speak. After being discovered, indeed, fighting with your life to complete the task might offer a chance for survival. But you should know the real strength of the target you're ready to fight to the death. At the moment Lin's words fell, the screeching sound of a sword blade scraping against the sheath echoed in the private room. Yaya hadn't even reacted yet. Lin, who was lying in the bathtub, had already stood up. His right hand drew the one-handed sword from its sheath, the cold, shining blade resting against her neck. Yaya could even feel a chill emanating from the blade. Yaya understood, as long as Lin was willing. In the instant he drew the sword, she was already dead. With a flick, Lin sheathed the one-handed sword. Regardless of your gender or racial identity, force is not your strong point. Think carefully about how to use your ability. Lin lay back in the warm water of the bathtub, watching Lin once again wring the warm linen cloth and place it on his eyelids. An inexplicable trace of anger welled up in Yaya's heart. She looked directly at Lin and asked, "Then what do you mean by this?" A calm voice echoed from Lin's mouth. "Of course, this is training." Listening to those two words, a blush instantly spread across Yaya's face. As a succubus, Yaya naturally understood the meaning of training. From her awakened memory, humans would control succubi through magic, contracts, and other means, conducting training, making succubi serve as followers to humans, to satisfy their desires. If rules were broken, humans would impose magical or physical punishment on succubi. Other lords, upon acquiring a succubus, would eagerly use methods to control, restrict succubi from arbitrarily absorbing essence, then satisfy their desires. However, Lin in front of her was not for his own desires, but was training her to become a spy. This is something Yaya couldn't understand. Lin is entirely uninterested in her body. Otherwise, in front of any normal man, not to mention seeing her true, enticing, and desirable form. Even seeing her transformed form, he would be attracted by the charm and presence of a succubus emanating from her. Only Lin showed no reaction. When Lin stood up earlier, she had observed Lin's entire body. Yaya denied both conclusions. Surely it's because the human body is overly ordinary. If she appeared before Lin in her succubus form, he would certainly be attracted. After Lin called red, the transformed Yaya was sent away from the castle. The private room returned to tranquility. Only the rising water vapor from the bathtub subtly lingered and drifted around the room. After breakfast, Lin sat at the armchair by the dining table. Gasper bent his waist, standing about 4 or 5 meters away from Lin. "Sir, the night before last, there was a bandit attack." Lin's eyebrows raised. Bandit attack? Since he previously eliminated the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenaries in the siege defense, he hadn't heard any information about bandits for a long time. Gappas continued, "Yes, sir. Jonas Manor Lord's fourth son, Eduardo Frank, was intercepted by a bandit corps while heading to Kakasong City. His horse and all valuables were stolen. Even the silk clothes Eduardo wore were stripped bare." Lin pondered for a few seconds and asked, "Have we identified which bandit corps?" Gasper explained. A guard who luckily escaped brought back the details to the Jonas Manor during the interception. The guard said, "It's the elusive and missing Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps, which has returned to Morgantown." Lin's eyebrow raised involuntarily. Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps? If Anthony knew, would he erupt from his buried grave, leading his members to storm Jonas Manor? While alive, it was bearable. Dead, he still had to bear the blame. Many people know that Morrison Manor was seized and looted by an unknown armed force. However, few know that the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps was nearly annihilated by him. In Lin's mind, he contemplated that Jonas's 4 sons were intercepted and killed by the so-called Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. Surely someone wants to use the name of the Bandit Corps to cover their tracks. The need to cover tracks stems from 2 possible reasons: internal strife and external threats. External threats: armed forces not as strong as Jonas, yet harboring ideas against Jonas's status or the manor. Internal strife naturally points to a power struggle within the manor. No matter what the possibility is, it's good news for Lynn. As the largest manor lord in Morgantown, Jonas holds a substantial number of employed free people, land, and peasants. Naturally, he also has a large number of guards, even soldiers. If he unites with other manor lords in Morgantown, gathers all the armed forces, and comes to lay siege, Lynn cannot guarantee whether the city wall will withstand. But now, with Jonas's 4 sons being intercepted by bandits, a storm is sure to ensue. He'll have more time to develop his territory. Suppressing the notions in his mind, Lynn looked straight at Gasper and spoke. Gasper, from now on, you are the intelligence captain of Morgantown. I will have Rose allocate 5 more people for you to form a 10-man squad, and you'll be given 5 gold pounds per month for daily contacts and expenses, as well as 2 warhorses from Badon. Standing before Lynn, Gasper slightly bowed without speaking, but waited for more words from Master Lynn. From a 5-man squad to forming a 10-man squad, along with 5 gold pounds and warhorses. Such generous contributions from Master Lynn naturally come with his demands. As he guessed, Master Lynn's voice soon continued. I need you to build an outstanding intelligence team in Morgantown. I don't ask for you to catch wind of everything in Morgantown and report it to me. At least, I need to know immediately about major events happening in each manor in Morgantown. As for how they infiltrate each manor, you are in charge of it. Gappas no longer kept silent, bowing even lower, his words full of respect and sincerity. Gappas prepared to leave. Something instantly came to mind. Master, there's something I've forgotten to inform you about. Morrison Manor has been taken over by Jonas, with at least 500 peasants and nearly 100 guards sent there. Lynn nodded. I understand, you may leave. After dismissing Gappas, Lynn remained seated in the armchair. He previously considered taking control and occupying Aiden's manor territory, despite using broadcasting techniques for planting. At least there are several thousand acres of cultivated and planted farmland. No matter how low the yield of barley and wheat per acre, a morsel is still meat. Upon considering the geographical environment of Morrison Manor, he chose to abandon it. Perhaps due to better cultivation in the past, Morrison Manor was located in a wide open area without any cover. Enemies interested in the Morrison Manor estate can choose any direction to attack. The risk factor is too high. With spring upon them, his territory has plenty of wasteland needing cultivation and planting. There's absolutely no need to think about Aiden's thousands of acres of farmland. With the current armed forces in his territory, he wouldn't think about dividing troops to control Morrison Manor. If Morgantown's manor lords detect and initiate an attack, with over 70 miles from his territory to Morrison Manor, reinforcing from his territory would be impossible. Lynn can only temporarily abandon that piece of land, waiting for when he has more armed soldiers before considering again. Rising from the armchair, Lynn walked out of the castle. Walking past the red brick buildings, he arrived at Wasteland a few miles away from the town. 5,000 townsmen transformed into different teams, still methodically working on cultivation. In front, weeds, stones, and tree roots are being cleared, followed by draft horses and wool plows driving the ox. Townsmen follow behind, clearing stones and tree roots from the soil and breaking up large clumps of earth. Another team of townsmen uses iron hoes and iron rakes to level the soil and dig grooves for barley seeds. Following behind are townsmen responsible for fertilizing and seeding. Finally, there are townsmen responsible for covering barley seed soil. Up to this step, the farming process is complete. Afterwards, just determine whether to irrigate based on soil humidity and moisture content. Each townsman has different roles, even if initially they are unfamiliar or inexperienced in farming. After division of labor and repeated practice, in just a few days they can proficiently complete their planning tasks. With a thought, Lynn opened the holographic map to observe, based on the current pace of cultivation and planting by the townsmen. if enough barley seeds are delivered to his territory in a maximum of 2 months. By the end of April, at least 50,000 acres of farmland can be cultivated and planted. Nodding contently, Lin moved his body again, stepping onto the open ground and joining the planting team. Planting experience +1. Planting experience +1. Planting experience +1. Time was swiftly passing by. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Lin, slightly sweaty, stepped out of the farmland. With a thought, he opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Planting, Level 2, 251/500, plus. Through these days of continuous clearing, his planting skills were finally more than halfway there. In just 6 or 7 more days, it would be upgraded to Level 3. Lin's gaze shifted, looking towards the distant mountains. There, over a dozen carriages were moving steadily towards the direction of the town. Perhaps because he had lowered the price to barter fine salt, or maybe because he had told Boar he was willing to exchange food for above-market prices. Now, almost every 3 or 4 days, local traders under Boar's trading firm would transport carts of food onto his territory. Though each carriage was drawn by a single draft horse, with limited carrying capacity, at most around 1,500 to 2,000 pounds. But little things add up. In the absence of barley seeds for planting, he could only accumulate bit by bit. Due to the frequent trades, Lin directly handed over the transactions to George. Being originally a local trader of crops, he was more than adept at such transactions. Lin walked back to the town. In the Lord's Square at the front of the town, more than a dozen children, only 3 or 4 years old, were playing leisurely. In their hands, blocks of damp yellow clay dug from the ground were being continuously molded as they kept throwing them. Unlike those older children, they couldn't wield wooden swords and spears or draw the longbow. They could only play with mud here. Compared to children outside the territory, they were fortunate. They didn't have to worry about hunger, nor about the safety of their lives being threatened by bandits at any moment. Tate had already left the territory a few days ago, accompanied, naturally, by the guard Lin had arranged through Rose. If Tate returns, the territory will have more scholars knowledgeable in various subjects. There's no need for them to teach these students philosophical thoughts. Lin only needs them to have these children, the townsmen in the territory, learn to read and write. And according to different divisions of labor, learn different skills for different jobs, and undergo preliminary on-the-job training. That would be enough. As Lin was watching the children playing in the Lord's Square, Old John came walking over from a distance. Lin turned to look, speaking to Old John. "Is there something you need?" Coming beside Lin, Old John bent down a bit. "Master, if you don't mind, during the time Scholar Tate is away, I can take over the teaching tasks for these children." Lin gave Old John a surprised glance. Before he could ask, Old John explained, "Master, the hospital isn't very busy now. Apart from some small scrapes and bruises among the townsmen, there's no other treatment work to be done. The only thing is, you had the guard send over more than 100 pounds of herb seeds, which are being planted now. After all, idle hands are the devil's workshop." Looking at Old John, who seemed hesitant to speak, Lin nodded and said, "Of course, if you're willing to take over temporarily, that would be the best." Receiving Lin's response, a hint of happiness appeared on Old John's face. Lin continued, "Once the scholars and teachers at the school, as well as the curriculum, are complete, we can arrange a weekly or daily class on herbal treatment for these students. Perhaps because Old John saw these children as his redemption to continue living. Or perhaps Old John simply liked to see children. To people, it doesn't affect anything. Arranging herbal treatment courses for these children is also increasing their independent survival ability." The wrinkles on Old John's face became more pronounced. "Thank you, Master Lin." After letting John retire, he walked deeper into the town. With a thought, he opened the holographic map and began to patrol. It was already early March. The ice and snow had long melted. Moreover, the Aladya River was already in its normal flowing state. As soon as spring arrived, Lin had the fishermen from the fishery workshop maneuver the skiff boats onto the river to start fishing. As there was no large-scale breeding of meat, poultry, and livestock on Guy's ranch, fish meat was still the main source of meat on the territory. The fish swim bladders and fish oil from the river were processed and had other uses. However, The fishery workshop had only 10 skiff boats and 20 fishermen assisting in fishing. Given the river's width and depth and the never-before-exploited fish resources in the river water, surely it wasn't enough. The scale of the fishery workshop must be expanded. At least 30 skiff boats and 60 fishermen need to go down the river at the same time to fish together. The workers responsible for processing fish oil and gelatin also need to increase in number. Whether for future bookbinding or weapon repair and production, fish gelatin is needed for adhesion. The scene before Lynn's eyes moved to the mountains behind the city walls. Teams were busily working around the city wall. They had thick and long ropes on their backs, using the assistance of pulley systems set up that stood upright to hoist up rocks weighing thousands of pounds that had been excavated. Under the pull of several dozen other construction workers binding the stone, the rock moved slowly. Eventually, it landed atop another large stone. After adjustments, and with lime and sand acting as adhesive, they became tightly joined. Teams of construction workers, one after another, continuously transported massive stones to pile them up. With these massive stones, they constructed the walls of Wong City. Such walls, unless faced with a giant catapult cannon or the arrival of an extraordinary person. Otherwise, the walls of Wong City would be impregnable. Watching these construction workers methodically carry out the construction, Lynn saw Avery walking through Wong City. Despite being busy with spring tilling and planting during this period, he didn't pay too much attention to the construction of Wong City behind the walls. But with Avery's presence, he didn't worry too much. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Lynn scanned the area, and given the current construction speed and efficiency, perhaps in another month, it would be completed. Meanwhile, in the forest, Rose and Earl were organizing the soldiers in pairs, carrying logs and running quickly towards the city wall of Wong City. Upon reaching Wong City, the soldiers put down the logs and returned along the same route to continue transporting the logs. In this way, building efficiency in Wong City could be improved, and also allow the soldiers to undergo physical endurance training. Two birds with one stone. Wesley, on the other hand, was leading soldiers in precise archery training. The entire forest was a hive of activity as well. With his thoughts running again, Lynn's gaze swept over the various industrial facilities on the territory. Apart from the 3 major mines and the salt factory operating at full capacity, the other industrial facilities, due to half the manpower being diverted, were now only functioning normally. Compared to cultivating and planting, other production activities were supplementary. Without food, everyone would face hunger. After checking around on the holographic map and confirming there were no abnormalities, Lynn closed the panel. Glancing at the sky, it was still early. Lynn spoke to Red, saying, "I'll take you fishing." Red raised his eyebrows, responding, "Yes, master." After speaking, Red arranged for the guards to prepare fishing gear for Lynn. Lynn, without any unnecessary words, strode towards the direction of the dock. Walking along a limestone road, under the worshipful gazes of townsmen responsible for hoisting iron or at the dock, Lynn passed through the dock, arriving at the fishing spot he had used before. In just a few minutes, 2 guards came running, carrying flint-forged fishing rods and some chicken offal. Sitting on a wooden chair, Lynn skillfully hooked the lure, and with a move of his hand, threw the bait into the waters of the Aladya River. With fishery workshops and fishing boats, the entire territory was hardly short of fish for consumption. The reason he fished was, of course, to obtain more rewards, whether it was energy stone or various different skill books. Compared to skill books, Lynn now wanted energy stone more. With more energy stones, he could exchange for various special blueprints, as well as special crop seeds. What Lynn anticipated most was the emperor potato, while Lynn engaged in fishing and obtained energy stones. At the same time on the other side, on the second floor of a wooden building, in a spacious yet simple room, 6 figures sat around a round table. In the chief's seat, Boar's gaze swept across the 6 merchants before him. He spoke, "How much barley have been purchased in total so far?" The brown-haired man on the right quickly spoke up to remind, "Lord Boar, about 600,000 pounds. Boar furrowed his brows, speaking solemnly, "It's still not enough. I need more grain, as much as possible." The 5 merchants before Boar immediately lowered their heads. Boar's voice continued, "You 6 have visited beyond the city wall with me. You know what this means. This was instructed to me directly by that lord. If you lose the favor of that lord, not just you, even I, the road of being a traveling merchant will end here. The faces of the 5 merchants were full of heaviness. They naturally understood the implication in Boar's words. Although they transported goods to Master Lin's territory for barter trade, they could speak frankly. Because of Master Lin's presence, those originally at the lowest level local crop merchants reaped substantial profits and wealth. They shed their remaining linen clothes, dressed in silk brocade, and donned rings of agate and jade. When traveling, they rode in carriages, accompanied by guards for protection. Even their homes underwent earth-shaking changes. They added servants, bought furniture, acquired clothing, and their dining tables were filled with abundant and nutritious food. And all of this came from the lord behind the city walls, Master Lin. Seeing no one speaking, Boar's face darkened, tapping the right hand placed on the table. The 5 merchants who had their heads down suddenly lifted them. Boar stared at them, questioning. I brought you here to think of solutions. The brown-haired man who had just answered Boar hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up. Master Boar, it's not easy to purchase barley and wheat right now. You know, that heavy snow in winter caused Morgantown, not just Morgantown, but the entire Kakasong city, and even all the farmland in the Karidi Empire, to suffer severe damage. Whether they are free people or those manor lords, they all fear a significant reduction in the summer harvest. They are unwilling and dare not sell their grain any longer. We also want to buy more grain, use the grain to barter for fine salt, and make money, and it's a doubling of profits. Everyone wants that. But, Master Boar, we really can't get any. Listening to the explanation from the brown-haired man, the previously silent 4 people all nodded in agreement. Yes, Master Boar, I want to make money too. I'm even close to bringing out everything from my family's reserves. Listening to their words, Boar's brow furrowed even deeper. This is something everyone understands, whether it's him or Master Lin. If for this reason, he has to tell Master Lin that he can't help him obtain more grain. Boar feels that Master Lin would not hesitate to shut him out of the city walls. He didn't even need Master Lin to reject him. As a local traveling merchant dealing in farm products, unable to gather barley like last time, Boar felt ashamed to seek out Master Lin. Boar ignored the words of the few people and fell silent. His mind was quickly cycling through thoughts, until a few minutes later, Boar suddenly spoke to the few people. Who is the largest manor lord in Morgantown? Facing the question, the 5 merchants couldn't help but glance at each other. Naturally, it would be Jonas, having the most land and the most peasants and hired free people. Everyone knows of him. Being from Morgantown, Boar would obviously know too. They were puzzled why Boar would ask such a simple question. Boar nodded and continued. Jonas is the largest manor lord in Morgantown, so why aren't you seeking him to purchase large amounts of barley? The harsh snowfall weather is just a once-in-a-decade event. The few people hesitated immediately. The brown-haired man, Holland Zion, spoke. Master Boar, we don't dare. Jonas, being the most powerful manor lord in Morgantown, having the most land and peasants, as well as numerous guards and soldiers. But how could they, mere ordinary local traveling merchants, face such a major manor lord? A few years ago, after an outsider farm product merchant was hanged and exposed for deceit and trickery against Jonas, no merchant dared to seek out Jonas for any business dealings. Boar glanced around at them, seeing the same tense and fearful expressions on the other 4. Boar sighed, I understand, then continued to purchase grain elsewhere. As for Jonas, I will go to meet him. The few, including Holland, looked at Boar in surprise, wanting to speak up and stop him. However, thinking of Master Lin behind them, they could only comply. They couldn't help but admire Boar's courage. Naturally, they would admire Boar, not only because Boar founded the merchant guild at their feet, becoming the president of many local traveling merchants in Morgantown, but also because Boar was decisive and determined. Facing several robber attacks, even when the guard team was wiped out, Boar still transported goods to conduct trade in the frontier territories. It was because Boar led the way that they now enjoyed a prosperous life. Boar stood up and gazed at the faces of the 5. Everyone, please always remember one point I have repeatedly instructed. No matter what happens, our traveling trade is solely for making money. It's never been instructed by anyone. Holland and the others responded with solemn expressions, Understood. Bor nodded. That's good. I hope you can remember these words. The 5 merchants nodded in support. Bor spoke. Go and be busy then. They were about to leave when Bor stopped Holland. Only after the other 4 merchants descended the wooden stairs did Bor speak to Holland. Holland, I recall you have some connections with people in Jonas Manor? Holland nodded slightly. Indeed, Master Bor, but it was during my childhood. Before the Zion clan fell into decline, we were close friends. But with generations of decline, until it's just me now, I've only been to Frank Castle once. Bor nodded slightly, inquiring, do you currently know anyone in Frank Castle? I need someone to introduce me to Jonas Manor Lord. Holland responded, Miss Janet. She is the granddaughter of Jonas Manor Lord. If you want to see her, you can do it tonight. With the death of Jonas's 4th son Eduardo, a mass will be held at the town's church. If there's an opportunity, I can introduce Miss Janet to you. Bor looked at Holland approvingly. Very well, I'll trouble you then. Arranged a meeting with Holland to go to Frank Castle together. Bor let Holland leave the Merchant Guild Hall. Bor did not leave immediately, but sat in his chair, contemplating. All the events experienced in this period, Bor has undoubtedly grown a lot. The only thing he needs to do now is to find a way to purchase the large amount of grain or crop seeds needed by Master Lin, then transport them to Master Lin's territory for trade exchange. If it were anyone else, Bor certainly wouldn't have any thoughts or considerations. However, the person he needs to trade with is Master Lin. Bor clearly knows that Master Lin doesn't want anyone to reveal anything about his existence or the progress of his territory's development, perhaps for self-preservation or for other purposes. Master Lin's goals, none of this concerns him. He needs to conceal Master Lin's existence in his bargaining with others during trade. It's not just for Master Lin, but also for himself. Time is slowly passing by. Bor, dressed in solemn attire, alights from the carriage with the assistance of the coachman. The backs of people dressed in luxurious clothing are stepping forward toward a white church ahead. Their expressions are solemn, trying their best to appear sad and commemorate. Bor doesn't know many of these people, but he knows that these people are wealthy and of high status in Morgantown. Some are even from Kakasong City. Taking a deep breath, Bor steps toward the church entrance. The guards on duty scan Bor up and down. Confirming he is dressed in silk brocade, they let him enter without any questions. Bor feels no joy, instead a strange sense of disgust. If he were wearing a linen robe now, he would certainly be stopped immediately. He might even be beaten. Wealth and status determine everything. The mass ceremony has yet to begin. Bor steps forward, searching slightly. Soon, he sees Holland waving to him from a few rows back. Bor nods, steps over, and sits down in the empty seat beside Holland. Before Bor can speak, Holland explains, Lord Bor, I haven't seen Miss Janet. Perhaps today will be a fruitless endeavor. Bor nods. No problem. Let's wait and see. Time continues to move slowly. More and more people dressed in luxurious clothing, men and women, young and old, begin to converse. The manor lords from Morgantown, as well as many wealthy merchants, all enter Bor's line of sight. This shows Jonas's influence in Morgantown and Kakasong City. The priest begins to host the mass ceremony, leading everyone to recite verses, pray, and ask for God to receive the souls of the deceased. Until the mass ceremony ends, Bor and Holland do not see that figure. As the crowd in the church slowly disperses, Holland sighs, Lord Bor, it seems luck is not on our side. Just as Bor and Holland prepare to leave, a hoarse voice reaches Bor and Holland's ears. You must be the little fellow from the Zion clan? Bor and Holland turn around to see Jonas Frank being assisted by a middle-aged man. Holland quickly lowers his body and speaks respectfully. Yes, Lord Jonas. Jonas scans up and down, saying, Haven't been to the castle for a long time, have you? If you have time, you can visit. Janet will most certainly be happy to see you. Holland bends over once more. Okay, Lord Jonas. Jonas casually responds and gives a glance to the middle-aged man beside him, who supports him out of the church. Bor says nothing, waiting beside him. Until Jonas leaves with the guards, Bor spoke. Jonas seems quite concerned about you. Holland smiled broadly. Of course. He's the one who completely ruined my family, seized the land, killed my parents. Naturally, he'll care about me. Bor's brows instantly furrow, even though Holland said it lightly. but he sensed endless hatred in Holland's eyes. What Holland said is true. Boar puzzled. In that case, he knows you're the orphan. Why? Holland took Boar's words. To root out completely? He thinks he did flawlessly. He wants me to prove that he did not kill the entire Zion clan. Holland changes the topic, speaking to Boar, Lord Boar. Once the Frank clan finishes the mourning period, let's go to Frank Castle. Then, I'll introduce you to Miss Janet. Boar agreed with a nod, without words. From Holland's tone, he feels a deep sense of helplessness. Knowing the opponent is the one who annexed the family and murdered the parents, yet powerless for revenge. Under the curtain of night, night winds blow through a grove of pine trees. Having lost moisture and turned yellow after winter, the pine needles rain down like rain. They fall on the sturdy bodies, removing the armor beneath them. In the swaying sound of trunks moved by the wind, the metal sound of armor clashes is directly covered. Despite the weather being slightly cool, raising the hair on their bodies, it does not affect their movements. With mutual assistance, pieces of armor with crossed greatsword and shield family crests are taken off, heaped together, using the prepared dry pine needles to cover them. At the back of this group of soldiers, beside a burning campfire, Godfrey sat on a log, watching the soldiers changing into their armor. The flickering flames cast an ominous glow on his face, and behind him was the tent of Commander Lawrence Dukas. After a low shout, the sound of clothes rustling came from within the tent. Lawrence emerged from the tent, looking satisfied. Seeing the soldiers almost done changing their armor, Lawrence's face was full of pride. The Duke of Red Dragon would never dream that the forces of the Dukas clan would cross the border through the southern woods at the far end to infiltrate his territory. Upon hearing Lawrence's words, Godfrey quickly rose and made room for him. Lawrence didn't even glance at Godfrey, continuing to speak. As long as we can enter the Duke of Red Dragon's territory, our plan is half successful. Godfrey poured a bowl of steaming wine for Lawrence and handed it to him. Lawrence reached out, took it, and drank it all in one gulp. As he swallowed, the warm wine chased away the chill in his body, filling him with warmth again. Lawrence looked at Godfrey approvingly and curiously asked, "Godfrey, aren't you curious about what the plan is this time?" Godfrey quickly lowered his head. "Master, with your plan in place, I only need to act according to your orders." Lawrence nodded with satisfaction. "Godfrey, that's the spirit. Always remember, even though I was once your squire, now I am your master, and you are my trained hound. Even if the master's words are wrong, as the hound, you must charge forward unhesitatingly." Godfrey's head bowed even lower. Only then did Lawrence continue. "Entering the Duke of Red Dragon's territory is just the first step. Next, we will disguise ourselves as the Tsangyu army of Duke Tsangyu and launch an attack." Godfrey frowned slightly, unable to help but say, "Master, wouldn't this provoke war with the Duke of Red Dragon?" Godfrey thought of an even more terrifying scenario. Soldiers of the Sword and Shield Corps disguising as the Tsangyu army to attack would certainly ignite a war between the two already hostile dukes. If it were a small conflict, it might be bearable. The imperial royal family's power struggle is worsening, and the imperial authority war is only a matter of time. If someone with ulterior motives seized upon the friction and tried to escalate the war, it's quite possible that Lawrence's provocation in the Duke of Red Dragon's territory could become the spark for the war over imperial authority, leading to an all-out war in the Karidi Empire. Godfrey seemed to realize something. His eyes widened slightly. No, Lawrence knows what the consequence would be. He received directives from Marquis Mark Duca, or even from someone behind the scenes. He's here to instigate war. A nameless sense of tension and fear arose in Godfrey's heart. Not fear of war, but fear of the impact this war would bring. Godfrey felt terrified. The people suffering, widespread lamentation, even destruction of life. Just as Godfrey anticipated, Lawrence's mouth curled into a sneer. "Exactly war. My presence is to initiate the war between the two dukes. Only with the armament of soldiers from both dukes can the war begin. Only then can the war for imperial authority commence." Lawrence's voice grew louder, his face more ferocious. Only then will the entire Karidi Empire plunge into disorderly chaos. Only then will the Dukas clan, forever beneath the three great dukes, have a chance to surpass. and only then will the power within the empire be thoroughly reshuffled. Godfrey said nothing, standing by and listening. After a loud outburst, Lawrence's pent-up frustrations seemed released. His tone softened slightly. Lawrence extended his right hand toward Godfrey, waiting for more wine. Godfrey, do you know why I gave up the succession battle for a title? Godfrey's words hovered on his lips, but were not spoken. Lawrence continued, it's because of Mark's ambition. His physical stamina can't compare to mine. I can satisfy 5 or 6 women in one night, while he, with just one woman, turns weak-kneed. His intelligence is inferior to mine. What he can conceive, I can as well. What he can't conceive, I can too. His courage is inferior to mine. He doesn't even dare face the quartered bodies, a coward. That splattered blood is the bloom of life at its most radiant. But, in terms of ambition, I can never surpass him in this lifetime. Were it not for a heartfelt conversation, I would never believe someone could be so daring. Mark Dukas. Haha, he wants to commit patricide and regicide. Godfrey's hand shook slightly with the wine jug, yet he said nothing and poured Lawrence more hot wine. Lawrence picked it up and swallowed it in one gulp, emitting a satisfied smack. As long as this succeeds, the Dukas clan will forever cease being merely Marquis Duca. As long as this succeeds, the Dukas clan will become the most dazzling existence on the Garonia continent in recent centuries. Therefore, Mark and I have named this plan Scarlet Dawn. Godfrey's breathing grew heavy. He lowered his head, standing beside Lawrence, unable to refrain from asking, Master, have you considered the price of entering the Duke of Red Dragon's territory? Lawrence's mouth twisted. Price? Before agreeing to lead the Sword and Shield Corps soldiers to Morgantown, I've already prepared for death. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. As the townsmen cultivated and planted for most of the day, Lynn stepped out of the farmland. A gentle breeze blew over the still uncultivated wasteland, causing the dry, yellow grass with specks of green to sway up and down. The scent of soil and grass wafted into Lynn's nose. It brought a sense of unexplainable comfort, and the sweat beading on his body was dried by the wind. The efficiency of the townsmen kept improving, and by the time nearly 10,000 acres were cultivated and planted, it was already mid-March. But, apart from the daily consumption of food for half a month within the territory, the barley seeds soaked in salt water were about to run out. There were at most 2 or 3 days left, and if merchants did not deliver large quantities of food, the cultivation efforts of 5,000 townsmen would have to come to a halt. Although Lynn was reluctant, there was nothing to do but wait in silence until the territory produced its first batch of barley, and until there were enough seeds for planting. He could only rely on traveling merchants to continuously send food to make up for the shortage. During these few days, he not only had Gavin lead a small group of townsmen to plant cotton seeds, but also planted all the 10,000 pounds of vegetable seeds delivered by Boar. It was spring, and the daytime temperature had notably risen, reaching 15 to 16 degrees. This weather and temperature were ideal for planting and growing various crops. He let Gavin and Wilbur manage the townsmen who were cultivating and planting. Lynn, accompanied by Red, walked back to the town. From a distance, he saw Kesey with dozens of townsmen, using windmills to sift barley seeds. Lynn did not disturb them and, after a few glances, walked past the Lord's Square towards the riverside dock. In these 3 days, he spent the mornings on the wasteland, cultivating and planting with the townsmen. In the afternoons, he went to the riverside dock to fish. Besides obtaining a book on mastery of throwing weapons, he almost amassed 2,000 energy stones. After some deliberation, Lynn decided to keep these energy stones for now. Unless a war breaks out, with his current strength and ability, on a territory full of guards, he could ensure his self-defense. He could use these energy stones for exchange when needed, such as for the Emperor Potato. Amid Lynn's daily tedious workload and gaining experience, fishing by the riverside was his most relaxing and pleasant time. He could calm his mind and think about how his territory should deal with the changing situations outside. The enemies or crises he faced primarily included a few points. First, the closest was the Manor Lords of Morgantown, led by Jonas. He had not yet directly interacted with Jonas. He did not know Jonas's character and disposition. However, Lin understood that a person's desire and ambition are limitless, especially a lord who holds vast lands and a large armed force. Maintaining so many guard soldiers could not just be to protect the territory, and certainly not just for display. With a blade in hand, the urge to kill is easy, power is boundless, and expansion is inevitable. This is an eternal truth. Even though he currently shared no conflicts of interest with Jonas and other manor lords, it was only temporary. As he continued to develop, and as the townsmen in his territory grew larger, making more armed soldiers, even just passing through Morgantown could make the manor lords feel threatened, feeling their rights were infringed upon and their lives in jeopardy. Therefore, no one would allow another power to grow rapidly and robustly on land they've controlled for years. Unless one side chose to compromise and submit, a war between him and the manor lords of Morgantown was bound to happen. Viscount Chambers of Windhill. Due to limited dispatched spies, he was temporarily unable to gather any intelligence from Windhill. If Aiden revealed information about his territory to Viscount Chambers, and Chambers learned about the 3 mines on his land, there is a significant possibility that Viscount Chambers might lead his city forces to attack and seize. Even possessing a small city and collecting taxes daily for wealth couldn't compare to having 3 open-pit mines. He needed to have Rose expand the team of outbound spies, send them to more cities, and become close with more lords to explore and collect more intelligence, to take preventive measures before it happens. Marquis Duca of Bordeaux City. Lawrence led over 3,000 soldiers from the Sword and Shield Corps to Morgantown, indeed causing him to feel immense crisis. If more than 3,000 armed soldiers attacked the city walls with full force, even if he could temporarily fend them off, he would suffer heavy losses. This would directly bankrupt his previously conceived development plan. Even he himself might face a life-threatening situation. He had preemptively wiped out the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps. This led Lawrence's army, arriving to suppress the bandits, to find nothing. Although he did not understand why Lawrence's army headed towards Windhill, Mark Dukas did not know that Lynn Blake, who was killed by his followers, was still alive and well. Moreover, in the territory granted by Donovan Dukas, development is proceeding at full speed. For him, this is a good thing. Before possessing absolute power, he must maintain a shadowy, transparent state and rapidly develop. Once he has more armed soldiers and stronger power, he will emerge, delivering 2 powerful punches to his enemies. His territory is located at the southern borderland of the Caridi Empire. Just across the Aridia River lies the Elfini Empire. Lynn is uncertain about the range of Chaldee Empire's imperial battle and its spread of war. If his territory is affected by the war, then the entire Caridi Empire will plunge into deep waters. His territory is at least 4,000 miles from Triumph City, the center of the Caridi Empire. As for choosing sides, at this moment, he does not have the right. Not only him, even the Manor Lord of Morgantown and the Lord of Kakasong City. They are all merely vassals of Marquis Duca. Once Marquis Duca makes his choice, they belong to that faction's supporters. When the war arrives, they will wait for Marquis Duca's summoning letter, gather, and wage battle. According to his reasoning and Boar's previous words, the heavy snow in winter has damaged many manor lords' crops. If summer harvest grains are halved, it will definitely cause unrest and even rebellion and change throughout the empire. The Shadow Witch who can perform soul invasion. This is a bizarre crisis that makes Lin uneasy. To this day, he still cannot figure out why the witch gathered the bandit corps and mercenary corps to attack his territory. Is it because of the innate witch Sienna? Just as Lin was pondering, a strong force suddenly came from the fishing rod in his hand. He snapped out of his thoughts immediately. Lin stood up, gripping the tail of the fishing rod with his right hand, using his left hand as support several centimeters above. Feeling the force from the fishing rod, he strolled along the embankment, reeling the fish. Even though the river fish hadn't surfaced, Lin guessed the fish biting the hook was at least over 10 pounds. Red paced behind Lin. Even his right hand was resting on the hilt of his longsword. With just one word from Lin, he would unhesitatingly jump into the water and battle the river fish. Luckily, the rod crafted by Flint was sturdy, boosted by the tough magic deer tendon. A large river fish slowly floated to the surface. Lin raised an eyebrow, unable to help but praise, "Big fish." Red and several guards also had traces of delight on their faces. After the river fish had lost its strength to resist, Lynn stepped back a few paces and placed the river fish onto the grass. The nearly 1 meter-long big fish struggled desperately. A text panel appeared in his vision. Hint: obtained ordinary fish, pike ×1, reward, skill book, shield mastery. Seeing the hint, Lynn raised his eyebrows. As long as you catch a fish over 10 pounds, you can earn some decent items. Shield mastery. Increase proficiency in using shields, becoming more adept with one-handed weapons, and enhancing combat effectiveness. Hint: obtained shield mastery. Do you wish to learn it? Lynn silently murmured, "Learn." Instantly, a stream of memory quickly fused in his mind. No matter the skill, he welcomed them all. The more skills he has, the stronger he becomes. Even if not used temporarily, they are necessary. Once Red unhooked the pike, Lynn baited with chicken innards again and continued fishing. Lynn finally put away his fishing rod, taking advantage of the time to return to the town. Returning to the town, the townsmen who went out to work also returned, ready to enjoy their dinners. Even the nighttime temperatures aren't as cold as before, below freezing. Lynn called over a guard, instructing him to lead several others to make and light a bonfire on Lord Square. It can provide warmth for the townsmen and offer a place for gatherings and conversations. While improving the townsmen's quality of life, it can also promote marriage rates in the territory and increase the production of newborns. After scanning around, Lynn paced back to the castle, preparing to enjoy the dinner Kesey carefully crafted. A carriage, escorted by 6 guards riding horses, traveled along the gravel road. The speed wasn't fast, but the torches in the guards' hands flared, causing the flames to hum. Boar and Holland sat side by side, and even though there were no words, their faces remained relaxed and composed. The direction of the carriage revealed a small 2-story castle under the night blanket. The brightness of oil lamps shone through the windows. Looking at the structure ahead, Holland spoke. "Lord Boar, Jonas Manor Castle has arrived." Boar looked ahead, observing from afar. Even though both were castles, the castle before them was evidently no match for the newly built 3-story red brick castle of Master Lynn. Responded with a grunt. The carriage arrived at the gate of the manor castle's walls. It was immediately stopped by the guard at the gate. Boar's heart tightened slightly, looking towards Holland. Without needing Boar to remind him, Holland opened the carriage door and stepped down. But only half a minute later, Holland returned to the carriage. As the carriage door closed, the carriage proceeded to drive into the manor. Hall looked at Boar and explained, "Due to Eduardo's attack, Master Jonas has tightened the security of the manor. Without a familiar person leading, outsiders are prohibited from entering." Boar nodded slightly. Jonas has always been very cautious. Even when leaving the manor castle to go to Morgantown, he takes along a large number of escorts and guards, just in case something unexpected happens. The higher one's status and the greater one's wealth, the more they fear death. The carriage drove into the manor, traveling along the cobblestone path, and came to the empty space in front of the castle. Boar and Holland stepped out of the carriage. In front of the open space, 10 or so horse-drawn carriages were already parked aside, with coachmen standing by waiting. Clearly, many have come to participate in Eldorado's morning ceremony. Entering the castle, Boar and Holland started the morning ceremony in the first-floor hall. After completing the ceremony, Boar and Holland were led by the maids to the reception hall on the second floor. On the carpeted floor, they stood in small groups, their faces calm and amicable, occasionally bursting into laughter. Boar did not feel any impact on them from someone's passing. With a drink in hand, Holland took a sip and explained, "Rather than a morning ceremony, it's more of a gathering for these people with status and wealth. They want to earn more profit, so they meet big figures of different industries on various occasions. Even if it's not immediately useful, someday it will be." This was indeed his first time attending such a gathering, and he felt a bit out of place. Boar spoke, "Are you sure Janet will come?" Holland hesitated. "Lord Boar, I'm not sure. My friendship with Janet is limited to childhood. After growing up, we've almost had little contact." Boar responded, "Then let's wait and see. If not, I'll think of something else." Holland lowered his head in apology. The gathering in the reception hall continued. Men and women of different statuses ascended the staircase to the second-floor reception hall. They were dressed in luxury, exuded humility, behaved elegantly, and spoke eloquently. A maid stepped on a piece of fruit peel that fell at some point, causing her body to instantly fall and hit the ground hard. Despite the maid's best efforts to protect the glasses on the tray, but it was already too late. After several crisp sounds of ceramic breaking, the spilled drink slightly dampened a woman dressed in satin. Confusion, surprise, anger, disbelief. The face of the satin-dressed woman, originally poised and reserved, suddenly turned cold. She stared at the maid lying on the ground in pain and sternly said, "Are you tired of living? Daring to spill drink on my satin?" The maid was terrified, ignoring the pain in her body, and hastily crawled up to kneel before the satin-dressed woman. "Sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean it. Please forgive my mistake." As she spoke, the maid repeatedly bowed and kowtowed. The sound and the scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Their eyes were filled with confusion, curiosity, mockery, and disdain. The satin-dressed woman raised her slender eyebrows and said coldly, "Forgive? You think you can get my forgiveness with just words and a few kowtows? Do you know the price of this satin? Over 100 gold pounds." The maid's face turned pale, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. "Miss Yasmin, she is nothing more than a maid. I think there's no need to make such a scene for a maid during my brother's mourning ceremony." Upon hearing this deep voice, both the maid and the satin-dressed woman looked over. When the maid saw the middle-aged man, her fear and dread grew no less. Instead, her whole body started trembling. The eyebrows of the satin-dressed woman knitted as she stared at the middle-aged man. "Kruger, what do you mean? It's the maid from your castle who spilled drink on my clothes." Kruger smiled slightly. "Miss Yasmin, you misunderstood. Those who make mistakes must be punished." The two guards nearby promptly came to Kruger's side. Kruger continued, "Take her away. We are short of fertilizer in the fields. Human fertilizer would be just right." The maid's face changed as she knelt on the ground, quickly begging for mercy. "Sir, please spare me. I really didn't do it on purpose. It was due to the fallen item. Otherwise," Kruger said indifferently, "I don't want to hear any more of her nonsense." The two guards immediately comprehended and, with their calloused right hands, viciously slapped the maid's face. A scarlet handprint emerged and began to swell rapidly, accompanied by a crisp slapping sound and the sound of spitting blood and teeth. The maid's words vanished instantly. The intense pain and dizziness caused her to collapse onto the ground. The two guards showed no emotion, lifting the maid and leaving the reception hall under the gaze of the guests. Kruger never glanced at the maid from beginning to end. His expression was indifferent, without the slightest change in emotion. To dispose of a maid was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. After Kruger sentenced the maid to death, those watching the spectacle resumed their conversations as if nothing had happened, as if the scene just now was merely a minor performance in a mourning ceremony. Kruger took a step forward to stand before the young woman Yasmin, brazenly wrapping his arm around her waist. Kruger looked down at Yasmin from above. Due to the difference in height, the roundness and whiteness in front of evening gown-clad Yasmin were fully captured by Kruger's eyes. Looking at Kruger's handsome face, his burly build, and inhaling the masculine scent emanating from him, Yasmin spoke nervously and hesitantly. "Kruger, what are you doing?" Kruger smiled once more, saying, "Didn't the maid make you angry just now? As your host, naturally I must offer Miss Yasmin my apologies." Kruger exerted a little force with his arm, pulling Yasmin against him. In an instant, Yasmin was tightly pressed against Kruger's chest. Feeling Kruger's firm body, Yasmin couldn't help but let out a warm breath. She playfully said, "Kruger, just this won't extinguish the fire inside me." Kruger responded with a calm smile. "If you want to extinguish the fire, I do have something that could help. However, it's in my room." "I'm not sure if Yasmin is interested." Without any hesitation, Yasmin replied, "Of course." Upon receiving Yasmin's response, Kruger released her, extending his left hand gentlemanly in invitation. At the edge, Boar and Holland watched as Kruger and Yasmin headed towards the depths of the castle. Holland explained softly, "Lord Boar, that young woman is the eldest daughter of the owner of the silk shop in Kakasong City, Yasmin. With her unique supply channels and connections in Kakasong City, she controls the entire silk market in Kakasong City. Yasmin has been married twice, but her husbands both died mysteriously. People say she brings misfortune to her husbands. Coming here this time, it's clear she's looking to find a suitable husband under the guise of mourning. Boar nodded in understanding. Holland continued speaking. The middle-aged man opposite Yasmin is the sixth son of Jonas, Krug Frank. Although the sixth son, his ability is the strongest within the entire Frank clan. After Jonas's death, he is highly likely to take over the entire Frank clan. However, he has a hobby, enjoying the use of various tools to play with different women. With Holland's words, Boar instantly understood the implications of playing. Boar turned slightly to glance at Hall, knowing his understanding of the Jonas clan was indeed profound. A guard stepped through the crowd, arriving in front of Boar and Hall. The guard spoke. "Gentlemen, Miss Janet wishes to see you." Boar and Hall exchanged a glance. Boar responded, "All right." The guard nodded. "Please follow me." Following behind the guard, Boar and Holland left the reception hall, heading towards the corridor that Kruger and Yasmin had entered previously. Within half a minute, the sound of clapping and forcibly restrained growling emanated from a slightly ajar door, accompanied by what seemed to be the sound of a whip. Without diverting his gaze, Boar simply walked beside Holland, following the guard. After turning several corners, Boar and Hall arrived at a set of double wooden doors. The guard knocked on the door, speaking, "Miss, I've brought them." A woman's voice came from behind the wooden door. Without hesitation, the guard pushed the door open lightly and stepped back. "Gentlemen, please." Boar and Holland stepped inside. As they entered the room, its scene unfurled in front of Boar. The wall lamps and corner oil lamps illuminated the entire room. The spacious room was adorned with a soft wool carpet, and a sturdy walnut desk was piled with some brown leather-bound books. The flickering yellow flame of a candle on the desk cast shadows on the face of a young woman. "Janet." Janet's gaze fixed on Holland as she spoke. "Holland, it's been a long time. If my grandfather hadn't told me you went to the church, I would have thought you were no longer in Kakasong City." Holland spoke calmly. "I've been here all along." They reminisced briefly. Janet's gaze shifted to Boar. "You must be Mr. Boar Hansen, right?" Boar was slightly surprised. "Miss Janet knows me?" Janet replied. "Mr. Boar, in such a short time, you've rapidly accumulated wealth and organized local crop trading, establishing a trading association. Janet naturally has heard of it." Boar nodded in response. The matters well known among the people of Morgantown were not really secrets. Janet continued speaking. "What intrigues me is how Mr. Boar managed to amass his wealth through the trading of large quantities of grain." Boar smiled slightly and began to explain. "If there's a buyer, naturally there's a seller. Whoever is willing to buy my grain, I naturally sell to them." It was just a few simple words from Janet, but they made her perceive the uniqueness of the young woman before her. Janet knowingly nodded and said, "Merchants have always been like this. Mr. Boar, I'll be frank with you. I know that you followed the Holland connection to Frank's Manor Castle to acquire a large amount of grain. Let me be honest. In the warehouse of Frank Castle, there are large stocks of barley and wheat stored from previous years. As long as I am willing, I can even agree on behalf of my grandfather Jonas to sell most of the remaining barley to you." Boar said nothing, waiting for Janet to continue. Janet would naturally present her demands after showing the benefits. Janet continued. "However, I need to increase the price." Boar looked straight at Janet and asked, "Miss Janet, how much do you intend to increase?" Janet did not hesitate and said, £2 a penny." Boar's eyes narrowed slightly. "Miss Janet, how much barley can you offer?" Janet explained, £1,000,000. Boar's eyebrows raised, but the next moment, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Miss Janet, you overestimate me. I'm just an ordinary local merchant who, by sheer luck, gathered some merchants together to form a guild, merely for mutual support. But £1,000,000 of barley, at £2 a penny price. £1,000,000 of barley costs at least 2,000 gold pounds. Miss Janet, even if all the merchants in my guild pooled their resources, we couldn't afford it." Janet looked directly at Boar, her words calm. "What about the person behind you?" Boar was taken aback, looking puzzled at Janet. "Miss Janet, what do you mean? Who is it behind me?" Seeing Boar's expression that didn't seem to feign ignorance, Janet sighed slightly. She said, "Mr. Boar, you can go back and discuss it with your merchant members. but you won't have much time to consider. By the end of this month at most, once you give me 2,000 gold pounds, I will arrange to transfer 1 million pounds of barley from the warehouse to you." Boar bent slightly, his words filled with gratitude. "Thank you for receiving me, Miss Janet." Holland also bent in indication. Under the escort of the guards, Boar and Holland left Frank Manor Castle. The two sat in the carriage, leaving the driver to urge the horses under the curtain of night. Beside an open window, Janet leaned against the wall, her gaze penetrating the black night to watch a carriage being escorted away from the castle by guards. After a little while, there was a knock on the door, and without Janet needing to speak, the door was gently pushed open, and guard Boger entered the room. After closing the door, Boger came to stand behind Janet. He spoke respectfully. "Miss, the two have already left." Janet did not turn around, her eyes fixed on the torch lights fast disappearing into the darkness. "Boger, could it be that my perception was wrong?" Boger hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "Miss, my ability is limited, I don't know." Janet spoke to herself. The rise of the crop merchant boar, the disappearance of the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps, the fall of Morrison Manor. Clearly, there is a strong connection. It's nothing more than a force rapidly emerging within the territory of Morgantown or Kakasong City's jurisdiction. Some were chosen, some were annihilated. As for why Boar chose to deny it, Janet found it somewhat surprising. Was it to protect that lord, that territory? Or did that territory hold something so enviable? If it was because of the existence of something enviable, then Boar's attitude was reasonable. As for what it was, Janet couldn't quite guess. However, no matter what, she would find a way to sell the millions of pounds of barley stored in the warehouse. She needed a large amount of gold pounds to purchase weapons, buy horses, recruit soldiers, and even spend heavily to hire mercenaries to fight for her. She intended to seize everything that rightfully belonged to her from her uncle's hands. On the gravel road under the night sky, the carriage drove quickly, escorted by guards. Through the carriage window, Boar could clearly see the distant wasteland dotted with pairs of yellow-green beast eyes, watching them from afar and following them. They were packs of wild wolves out hunting. With the guard team present, even a pack of wild wolves was not a concern for Boar. He withdrew his gaze. Holland's inquiry sounded in the carriage. "Lord Boar, what decision should we make now?" Boar did not answer the question. He countered, "What is Janet's position within the Frank clan?" Holland did not hesitate to explain. "Janet is the orphaned daughter of Barren, Jonas's deceased eldest son. The Frank clan was originally set to have the position of manor lord inherited by the eldest son Barren, but due to Barren's passing, the entire Frank clan fell into chaos. Jonas has 12 sons. Aside from a few underage sons, the other 6 sons are all eager, wanting to become the new manor lord of the Frank clan. However, as far as I know, Jonas is not satisfied with any of his sons. On ordinary days, Jonas walks closest with Janet, and there are even rumors that Jonas lets Janet warm his bed." Boar raised an eyebrow, summarily addressing Hall's words. "So, you mean that Janet, as the eldest granddaughter, wants to seize power and become the new Frank Manor Lord?" Boar couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration for Janet. Being a woman, involved in the Frank clan's power struggle, just this courage is enough to surpass the majority of women. Moreover, from the previous conversation, Boar could sense Janet's hunger for money. She's an ambitious woman. Boar feels that Janet seems to know something. She can follow the words, deducing the presence of Master Lin behind him. Boar also understands that he is destined to engage in this deal with Janet. Master Lin needs a large amount of barley seeds to sow in the spring planting. And he and the members of the Commerce Guild also need fine salt exchanged from Master Lin's territory to gain substantial profit margin. As for what happens afterward, Boar can't bother worrying. It's known that risks often coexist with opportunities. There are less than 10 days left until the end of the month, which Janet has agreed on. Now Boar has to consider whether to inform Master Lin about this matter. Boar throws this thought behind him. Master Lin wants only results. He just needs to see a large amount of barley, and that's enough. Boar's gaze shifts, looking toward Holland. "After you return, immediately gather all the Commerce Guild's merchants. I want to convene a full meeting." Holland responded, "Yes, Lord Boar." The coachman driving ahead seems to have heard Boar's words, quickening the speed of the carriage a bit. After breakfast, Lin was just ready to join the planting cultivation. A massive convoy is slowly approaching the direction of the town. At the front of the convoy are 4 horse-drawn carriages, with wheels reinforced by metal. Each carriage is almost fully loaded, covered and concealed by sheets of linen oilcloth. And at the rear of the carriage convoy is a queue of slaves bound and pulled by ropes and chains. A queue followed by another queue. Almost unseen is the end in the rear. In the front and back of these queues, Rose and Earl lead nearly 100 soldiers, escorting them. It's clear Rose is worried about a riot occurring among the slaves entering the territory. After a dozen minutes, the carriage convoy arrives in front of Lin. A young, handsome man with a cheerful face steps down from the saddle of a warhorse. His left hand rests on the hilt of the sword at his waist, stepping with clean leather boots. Dressed in some gray-white leather armor, he comes before Lin. The handsome man's mouth curves up, giving a standard merchant's courtesy. His speech is full of respect as he says, "Honorable Master Lin, after enduring the winter season, we finally meet again." Lin glances at Grayson. "Indeed, Mr. Grayson. I thought you would never come to this remote frontier land again." Grayson stood up, explaining, "That certainly won't be the case. Master Lin, you are the most generous lord I have ever met, bar none. Not making money would be a sign of mental issues." Lin glanced at Grayson, saying, "Let's hear it. What have you delivered for me this time?" Grayson slightly steps aside, responding, "Master Lin, of course, it's the slaves you most desire. 800 slaves, all transported from the Portland's empire." Lin nods with satisfaction. With such a batch of slaves, he can immediately proceed to expand the army. Expand the soldiers in the territory up to 1,500 men. Grayson changes his tone, regretfully saying, "Master Lin, originally there were 1,200 slaves. But during the transport, my and Audrey's longship encountered a nautical disaster." Lin looks at Grayson quizzically. "Nautical disaster?" Grayson replies with lingering fear, "Yes, a giant squid. Tentacles dozens of meters long. With just a casual flick, one of my longships was almost capsized. But still many slaves fell into the sea and perished. Tentacles dozens of meters from a giant squid. That can already be described as a deep-sea behemoth." Grayson exhales warmly, relieved. Everything has passed. Yes, 400 slaves died, but I, Grayson, survived. As long as I live, Master Lin, you will never need to worry about slave issues." Lin nods, saying, "Mr. Grayson is indeed my most loyal partner." Grayson proudly replies, "That is for sure. Besides the 800 slaves, there's also a batch of leather and linen cloth. Seeing leftover space during the slaves' transportation, I conveniently brought them for you, Master." Lin feels a slight joy, asking, "How much leather is there?" Grayson recalls for a few seconds, then explains, "For 1,000 pounds of leather, 10,000 yards of linen cloth." Previously, during inspection, Yamini had reported back that the leather stock in the weaving workshops was low. Unexpectedly, Grayson provided immediately upon his return from a winter's departure. Lin nods agreeably. "Very good. Give me a quote, Mr. Grayson." Grayson responded, "The slaves are likewise 5 shillings each, leather and linen cloth just at market price." Upon hearing this, Lin quickly calculates in his mind. A dozen seconds later, he speaks to Grayson. "Would you like fine salt or glazed glass products?" Listening to Lin's words, a look of excited smile appears on Grayson's face. He does not hesitate at all, replying, "Master Lin, I want glazed glass products. You haven't gone outside the territory recently, so you might not know. After transporting those glazed glass products from your territory, I obtained a mad rush from countless noble lords. Do you know? According to the previous agreement with Audrey, the price of a slave is 5 shillings. Lin glanced again at the market price of leather and linen cloth in Kakasong City. Leather is 4 pence per pound. Linen cloth is 8 pence per yard. Compared to the previous transactions, there are indeed some fluctuations, but not significant. After quickly converting in his mind, Lin spoke to Grayson. "The price of slaves and goods combined, I can exchange it for 300 pieces of glazed products." Grayson's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's wonderful, Master Lin. 300 pieces of glazed products, not to mention that each piece can be sold at a high price of 10 gold pounds. Even if it's just 7 or 8 gold pounds, The profit after deducting costs can be described as terrifying. The transaction was settled. Lynn returned to the town with Grayson and his wagon convoy. When arranging the unloading with George, Lynn and Grayson went to the castle, sat on the open-air balcony on the second floor, drinking gin while enjoying the slightly warm southern wind, draining the golden liquid from the glazed cup in one gulp, feeling the fiery flow within. Grayson couldn't help smacking his lips. He could clearly feel that the alcohol brewed at Master Lynn's distillery was getting stronger. Even he, after drinking 2 cups, felt he could hardly handle it. Placing the wine glass on the coffee table between him and Master Lynn, Grayson looked into the distance. There, a large group of townsmen were engaged in cultivating and planting. Grayson seemed to think of something and inquired, "Master Lynn, you should have planted winter barley last year, right?" Taking a sip of gin, Lynn responded, "Yes, over 50,000 acres." Grayson raised an eyebrow, curious. Over 50,000 acres? That much. As soon as the words were out, Grayson felt a bit regretful. Before him, Master Lynn had such a vast territory, had bought such a large number of slaves from him, plus the invention and production of the heavy plow. If the cultivated land was still little, it would indeed be wasted. Despite this, Grayson still felt it was a bit exaggerated. You know, an ordinary manor lord has about 10,000 acres of farmland. Large manor lords have at most 30 or 40,000 acres at the peak. Now, Master Lynn has already planted winter barley on 50,000 acres and is still having the townsmen cultivate. Master Lynn wants to plant so much grain? Could it be just as Audrey said before? Master Lynn's ambition is the entire Caridi Empire? With grain, naturally, there will be countless people, and with people, soldiers can be trained. Plus, Master Lynn is rapidly producing and forging armor and weapons. After training, soldiers wearing armor and wielding weapons would be a terrifying armed force. Setting aside his unfounded thoughts, Grayson returned to the main topic. He continued to ask, "Were your winter barley severely affected by snow and freezing?" "A few days ago, when I arrived at Fisherman's Wharf in Kakasong City, I went to Riverfront Rest Tavern. I drank the gin you sold to Hunter." Lynn said, "Yes, Mr. Hunter came to the territory and reached a beverage supply agreement with me." "Thanks to you, Grayson." Grayson had a faint smile on his face. "Master Lynn, you speak highly. It's great to reach cooperation." Grayson continued. Then, Lynn did not speak, waiting for Grayson's continued words. Grayson continued to explain. After driving the slaves off the longship, she took one of them towards Triumph City. However, Audrey did not tell me what she was going to do. It's not just this time. Audrey has always liked to act independently, never telling anyone her plans and purposes. Grayson tentatively guessed, but I feel it might be related to the Caridi Empire's struggle for imperial authority. Lynn began to ponder in his mind. Audrey, with the identity of a merchant, had already gotten involved in the Portland's Empire's imperial authority battle. She became the manipulator behind Kronos. She had reached a presence that can be admired but not reached. Could it be that Audrey also wants to intervene in the Caridi Empire's struggle for imperial authority? Grayson continued speaking. Audrey said that if she has time, she will come to your territory and wants to see your glazed workshop. If she doesn't have time, she'll return directly to the Portland's Empire. Lynn responded, "Lady Audrey is always welcome to come." After Grayson poured out all the things he'd been wanting to tell Lynn, Lynn and Grayson engaged in a casual chat. From the reclaimed Wasteland, to the armor and weapons being forged in the workshop, and then to the well-figured and beautiful Carrie, who had just come of age. Until 2 hours later, all the goods were unloaded from the carts, heading towards the glass workshop. Grayson stood up from his chair and went to the glass workshop to start selecting glazed glass. With Bo and Layla in the glass workshop, and Grayson left to choose at will, he naturally didn't need accompaniment. Lynn walked out of the castle, towards the Lord's Square in front of the town. The originally pale and weak faces of the 800 slaves, after having food and a good rest in these 2 hours. Their complexions visibly improved a lot. However, their expressions on their faces remained bewildered. Mere ordinary free people from the Lord's city, they hadn't even been in combat before being captured by a group of soldiers. Lynn didn't care what they thought now. He directly handed each of them a farm tool and instructed Red to arrange the guard to drive them to the wasteland being reclaimed. Seeing the guards in composite armor, wearing full-face helmets, and holding war spears, they, already scarred by war, looked and felt intimidated, not daring to resist. They obediently joined the group reclaiming the Wasteland. No matter their backgrounds, skills, or strengths, Lin needed them to get familiar with this land underfoot, to get acquainted with the way of life and work here. After they became familiar, he would sort the positions according to the slaves' skills and strengths. Watching the slaves begin to reclaim the land, Lin called forth Rose, who was ready to return to the mountain forest walls. Coming in front of Lin, Rose bowed, speaking respectfully, "Master." Lin responded, "Tonight during dinner, I will expand the army again. You should summon Wesley as well since I have something to announce." Rose's somewhat thick eyebrows twitched. "Yes, Master." Lin originally planned to expand the army after the spring planting ended. But Grayson returned faster than he imagined and brought back 800 slaves. He could completely hold the expansion ceremony ahead of time. Let Rose lead and train the soldiers. Sending Rose away with instructions to bring the soldiers back to the walls and watching as Rose led 100 soldiers away in the distance. Lin withdrew his gaze. The wheels of carriages rolled over the ground from behind. They did not dare to meet Lin's gaze at all. In their eyes were anxiety, shyness, fear, and even terror. But now, when they looked at Lin, their eyes were filled with bright admiration. That kind of feeling. With just one word from Lin, they would unhesitatingly lay down their lives for him. Lin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the lord of this territory, Lin." The faces of the townsmen were full of seriousness. "This time, I've gathered you here to announce two things that need to be informed. Starting today, a military merits promotion garrison system will be implemented on the territory." The faces of the townsmen showed confusion. Lin directly explained, "The military merits promotion garrison system is, simply put, a military system that integrates military defense and agricultural production. The responsibilities and functions of the system are divided into two major parts: military merits promotion and military defense, agricultural production. In terms of military merits promotion, whether it is soldiers stationed on city walls or going out to battle, farmers engaging in agricultural planting within the territory, blacksmiths performing forging in the blacksmith workshop, or workers extracting minerals on mineral deposits, and so on. Everyone can, based on their contributions, earn military merits. Based on the amount of military merits, everyone will have the opportunity for promotion and land rewards. Promotion will lead to official positions. Land rewards mean land privatization, requiring only minimal tax or grain payments. The ratio to be paid is merely 1/10. The townsmen, who were originally filled with confusion and misunderstanding, upon hearing this, their faces were full of astonishment. Even their mouths opened unconsciously. Not only the townsmen, those standing beside Lin, Red, Rose, Kesey, were also filled with surprise. These words, even as Lin-appointed managers, were being heard for the first time. Lin continued, "I will establish a range of management roles on top of the garrison system. On the territory, a governor's mansion will be set up, governing various garrisons outside of the territory. Each garrison will generally consist of 5,600 people, establishing positions such as commander. Under each garrison, there will be 5,000 households, each consisting of 1,120 people, establishing positions like 1,000 households. Under each 1,000 households, there will be 1,000 households, each consisting of 112 people, establishing positions like 100 households. The combination of military merits promotion and the garrison system can overcome the drawbacks of the garrison system and also motivate all soldiers and townsmen to show their positivity and combat effectiveness. The only downside is the evaluation of military merits, which has disparities. For example, in a battle where multiple armies converge for a large-scale assault, it's hard to determine whether the main attacking force's role is more significant or the logistics support and flank cover units' credit is greater. It might lead to internal conflicts. Lin understands there may never exist a perfect system in this world. Listening to Master Lin's explanation, even the townsmen who have never received any education have become excited at this moment. They know that after the promulgation of this system by Master Lin, As long as they work diligently and earn military merits, they will gain their own land. Although they still need to pay taxes or grain, it's private land. After receiving the land reward, they will own their land. They can cultivate any crops they wish to plant. The harvested crops can be sold to other townsmen, thus improving their living standards. Compared to the arable land previously rented from manor lords, which required a tax and grain ratio as high as 1/2. Master Lin's 1/10 proposal is simply a drop in the ocean. Although he has only briefly outlined the system to the townsmen, their faces are already full of eagerness. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Previously, the territory always adhered to a mode of large-scale production, communal living, and shared resources. Initially, there were indeed significant benefits. All free people or slaves who came could eat and be full, increasing their loyalty to the Lord. But now, Lin needs to change the operational mode of this territory. He wants to tell these townsmen he can continue providing food and shelter. But that's the limit. If they want to acquire land and live a better life, it depends entirely on their future efforts. Lin paused for a moment and continued to speak. I need to select 400 strong and robust men from among you to expand the territory's army. After becoming soldiers, you will receive instruction from Instructor Ross. Physical training, instruction training, actual combat training. Perhaps you will be injured. Perhaps you will die on the battlefield. But if we want this territory to survive better, I need a band of iron-blooded soldiers who can gallantly give up their lives for the territory. Who is willing to become Lin's soldier? As Lin's words fell, his gaze, like a knife or sword, swept across the crowd before him. A burly man, over 1.8 meters tall, stepped out from the ranks. My lord, I am willing to become your soldier. Lin nodded, his gaze shifting, asking loudly, who else is willing? 2 or 3 men stepped forward. With the initial brawny man leading, one man after another stepped forward. Lin said with satisfaction, very good. You are all warriors of this territory. No matter what, you will all be remembered by this land. Lin's gaze shifted, looking at Ross and the others. Ross, Wesley, and Earl, the 3 of them, strode into the crowd. Under the expectant gazes of the men, one by one, they were selected. They left the crowd, standing at the very edge of the cafeteria, distinguishing themselves in this way. Until half an hour later, the 3 of Ross returned from the crowd, coming to stand beside Lin. Among the 6,000 townsmen, there were at least over 4,000 male townsmen. Excluding some who were thin or not whole-bodied, there were at least over 3,000 burly men. The men who were not selected as soldiers had eyes full of disappointment. They yearned to become Lin's soldiers, not only because of the favorable treatment after becoming soldiers, but more because they wanted to establish merits and achieve great things. Ross bent down slightly, respectfully saying, Master, the selection is complete. Lin responded and began to address everyone. Everyone. This recruitment and expansion of troops is not the first, nor will it be the last. This land will need more soldiers. But before that, I need you to hold your respective posts, whether it's planting crops, mining coal. The faces of the previously disappointed burly men lit up again. A neat and powerful response echoed in the cafeteria. Lin nodded with satisfaction, allowing the townsmen to start dining as he walked out of the cafeteria. Ross and the other 2, clad in armor, followed right behind. Lin turned back to glance at the 3, saying, anything you want to ask? After exchanging glances, Ross was the first to speak. Master, how is the military merit promotion system you mentioned calculated now? Wesley and Earl also looked at Lin with curiosity. Lin explained, killing an enemy grants 1 point of military merit. Accumulating 10 points promotes 1 to small banner, managing 10 soldiers. Killing 50 grants 50 points of military merit, promoting to general banner, managing 5 small banners. Above general banner, 100 households, 1,000 households, and commander are nominated and recommended by superior military and appointed by me. Nominations and recommendations are comprehensively evaluated based on their ability and battlefield performance. Ross and the others understood. From now on, military merit earned in the army was the foundation for promotion. Ability or battlefield performance determined the upper limit of promotion. The system was simple and clear. Seeing Ross's hesitant expression, Lin continued. Even with the newly recruited soldiers, the soldiers on our territory number only 1,500. Ross will temporarily serve as standard 1,000 households, Wesley as deputy 1,000 households, and Earl as 100 households. Subsequently, adjustments will be made based on your abilities. Now, for the small banners and general banners under your command, you can select and appoint based on prior soldiers' performance in the city defense battle and the assault on Morrison Manor. One thing I need you to remember. As leaders of the soldiers, what they do is all within your sight. I need you to do everything possible to ensure the fairness of grassroots promotions. Because no matter who you are, going to the battlefield means life or death struggle. Don't let them down, both their lives and their trust. On hearing this, Ross and the others shivered slightly, not because Lynn's words were so stirring, but because they heard a sense of reluctance in Lynn's words. Ross and the others replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." Even Roswell and Wesley, who have a foundation and experience in combat. To continue advancing, Lynn still needed to see their abilities and performance. Lynn didn't care how long they had served as instructors. If they have the ability, they are promoted. If not, they honestly remain ordinary officers. Lynn looked at Ross, saying, "These 400 soldiers will be led by you for continuous training. Then select 200 from those who have undergone physical training and assign them to Wesley for archery training to become archers." During the last incursion into Morrison territory, this issue was discovered. Excluding the 100 archers remaining on the walls, the dispatched 200 archers were simply too few. They could not achieve a large area arrow rain cover. To significantly weaken the enemy's living force before the two armies clash, the number and scale of archers must be increased. Rose and Wesley slightly bent over and answered, "Yes, Master." After announcing two major matters, Lynn had the three of Rose step back and conveyed the promotion system to all the soldiers. He walked towards the castle. After dinner, Lynn stopped Kesey. He explained in detail the promotion system on the territory. Overall, from now on, the entire territory will implement a merit-based military promotion. After explaining it once, Lynn said, "That's basically it. If there's anything you still don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime." Kesey nodded, "Yes, Master." The merit-based military promotion in the garrison system is essentially a way to consolidate his power, achieving centralized control through layered management. Although the system he drafted is not as complete as the real garrison system, lacking various military departments, missing the 6 ministries, the 5 armies commander's mansion, the inspectorate, and other departments. But considering the current conditions and situation on his territory, even a simple merit-based military promotion system is enough to efficiently boost the townsmen's enthusiasm and the soldiers' combat strength. After all, it's land, nearly completely privatized land. Whether for the free people or for the peasants, privatized land has always been something they can only dream of. But now, the system drafted and issued by Lynn has given them hope. Moreover, the missing departmental positions can be supplemented and added as needed. Lynn couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, it's just a matter of time, waiting for the townsmen to understand and become aware of the system, and then implementing it. The labor efficiency on the territory might see a significant increase. In front of a 2-story high castle gate, one cart after another loaded with goods, heading towards the darkness outside the manor castle. On either side of the carts, guards on horseback held torches, lighting the way for the cart drivers. Would take at least 2 to 3 days. 5 days would be enough time for a round trip. Janet said, "I wish you a safe journey, Mr. Bohr." After bidding farewell to Janet, Bohr and Holland climbed into the cart. As the driver drove the horses followed at the rear of the convoy, disappearing into the darkness. It wasn't until then. Janet's somewhat tense body slightly relaxed. Boger's voice sounded beside her. "Miss, isn't this too blatant?" Janet turned her head and glanced at Boger, speaking calmly. "Blatant? So what? I am acting on orders to handle and sell the barley stored in the warehouse for years. The price is according to market terms, at £5 per pence, all accounted for in the Frank clan's ledger." Boger hurriedly bowed down, daring not to ask further questions. Janet's tone changed, and she said to Boger, "Did you do what I asked you to?" Boger replied, "It has been arranged, Mississippi. After he returns, he'll tell us the destination the convoy is heading to." Janet responded with a sound, without speaking further. She started walking, returning towards the castle. For her, selling the barley in the warehouse was just one of the goals. The second was that she wanted to know where the unknown forces lurking in the Kakasong City area were hiding. Walking through the manor, she entered the castle. Arriving on the second floor, Janet walked with Boger down the hallway. When the two turned a corridor corner, a burly middle-aged man walked towards them. The original cold expression on Janet's face instantly gave way to a gentle smile. As she walked up to the middle-aged man, Janet hurriedly bowed. "Uncle Kruger, it's so late, and you haven't rested yet?" Seeing Janet's bow, causing the fullness and whiteness of her chest to reveal itself. Kruger raised an eyebrow. He said without looking away, "Has the transaction entrusted by the old man been completed?" Janet nodded and said, "Yes, uncle. In total, it's £1,000,000, and we've transacted £500,000. The other party has paid 500 gold pounds, which have already been deposited to the accounts. The remaining 500 gold pounds will be paid after the barley transaction in Morgantown's warehouse is completed." Kruger acknowledged and generously praised. "Very well done. Janet, your ability is not even inferior to my elder brother." Janet showed a trace of trepidation on her face and quickly replied, "Uncle, you overpraise me. I am only acting according to grandfather's instructions, merely supervising and collecting money. That's all." Hearing this, Kruger stepped to Janet's side. He moved his right hand, placing it on Janet's shoulder. The hand that naturally fell landed just in front of Janet. Kruger seemed oblivious, gently touching from time to time. A smile appeared in his words as he spoke. "Niece Janet, no need to be so nervous. My elder brother is your father, so you are my niece. Praising you is only right." Amid these words, Kruger's right hand greedily squeezed lightly in front of Janet. Janet remained composed. Then, "Thank you, Uncle, for your praise. If Uncle has nothing else, may I return to grandfather's room to report?" Upon hearing the word grandfather, Kruger somewhat restrained his actions. Janet slightly bowed. "Uncle, please rest early." Kruger nodded with satisfaction. "All right." Watching Janet's gracefully swaying round and full hips gradually retreat, Kruger's eyes were reluctant to withdraw. Murmuring whispers came out of his mouth. "What an evil body. When I become the head of the family, see how I tear off the mask on your face and those thin shame coverings." Kruger couldn't help but press his right hand to his face, gently sniffing. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Lynn watched the townsmen transporting the soaked barley seeds, sending the last dozens of bags to the fields. Standing beside him, Kesey explained, "Master, excluding the 10-day barley reserve, the rest has all been transported to the fields for planting." Lynn glanced at the resource management panel. The remaining barley was only 250,000 pounds. Calculating now with a population of 9,000, each person consumes at least 3 pounds of food daily. Combining barley, wheat, peas, meat, vegetables, and others, the remaining 200,000 pounds of barley can sustain the townsmen for only 10 days. Even with last year's peas, it can only last 20 days at best. If they continue to invest the barley for planting, townsmen will start to go hungry. Lynn spoke, "Stop for now." Kesey nodded in understanding and said no more. Lynn's gaze turned to the distance. The dozens of bags of barley seeds just transported were not even enough for 5,000 townsmen united in reclamation and planting to have a feast. In just an hour, 5,000 townsmen would have to stop working. Lynn felt a sense of helplessness and lamentation in his heart. Before stabilizing the food harvest in the fields, the more laborers there are on the territory, the greater the food pressure. Yet despite this, Lynn still needed Grayson to continuously send slaves to his territory. Labor is the foundation of everything. Even if he gains various technologies through experience, without enough labor and population, he cannot implement them. While pondering the breakthrough solution, beside him, Kesey reminded, "Master, there's a convoy of carriages." Lynn raised an eyebrow and quickly turned to look. Not far away on the Lime Road, 4 to 5 miles from the town, carriages resembling trains were coming towards the town. Such a vast scale, such a large number, even exceeding the carriage convoy Bohr used to transport grain last time. Even without opening the holographic map, Lin could tell that Boar had acquired a large amount of grain and brought it to his territory. The carriages stopped at Lord Square. Boar, riding on a horse, dismounted and strode to face Lin. Boar bent slightly, speaking respectfully. Master Lin, I did not disappoint. Boar has found and procured a large quantity of barley seeds for you. The barley seeds on the carriage weigh a total of 500,000 pounds. Another 500,000 pounds are prepared for the next trip to transport to Master Lin. Lin expressed admiration. Indeed, Mr. Boar. 1 million pounds of barley seeds. Plus the seeds previously stored and transported, it is entirely enough for townsmen to cultivate and plant 50,000 acres of fields. The remaining 400,000 to 500,000 pounds of barley can even be used as reserve grain for transitioning from spring to the summer harvest. Lin looked at Kisi behind him, needing no further instructions. He started arranging the townsmen to begin unloading and continue to sift and soak the seeds. Boar came to Lin's side, explaining, Master, I need to tell you in advance. These barleys have been stored in the warehouse for 2 years. If used for planting, it may affect the survival and germination rate of the seedlings. Lin acknowledged, Thank you for the reminder. I will have Kisi monitor this. The germination rate of barley seeds decreases over time, leading to a decline in vitality. However, with saltwater immersion, vitality can be maximized. A yield reduction might occur, but given the current conditions of the territory, Lin has no alternatives. He can only rely on post-planting fertilization and irrigation for later compensation. Boar nodded. As long as you, Master Lin, are aware. I just worry that this issue might affect our cooperative relationship, which would not be worthwhile. Lin smiled calmly. Of course not, Mr. Boar. But I am indeed curious. Mr. Boar, you mentioned before that due to the snowfall, no manor lord was willing to sell grain. Yet in just a few days, Mr. Boar, you have found over 1 million pounds of barley? Hearing this, Boar hesitated for a few seconds. Ultimately, without any reservation, he began to explain. Master Lin, this batch of grain was purchased from Jonas Manor in Morgantown. Moreover, the price for this batch of barley far exceeds the market price. 2 pounds per penny. Lin nodded slightly, showing no surprise. The time since Boar last came to his territory wasn't long. To be able to purchase such a large amount of barley in such a short time and deliver it quickly to his territory. The only possibility is that he traded with the manor lords in Morgantown. Only large manor lords could have stored so much barley for several years. Lin roughly calculated in his mind. 1 million pounds of barley, at a price of 2 pounds per penny, if converted to 5 pence per pound of fine salt. He needs to exchange 100,000 pounds of fine salt with Boar? With a thought, Lin opened the resource management panel. Fortunately, after a month of salt mining and production, the storage of fine salt has more than 120,000. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford these 1 million pounds of barley. Lin spoke. No problem. I can compensate you for this price difference. Hearing Lin's response, Boar looked delighted, feeling somewhat relieved. Thank you for your generosity, Master Lin. Fortunately, Master Lin is willing to cover the price difference. Otherwise, this barley price could directly bankrupt him and all the merchants under his association, costing them everything. That's 1 million pounds of barley at double the price. Boar thought to himself, perhaps it's only because someone urgently needed barley seeds for planting, and has a salt mine, like Master Lin, willing to purchase a large amount of barley at double the price. Lin responded with a nod and said to Boar, Mr. Boar, I remember you mentioned before that many manor lords are unwilling to sell barley. Why is Jonas willing to sell you 100 pounds now? Boar, hearing this, didn't think much. Master Lin, a merchant under my association named Holland, is the eldest grandson of the Zion clan, one of the former manor lords of Morgantown. The Zion clan has always been on good terms with Jonas Manor. Through Holland's recommendation, I went to Frank Manor and met Jonas's oldest granddaughter, Janet Frank. She sold me this 1 million pounds of barley overnight. Lin said nothing, quietly listening. Boar continued. These 500,000 pounds of barley come from the warehouse at Jonas Manor, and another 500,000 pounds are stored in the grain warehouse of Morgantown. Once unloading is complete, I will return to Morgantown to transport them to you, Master Lin. Suddenly Boar changed the subject, curiously saying, However, Master Lin. What I can't understand now is a sentence Janet mentioned. She said, I can replace Jonas to agree to the trade with me. And Janet's tone seemed to imply a lack of gold pounds. Lin still said nothing, pondering in his mind. 1,000,000 pounds of grains, for an ordinary manor lord with 10,000 acres of farmland, is nearly a year's entire grain production. According to Bohr's words, Janet Frank is merely Jonas's eldest granddaughter. Above Janet, there must be her father or uncles. How could a granddaughter bypass her elders to make decisions for her grandfather? Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help frowning. The information he had was still too little. Seemingly sensing Lin was deep in thought, Bohr quickly said, right, Janet's biological father, Jonas's eldest son, passed away a long time ago. The reason is still unknown. Lin's eyebrows immediately raised. Jonas's eldest son, Janet's father, is deceased? So that's it, Lin instantly understood. Janet being able to say, I can replace Jonas to agree to the trade with me. Clearly, she got Jonas's permission. The reason for the permission is naturally because Jonas wants to support his eldest granddaughter, Janet, to become the next manor lord of the Frank clan. Other than that, Lin couldn't think of any possibility. As for Jonas's fourth son, Eduardo, who was intercepted and killed by bandits some time ago, Lin looked at Bohr. Does Jonas have many bloodline descendants? Bohr thought for a few seconds and explained. It seems he has 12 sons. 6 of them are adults. Listening to Bohr's explanation, Lin couldn't help but nod. Lin felt that if he guessed right, the death of Jonas's fourth son, Eduardo, must have a great connection with Janet. In a world where the law of primogeniture prevails, even if the eldest son dies, there are other sons. It wouldn't fall to a granddaughter to inherit. For a granddaughter to inherit, there's only one possibility. All her uncles must die. So, Eduardo isn't likely to be the last son of Jonas to die. Lin's heart was filled with anticipation. What kind of woman is Janet to have such a snake-like heart? As a manor lord and biological father, does Jonas know his eldest granddaughter is killing his son? If he doesn't know, that's one thing. If he knows and allows it, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. This would be too cruel. Lin thought for a moment. It's not just the Frank clan. How is the Dukas clan any different? Withdrawing the thought, Lin said to Bohr, Mr. Bohr, if possible, try to stay away from Frank Manor. Bohr responded, Thank you for your guidance, Master Lin. Under the transport of 200 townsmen who had been mobilized, bag after bag of grain was stored in the warehouse. The townsman team responsible for sorting barley seeds was busy once again. They rotated the handles of their windmills, using the rotation of the blades to blow out the hollow and shriveled grains mixed in the barley from the back of the windmill. Not to mention the 50,000 caddies that Bohr had promised. The 50,000 caddies of barley currently being unloaded are enough to plant 50,000 acres of farmland. The remaining barley can completely serve as reserves for the transition into summer. Looking at those bags filled to the brim with linen barley sacks, Lin, who originally worried about not having enough grain, couldn't help but exhale hot air. Lin found that every time development reached a certain level, different predicaments and crises would appear. From the initial lack of grain when development began, to facing wolf packs, to a lack of labor, bandit invasions, and now again facing a grain shortage. But regardless of anything, this piece of land is still developing rapidly. Bohr also looked at the townsmen from the small town who were transporting goods, and he suddenly thought of something. Master Lin, I suddenly thought of something. Lin turned his head to look at Bohr. Tell me. Bohr's eyebrows slightly furrowed. When I met Janet for the first time, she tested me. To negotiate the price, I said that with my and the guild's strength, we couldn't handle 2 pounds per penny and reach 1,000,000 caddies of barley. Then she said, What about the person behind you? That was Janet's exact words. That was her exact words. Master Lin, since the first time I began trading with you, I've never revealed your existence and your territory. However, I feel that if someone is observant, they will certainly notice the changes in Morgantown. One wagon team after another came from Kakasong City, either passing through Morgantown or bypassing it, heading to more remote and frontier places. If you want not to attract anyone's attention, that's impossible. Bohr, in the beginning, was just an ordinary local crop merchant. If he didn't encounter any opportunity, it would be difficult for him to change his identity in his lifetime. Not to mention accumulate wealth, gather 3 locals, establish a guild, and become the president of the small guild in Morgantown within a mere year. Lynn nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Bohr. Speaking of which, Mr. Bohr needs to pay more attention to safety. I wouldn't want Mr. Bohr, who has been my partner for so many years, to suddenly disappear without a trace, forcing me to find a new partner again." As for Janet's test and the attention of those observant people that Bohr mentioned, it's impossible to transport with wagons without attracting any attention. Bohr said nothing, only sincerely lowered his head. He naturally knew that the words Master Lin spoke seemed to show concern and provide a reminder. Yet, in reality, wasn't it also a warning? As long as he encounters an accident or betrays Master Lin wouldn't mind finding a new partner. For Master Lin, it might only take a little time. After all, the price of fine salt at 5 pence per pound is something that would make any merchant go crazy, even if it means being a slave for Master Lin, especially for local merchants like him who have ordinary backgrounds and no sales channels for goods. This is an opportunity and a chance to change destiny. All the barley was transported off Bohr's wagon team. 50,000 pounds of fine salt was then loaded onto Bohr's wagon team. After saying goodbye to Master Lin, Bohr, under the cover of night, led his wagon team towards the mountain forest pass to leave the small town. Janet only gave him 5 days. He must quickly head to Kakasong City to sell the fine salt on the wagons. After obtaining gold pounds from the sale of fine salt, he must then go to buy the remaining 50,000 caddies of barley from Morgantown. Though it seems cumbersome, Bohr has no choice. Only this way can he have enough capital. Watching Bohr head off into the distance, Lin began to walk back to the castle. After dinner, Lin entered his study and sat at the walnut desk. The grain problem is temporarily solved. Lin needs to continue refining the military merit garrison system. The system released now is merely rough clauses. He still needs to continuously detail different positions. For instance, there are different roles within the blacksmith workshop, such as Arello, the foreman of the blacksmith workshop, blacksmith apprentices, and some miscellaneous workers. Lin's initial idea was that a foreman working for 1 month would earn 3 military merits, apprentices working for 1 month would earn 2, and miscellaneous workers working for 1 month would earn 1. Every 100 military merits would reward 1 acre of farmland. If completing urgent forging tasks, like previously forging a wheel plow within limited time, additional military merits could also be awarded. As townsmen accumulate more military merits, changes in identity and status need to be set, such as ranks within the military system like 100 households, 1,000 households, commander. This allows townsmen to clearly understand that gaining military merits can change their identities and improve their status, thereby enhancing their labor enthusiasm. Simple labor, like planting barley, can totally be left to Kuzi to manage. Upon arriving at a fixed point distant below the dock, amidst the respectful gazes of the dock workers, Lin sat upon a wooden chair. Taking the fishing rod and bait brought by the guard from the town, Lin entered fishing mode after setting them up. In fishing mode, while gaining energy stones by fishing, he opened the merit statistics to edit rules for gaining military merit. With previous considerations, Lin hardly needed much thinking. Just filling in his ideas one by one was enough. Army soldiers. Kill enemy soldier times 110 military merit. Kill enemy knight times 1,000 military merit. Knight. Those are extraordinaries with different abilities. Townsman. A foreman working on-site for a month, 3 military merits. Lin supplemented some other ways of gaining military merits. For example, from a blacksmith apprentice, through diligent study and practice, achieving the blacksmith's graduation standard can directly gain 100 points of military merit. That is, directly reward 1 acre of farmland. The reward of farmland is far more practical than any gold pounds or food. Lin glanced at merit. For the current territory, the military merit acquisition rules he filled in are sufficient. Even with continuous development, new content may appear. He can completely amend it again. As for the consistency of merit's rationality, Lin believes he has achieved balance. No matter if they are townsmen or soldiers, as long as they are hardworking and diligent enough, anyone has a chance to advance and receive land rewards. As for whether the townsmen can accept it, Better if they can accept it. Even if they can't, they have to accept it. The final right of explanation belongs to him as the Lord. With a thought, he closed the merit interface. Lin devoted himself to fishing, his eyes on the surface of the river where an oval soft cork float bobbed. This was cut and carved by Red for him. Before, a simple reed rod picked randomly from the riverside, after one winter, was already dried and shrunken beyond recognition. Suddenly, the cork float on the river sank. He did not hesitate for a moment, abruptly raising the fishing rod in his hands, suddenly feeling a weight attack. The magic deer sinew fishing line tightened, and the fishing rod also bent. However, compared to the previous 10 or so pounds of barracuda, as soon as Lin got a hold, he could feel that the river fish hooked was not very big. With his current physical quality and strength, a carp weighing 2 or 3 pounds barely required playing the fish. Relying on the resilience of the rod and the magic deer sinew, he could directly lift it out. Tip: obtained ordinary fish, carp times 1, reward, 10 energy stones. Looking at the text in front of him, Lin raised an eyebrow. 10 energy stones were also quite good. Even a mosquito's legs are meat. After letting the guard take down the carp hooked on the fish hook, Lin continued to put on chicken guts as bait and tossed it back into the river. When he was almost unable to see the floating cork bobber on the river surface, Lin finally reeled in and walked back. A thought flashed through his mind. Lin glanced at the energy stones he now possessed, having reached 3,500. With his level 3 planting skills, he could now devote more time to fishing. For one, with good luck, he might catch big fish and obtain various skill books. On the other hand, even if he didn't catch big fish, catching some smaller fish weighing a few pounds could yield more energy stones. Now, aside from the task function not having been released for a long time and the milestone function, this was his only quick way to obtain energy stones. He wanted to take advantage of the current spring season and fish more energy stones to exchange for emperor potatoes in the special seed store. Lin clearly felt that to obtain a large amount of food, he must improve the seeds of crops planted in the soil, with fertilizer and will plowing. The yield of the already planted winter barley would certainly far exceed that of the originally planted wheat per acre yield. But even if he calculated with 180 pounds per acre, the 100,000 acres of farmland could only yield 18 million pounds of barley. Calculated with the current population of 9,000 on the territory, consuming 3 pounds of food per person per day. Add various poultry and livestock, even with a population of 10,000. 18 million pounds of barley would only be enough for a year's consumption for 10,000 people. What if the population reached 20,000 or 30,000? The population in the territory would definitely continue to grow. By that time, unless everyone was involved in cultivation and planting labor. Otherwise, sooner or later, the townsmen on the territory would face hunger again. The key reason is the per acre yield of barley and wheat is too low. After heavy plowing and fertilization, the maximum yield per acre is only 180 pounds. 20 pounds of seeds are invested per acre for planting. Calculating by acre, the barley produced from 1 acre is only enough for one person to consume for 3 months. It's really too little. Lin also considered using the previous crop variety improvement function to improve these barley seeds. 1,000 energy stones can only improve 10,000 pounds. 4 barley seeds now needing hundreds of pounds, he couldn't bring out that many energy stones. Fishing for energy stones to exchange for emperor potatoes was the best option. They can now adjust the exchange ratio, consuming 3,000 energy stones to exchange for 300 pounds of emperor potatoes. But 300 pounds are too few. Moreover, with the method of planting with cut seed potatoes, planting 1 acre requires at least 300 pounds of potato seeds. It's just planting 1 acre. He needs to fish more energy stones as potato seeds to expand next year's potato planting scale. He needs to at least exchange for 900 pounds to plant 3 acres of farmland. Calculating with a potato yield of 3,000 pounds per acre, with careful care, potatoes could be harvested and dug up in September. Obtain 9,000 pounds of potatoes. Next year, again use cut seed potatoes as seed method for 30 acres. By September next year, Lin would harvest 90,000 pounds. Repeating this cycle, in a maximum of 3 years, the potatoes he owns would multiply. Though this time is lengthy, Lin still needs to put the exchange and planting of emperor potatoes on the agenda. Only by having more highly productive crop seeds planted in the soil can he liberate the townsmen from farming. 5,000 people spending 2 months to plant the territory's needed food versus 500 people planting the territory's needed food. The concept is completely different. If 500 people can complete the labor, then the remaining 4,500 people, Lin can have them continue staying at their posts and continue accelerating production labor at their posts. Lin returned to the castle with Red. Looking at the food placed on the table, Lin stepped to the main seat at the dining table. The maid responsible for pulling out his armchair before, Yaya, was no longer in the castle. With the ability of transformation disguise, unless Yaya stood in front of Lin. Otherwise, even if Lin opened the holographic map to search, it would be hard to find her. Now, the town had so many red brick houses, nearly 4 or 5,000, despite the initial planning he had for the entire town's construction. But the number of red brick houses is indeed overwhelming. Finding a stranger among them, unless you go by the population register. Otherwise, it is indeed difficult to find them. Lin didn't mind much. Perhaps it's because Yaya only has half succubus blood. Her abilities focus on charm and transformation, without needing to absorb others' essence, chi, and life energy. As long as she doesn't cause a disturbance, letting her lurk in the town doesn't have much impact. Letting Red and Kisi sit down, the three of them started their dinner together. Half an hour later, dinner was finished. Just as Kuzi was about to leave with the maid, she suddenly remembered something. Lord, when you were out, Avery from the stonemason workshop came to the castle. Lin responded and asked, was there anything? Kuzi explained. Foreman Avery said that the main construction of Wang City is nearing completion. He asked me to tell you if you need to conduct a preliminary inspection. If not, he would prepare to finalize it. Lin nodded and said, I understand. I'll handle it myself. Kisi bowed and left with the maid. Lin still sat in the main seat. As he thought, he opened the holographic map. The outline of the wall at the mountain pass appeared before his eyes. Despite it being night now, Lin could still clearly see the wall's image under the night sky. On the wall, dozens of soldiers responsible for the night watch stood firm, scanning the wasteland beyond the wall. Beside them, several fire pits built up swayed and burned under the mountain wind. Behind the wall was a square winged city as tall and thick as the wall, connected by the passage atop the wall. At first glance, it looked like a square mouth shape built behind the wall. And this was the shape of Wang City. Beneath the Wang City walls, there is also a gate, but it's not on the same straight line. This construction method is intended to alter the enemy's attack line after breaking through the first iron gate of defense, thus delaying the attack's pace. On top of Wang City, wall battlements and arrow slits are constructed to protect soldiers from the arrows shot by enemies below, at the same time also allowing for defensive combat against the enemy. Inside the Wang City structure, hidden soldier tunnels were set up. This greatly strengthened the wall's defensibility. Under Lin's thought manipulation, the image in front continued to move and stretch. Lin finally closed the holographic map projection with satisfaction. The main structure of Wang City was already built. Now what's missing is the gate's production and various defensive machinery installations. With the current workforce in the blacksmith workshop, in 3 to 5 days at most, they can make a set of iron sheets to fully cover the city gate. Once Wang City is fully constructed, the safety level of his territory will increase once again. Even if the first wall's gate is breached, soldiers stationed on the wall can continue to hold by relying on Wang City. Thoughts turned in Lin's mind. With Avery leading 800 construction workers, he can even consider constructing another outer city. Ultimately, Lin temporarily abandoned this plan. After the inner city was completed, he needed Avery to lead the construction workers outside the city to build watchtowers, beacon towers, and outpost fortresses. Once these guard defensive structures were built, he could consider further construction. After all, large structures like city walls and Wang City are indeed too time-consuming and labor-intensive. After breakfast, Lin left the castle. He went straight to the woodworker workshop in the handicraft workshop district. Though it was still early, the apprentices in the workshop were already engaged in production. Colin, who was inspecting the workshop, spotted Lin and went up to greet him. Facing Lin, Colin bowed and said, Lord, Lynn responded and straightforwardly said, "Report the number of machinery produced in the workshop." Colin hesitated not a moment and began to explain. 20 wolf fawn clubs, 15 winches for rotating. The catapults and seaman knife cars, etc., have not yet started production. Lynn nodded. Avery's Wing City is already reaching completion phase. You arrange personnel to handle the production of wolf fawn clubs and winches. Arrange personnel to transport them to the wall. Then measure the size according to Wang City's gate. Produce iron gates and seaman knife cars. Then quickly produce the remaining machinery. Each of the catapult and crossbow cannons are needed in 10 numbers. Large machinery like catapults requires much time for production. Production won't naturally move quickly. But even now, he wasn't planning to start external plundering. He still needed Colin's woodworker workshop to begin research and production. He doesn't necessarily need to use large machinery, but he can't be without them. Colin nodded understandingly and responded, "Yes, Lord." After inspecting the various workshops and receiving reports from foremen, Lynn strode towards the docks. Sitting on the wood chair of the breakwater, he invested himself in fishing again. Meanwhile, on the other end, under the shoving and scolding of soldiers in leather armor, team after team of townsmen were gathered into an open space. The townsmen's expressions were terrified, their eyes full of fear. But facing soldiers armed with sharp weapons and long spears, they couldn't muster any will to resist. For before these soldiers invaded the town, all resisting soldiers or townsmen were slaughtered completely. Even though the open field gathered over 1,000 people, they still dared not speak a word, just widen their eyes, watching the platform at the front of the clearing. A young man dressed in leather armor with long hair stood firmly. His expression was indifferent, his gaze akin to looking down on livestock. Behind the young man, Godfrey stepped forward twice, approaching Lawrence. Godfrey inquired, "Master, excluding the over 300 townsmen who resisted and died, how should we deal with the remaining 2,800 townsmen?" Even if a town's armed soldiers were as numerous, it only reached 100 or 200 at most. Even adding some fervent townspeople would still only be a force of 300 to 400. Such a force, how could it compare to systematically trained soldiers? Under a round of archers' arrow rain and cavalry's charging assault, the infantry quickly broke through the town's wooden gate. Once the soldiers entered the town, what lay before them was a group of powerless townspeople. Lawrence did not answer Godfrey's question. Instead, his gaze swept over those terror-stricken faces. Until a moment later, he asked, "Godfrey, how do you think we can provoke the anger of one of the Empire's 3 great dukes, the Duke of Red Dragon?" With the Duke of Red Dragon's calmness, even if insults reached his ears, he'd consider it mere child's play. Besides plundering some money and food, we cannot take away much more. Escorting thousands of townsmen would only hinder our marching speed. Speaking to this, Lawrence looked at Godfrey, questioning, "Knight Commander Godfrey, what do you think it would be?" A low murmur came from Godfrey's mouth. "Slaughter. A large-scale slaughter." A smile appeared on Lawrence's face. He spoke approvingly to Godfrey. "As expected of my knight commander and strategist, you hit the nail on the head and quickly thought of a solution. As you said, only through slaughter, using Duke Songyu's position to kill masses of the Red Dragon Duke's vassals. Reduced tax revenue, reduced labor force, territorial infringement, trampled dignity as one of the 3 great dukes. He will become enraged. He will organize resistance. He will counterattack." Lawrence's words continued. "If the 3,000 people in this town can't attract the Duke of Red Dragon's attention, then we'll slaughter another town. If the town still makes no impact, then we'll massacre a city." Lawrence turned his gaze to Godfrey. He calmly commanded, "Godfrey, give the order. Issue the command. Kill everyone in the town. The elderly, the women, the children, the livestock. Leave no one behind." As Lawrence spoke, Godfrey's whole body couldn't help but tremble. Lawrence is an unequivocal devil. He actually wants to slaughter every living thing in the town. If it were still on the battlefield, clashing armies and executing prisoners, it could be counted fair. But these are merely defenseless townspeople. Godfrey glanced at Lawrence, preparing to speak. Yet Lawrence's words cut him off, curiosity lining his voice. "What?" "Knight Commander Godfrey. Can't help this commander issue the order. Or do you wish to defy military command? Godfrey hurriedly bowed, speaking, Master, you've misunderstood. Godfrey stepped forward a few paces, standing at the platform's edge. His gaze swept over those faces full of fear. He opened his mouth, inhaled a cold breath, and shouted, All soldiers, heed the command. Indiscriminately kill all townsmen. Indiscriminately kill all townsmen. Indiscriminately kill all townsmen. Godfrey's shout echoed around the clearing, reaching the ears of all soldiers and townsmen present. Not just the townsmen. Even the soldiers surrounding the area were stunned. Seeing the soldiers' lack of response, Godfrey shouted once more. This is the command. With Godfrey's final words resounding, a soldier, whose right hand trembled slightly, suddenly clenched the sword tightly, without any hesitation, slashing down towards a middle-aged man in front of him. The man, wearing only a linen robe, instantly lost all signs of life, collapsing to the ground. Vivid crimson quickly surged from his chest, staining it thoroughly, blood flowing onto the ground. A nearby woman saw her eyes contract, mouth unable to stop screaming. Killed, they murdered. After this scream, all soldiers seemed to be emboldened. They lifted their long swords and long spears, stabbing at the bodies of townsmen in front of them. What are you? What are you doing? Oh. One after another, bodies fell and rolled on the ground after soldiers withdrew their spears and swords. Screams followed by screams, and cries of agony echoed across the clearing. Soldiers, pulling out weapons embedded in townsmen's hands, hesitated not once, advancing again. Despite being soldiers, trained systemically for a long time. But at this moment, their movements stiffened, hearts numbed. That one day they'd hold weapons to slaughter these defenseless townsmen. As the outermost ring of townsmen fell, soldiers marched, stepping over each body. Approaching townsmen curled at the clearing's center. The townsmen wished to escape, but faced with over 3,000 fully armed soldiers, they couldn't break through the line. Heart-wrenching, desperate cries rose from within the townsmen crowd. Hellborn, you beasts! We are merely ordinary people striving for survival. Why annihilate us? Please, spare me. My child is only 3 years old. Ha ha ha. Dead. We're all going to die? We'll all die here. On the platform at the front, Godfrey stood at the edge still, his gaze fixed straight on one circle after another of townsmen, continuing to fall. The sound of footsteps reached Godfrey's ears. It was accompanied by Lawrence's voice full of endless sighs. Such splendid blood. Godfrey's body trembled slightly. Lawrence's words continued to echo. Every lost life is like a blooming flower of vitality. Only death can truly elevate their existence. In reality, I'm not indulging in slaughter, but rescuing and fulfilling them. Lawrence shifted his gaze to Godfrey beside him. Godfrey, don't you agree? Godfrey snapped back to reality, withdrawing his gaze from the pile of corpses. He bent down and lowered his head. Master, you are right. A smile played at the corners of Lawrence's mouth. Naturally, after finishing the slaughter, begin cleaning the manor, lord of the town. Godfrey bowed again. Yes, master. Listening to the sound of Lawrence's footsteps gradually receding, Godfrey finally lifted his head, gazing forward. The originally dense crowd on the empty square was now buried under a multitude of corpses, one pressuring upon another, layer covering layer. Scarlet blood flowed from their bodies, dripping onto the ground, coalescing with other streams of blood, forming small creeks, eventually pooling in the sunken area of the square, creating a pool of blood. As the blood continued to gather, the pool expanded, soaking body after body. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blood in the air. All the townsmen had been massacred. Godfrey looked at the faces of the corpses, their eyes wide open even in death. He called out directly, Danke. Danke, who had been standing behind him, quickly ran over to his side. Godfrey, prepare dry wood and burn all the corpses. Not even mentioning, if these corpses are left to decay in the town, it will cause plague. The Karidi Empire covers a vast territory. Even the Duchy of the Red Dragon, one of the 3 great dukes, is equally expansive. This town, located far from Ashen Flame City where the Red Dragon Duke's castle is situated, lies at the edge of the Duchy of the Red Dragon. If these corpses are not burned, attracting the attention of surrounding forces, The Duke of Red Dragon will never know what happened here. They intend to incite the Duke of Red Dragon's wrath. Denki quickly responded, "Yes, sir," with his voice trailing off, seeing Godfrey had no further orders. Denki then withdrew, beginning to dispatch soldiers to burn the corpses. Bundles of dry wood were transported from the town by soldiers, piled atop the corpses. Not only dry wood, but doors, wooden beams, carts, and all combustible items were brought over. The corpses were simply too many, until several hours later. As night descended, enveloping the entire world, soldiers holding flaming torches lit up the whole square. Denki, holding a torch, came before Godfrey. Handing the torch to Godfrey, Denki reminded, "Sir." Godfrey glanced at Denki, reaching to accept it. Under the gaze of all soldiers, Godfrey exerted his arm, flinging the torch forward. The torch ignited like kindling, flames rising instantly, setting the combustibles ablaze. The soldiers surrounding them likewise threw their torches. Pile after pile of dry wood was lit. Initially, the flames were not particularly bright, but minutes later, all combustible material was set ablaze, burning fiercely. Flames as if to devour everything flickered in the night breeze, reaching skyward from the town square. The crimson glow illuminated the darkened town brightly. Godfrey glanced around silently, striding towards the buildings at the rear. He arrived at a somewhat ornate two-story building. Under the watchful eyes of 10 soldiers, Godfrey stepped inside. After only a few steps, rhythmic, rapid body impacts reached Godfrey's ears, accompanied by restrained cries of women beyond decency. Godfrey's steps halted abruptly. An inexplicable anger rose within his heart. Having slaughtered over 3,000 unarmed townsmen by day, with their bodies just now burned by soldiers' efforts. Yet Commander Lawrence was indulging in fleshly pleasures with women again. Godfrey's breathing became involuntarily rapid, fists clenched tightly. He strode towards the stairway leading to the second floor. Step by step, his feet landing on the wooden stairs produced a steady thump-thump sound. With each step upwards, the strange sounds grew more distinct. "Haha, how is it? Didn't I say you couldn't handle this? You want to taste too? Sure, but you can't flee, all right." Godfrey stood before a pair of double wooden doors, his hands resting upon them. With slight exertion, he could force the doors open. Godfrey abandoned the idea. His rapid breathing gradually returned to normal, his fast-beating heart easing. Godfrey's hands slid down from the doors slowly. He pulled a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head, raised his right hand, and knocked on the door. Godfrey called out to remind, "Master, the corpses have been burned. It won't be long before other forces find out. I think we should prepare the next step of our plan." As Godfrey's words fell, the sound of impact behind the wooden door continued without any pause. As it seemed to become more intense, the voice of Lawrence's response rang out. "I know. Go wait downstairs." Godfrey answered, stepping toward the downstairs. He arrived at the front door. Godfrey leaned directly against the wooden wall. He slightly sniffed, catching the scent of roasted meat and flames wafting in the air. His gaze shifted, and Godfrey looked into the distance. The flickering flames seemed to stain the sky red. Until more than half an hour later, Lawrence, while fastening his clothes, walked out of the house. Lawrence casually glanced at the distant flames and spoke to Godfrey. "Gather up, prepare to set off." Godfrey bowed and answered, "Yes, master." For several consecutive days, Lin, after arranging work on the territory, immediately headed to the dock to engage in fishing. He now had 6,000 energy stones in his possession. In just another 3 to 4 days, he could gather 9,000 energy stones to exchange for 900 pounds of emperor potato. After some work, Lin pulled a 3-pound carp from the river. As Red unhooked the fish, preparing to cast the line again, Kisi came running from the distance. Running up to Lin, Kisi gasped, "Master, Grayson's sister, Audrey, has arrived at your territory." Lin replied, "I know. Next time, no need to rush in such a panic. Whoever enters this land, if they wish to see me, they must be patient. Otherwise, they are free to leave." Kisi's face straightened, and she quickly responded, "Yes, master." The master Lin before her was the lord of this territory. His words were the highest command in the land. His orders were everything. No matter the identity of someone visiting the territory, unless they breached the walls and besieged with armies, Their status would always be beneath Master Lin. Handing his fishing rod to the guard, Lin began walking back to the town. Red Kisi and the guards followed closely. Lin rounded several red brick houses, his gaze fixed ahead, and saw a figure clad in off-white leather armor, with flowing white hair, entering his sight. It was none other than the aloof and queenly Audrey Brown, whom he had encountered before. As he stepped toward Audrey, she was also scanning the scene and noticed Lin. Her still cold voice sounded from Audrey's mouth. The development speed of your territory is indeed beyond my expectations. Standing in front of Audrey, Lin glanced at her and spoke calmly. Lady Audrey, you overstate it. No matter how fast the development speed, compared to the Portland's empire, it's merely a frontier. Audrey was noncommittal. Her words shifted. Grayson sent me some glazed glass items. Though the quality isn't as fine as some precious glass, the design is innovative. He said they were produced in your territory? Lin nodded and said, yes, my territory does indeed have a glass workshop. Audrey didn't speak, waiting for an invitation from Lin. But she found that Lin only explained about the glass workshop, with no intention of inviting her for a tour. Audrey's interest piqued. Compared to those so-called royal descendants, the impression Lin left on her was much better. Words neither humble nor arrogant, a poised demeanor. Audrey had to ask, if Lord Lin is willing to show me the glass workshop, I have some intelligence to share with you. I wonder if Lord Lin would be willing? Lin raised an eyebrow and extended his left hand. Lady Audrey, this way please. Though he didn't know what intelligence Audrey had to offer, but showing the glass workshop was too simple for him. Watching Lin's actions, Audrey couldn't help but snort inwardly. So he's a shrewd fellow. Won't make a concession without gaining anything. But then again, isn't she the same? With Lin leading, Audrey walked by Lin's right side towards the town. Behind them were Red and Audrey's bodyguards. As they walked, Audrey's gaze scanned everything around her. The blacksmith workshop, textile workshop, bow and arrow workshop, woodworker workshop. All the workshops needed for a territory's development of tools, weapons, and armor were in place. Even on Audrey's cold, stern face, a trace of slight surprise appeared. Walking past the blacksmith workshop, it seemed Audrey thought of something. She glanced at the composite armor Red was wearing and asked, "Did you forge the armor he's wearing?" Lin followed her gaze to Red and responded, "Yes, a combination of traditional chest armor and padded armor, known as composite armor." Audrey's interest grew, and she continued to ask, "What's the advantage over plate armor and chain armor?" Lin calmly explained, "Its defense is far superior to chain armor, and it's much lighter than plate armor." Hearing this, Audrey couldn't help but take another look at the composite armor on Red, her eyes full of admiration. Even though she was a merchant, with just a simple sentence from Lin, the advantages of the composite armor were immediately highlighted. While ensuring defensive performance, the weight of the armor was reduced, which is exactly what soldiers need in armor. They walked past the textile workshop, watching the workers inside weaving like an assembly line. Audrey's heart was no longer just surprised. Audrey finally understood and comprehended Grayson's praises when he saw Lord Lin in front of him. From the very beginning, he was just a lord with a patch of wooden houses, to now, he already possessed a red brick house town. She also saw the excitement during labor from the townspeople who were opening up and planting that large field. Moreover, there are various workshops that have already formed in scale, and the 3 mines that Grayson mentioned. If Lin before merely relied on the terrain behind the mountain to have the conditions to rise, then the current Lin is rapidly rising. Slaves converted to townsmen, diligently farming to ensure all sources of grain. Once the townsmen are well-fed and strong, they are then transformed into soldiers. The mined ore, after smelting and forging, is turned into armor and weapons to arm the soldiers. As long as he is given enough time, his territory will plant more grain, recruit and train more soldiers, and forge more armor and weapons. Then the Lin in front of us will become a new emerging force not to be underestimated in Kaldi. Why not to be underestimated? Because Lin can achieve self-sufficiency with the advantage of his territory. Moreover, the imperial power struggle in the Karidi Empire happens to provide Lin with a great environment to rise. A rising new star of power will ascend in the Karidi Empire. Under Lin's leadership, Audrey arrived at the entrance of the glass workshop. Without needing Lin to remind her, The sharp-eyed Audrey quickly spotted the rows of wooden shelves neatly arranged with glazed glass products. She walked straight in without hesitation. Lynn clearly saw a bright surprise appear in her once cold eyes. Lynn raised an eyebrow, just as Grayson said. Audrey really liked glazed glass products. Lynn did not speak, following Audrey from behind. Bo and Layla came to Lynn's side. Just as they were about to speak, Lynn stopped them. The two glanced at the tall woman ahead, seeming to understand something, followed quietly behind, waiting in anticipation. Audrey's gaze swept over each glazed glass product, until more than half an hour later. She stopped in front of a wooden shelf, her eyes fixed on Lynn. "Lord Lynn, I want all the glazed glass products I just saw." In half an hour, Audrey had walked around the entire glass workshop meticulously. With 25-tier wooden shelves in total, there must be over 1,000 glazed glass products, excluding those with slight defects given to the townsmen for daily use in the town. All the qualified standard glazed glass products were displayed on the shelves. Lynn looked at Audrey, explaining, "There are at least 1,000 products on these shelves from the glass workshop." Audrey raised her eyebrows, asking, "Lord Lynn thinks I can't afford it?" Lynn directly ignored Audrey's words, saying, "Each glazed glass product is 5 gold pounds." Audrey's eyes widened slightly, just about to negotiate. She immediately recalled the first time she met Lynn, when she added 5 shillings just to sell slaves to him. Surprisingly, after more than half a year, this situation came back around. She naturally heard from Grayson that the slaves transported were still 5 shillings, and Lynn never changed the price. It was just that the price of the glazed glass had risen from 2 gold pounds to 5 gold pounds. Audrey snorted, seemingly a bit reluctant as she arrogantly said, "5 gold pounds, then 5 gold pounds. I, Audrey, have enough money." Lynn's gaze turned to Bo and Layla, saying, "Hurry and thank Lady Audrey for her generosity. After all, she bought all the glazed glass products at a high price." Even a woman like Audrey has the same preferences as ordinary people. If one doesn't have preferences, what's the point of becoming an emperor of an empire? Bo and Layla, though following behind, had heard the entire conversation between Lynn and Audrey. Upon receiving Lynn's command, Bo and Layla quickly bowed, their words full of gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Audrey, for your generosity." Hearing their words, Audrey gave Lynn a look before withdrawing her gaze. Lynn continued speaking. "Is the carriage of Lady Audrey specifically for transporting glazed glass products?" Earlier, he had seen a convoy with a carriage drawn by 4 horses parked at Lord Square. Audrey acknowledged, "There are 10 carriages transporting a hide, about 20,000 pounds, originally planned to be taken back to the Portland's empire. Now to transport the glazed glass, I'll resell them to you at market price, help offset part of the glazed glass product's price." Lynn was somewhat surprised, but not because of the quantity of leather Audrey had transported. Clearly, Audrey was lying to him. He distinctly remembered that Audrey was sailing on a longship, heading to Triumph City. Even if she had acquired this batch of leather on the way there or back, Audrey could have easily stacked the leather on the longship. There was no need to load the leather onto a carriage and transport it from Kakasong City to his territory. The only possible reason is, Audrey understood that his territory lacked a large amount of leather for the production of armor lining, quivers, harnesses, and other items. Having acquired the leather, she transported it to him specifically. Why would she do this? Because of his care for Grayson? High-priced slave purchases followed by exchanging them for fine salt at extremely low prices? Or was it at the beginning, when Grayson was selling fine salt in Kakasong City and was detained by the church personnel? At the point of having nothing, he provided Grayson with goods to start over? He would not simply believe that Audrey, who had only met him once, would take a fancy to him. Lynn could not fathom other possibilities. The depth of Audrey's scheming was somewhat beyond his judgment. Scratching his ideas, Lynn quickly proceeded with the exchange. The current market price for leather is, for pence per pound, 20,000 pounds is 80,000 pence, which equals 334 gold pounds. Glazed glass products are 5 gold pounds each. 1,000 of them equal 5,000 gold pounds. Lady Audrey, you still need to give me 4,666 gold pounds. 4,666 gold pounds could almost match the tax revenue of a small city for several months. Audrey said nothing and looked at the burly and robust personal female guard behind her. Her height and body profile were not at all inferior to Red standing beside us. Addressed as Hilda, she bent slightly, moved her body, and took off a leather backpack slung on her back. With a movement of her hand, she handed it to Red beside her. No need for Lynn's instruction. Red reached out to take it. Audrey spoke. There are 2,000 gold pounds in the bag. The insufficient part, I will have Grayson compensate with the slaves brought over. Audrey continued. I also need a set of armor displayed in your blacksmith workshop. Lynn naturally understood. What Audrey spoke of was the armor Flint crafted himself for teaching the apprentices. Compared to a set of fine lightweight scale armor with chain liner, the leather Audrey sent was indeed a great help. Leather is the goods he temporarily cannot produce himself. But armor can be reforged as long as flint, iron, ore, and coal mines are present. Lynn nodded and said, no problem. With the transaction confirmed, he called the guard to notify Kesey and George to arrange for townsmen to unload the leather from the carriage. Lynn and Audrey walked out of the glass workshop, proceeding through the town. Although she had roughly observed the town earlier, as Audrey walked on the red brick road, looking around, her eyes still showed a hint of curiosity. Lynn did not disturb Audrey and simply led the way ahead. Audrey stood in front of a wide building. Her gaze passed through the glazed windows of the building, watching the tender faces and innocent gazes of the children inside. Walking a few steps ahead, Lynn noticed this scene. He stopped and stood waiting ahead. Looking into the classroom, Sienna was holding a quill pen, seeming to write something on pristine paper. Audrey's usually cold face unexpectedly softened. Audrey noticed Lynn was observing her. She turned her face, looking into the distance, and when she looked back, her face had already returned to its high and cold demeanor. Retracting her gaze, Audrey caught up with Lynn's pace, walking alongside. Audrey spoke doubtfully. Lord Lynn, those children. Lynn took over the conversation and explained, they are the children of the townsmen. I arranged for scholars to teach them literacy. Audrey raised her eyebrows. Don't they need to labor? Lynn nodded indifferently. Children at such a young age, what can they do even if they labor? Instead of that, during the growth phase of their memory, it would be better to let them learn more writing and knowledge in school. Once they reach adulthood, their usefulness and abilities will far outweigh manual labor. Audrey nodded in agreement, even though she did not voice anything. Deep down, her perspective on Lynn altered quite a bit. If she had not visited this school, Audrey might have thought Lynn was just a lucky lord with some ability, only relying on 3 mineral resources, developing slowly to have everything he has now. Others could do the same. But now, she finally realized, Lynn's ability and thinking far exceeded what she had seen from any other lord. The thought process of those noble lords always revolves around the supremacy of interests and social status. They would send their descendants to monastery schools or palace schools for cultural education, all for the sake of enabling their descendants, through learning, to possess the talent for governance. When you think about it, if such learning can be popularized, even if it's just teaching ordinary people to read and write, and spreading advanced productivity technologies broadly, the level of productivity will see a significant improvement. But other lords will never have such an idea. Apart from their bloodline descendants, who else can be of the status to receive the same cultural education as them? Passing by the school, Audrey quickly saw another building. She personally saw a townsman dressed in a linen robe occasionally walk into the hospital. The townsman came out carrying a small bundle tied with paper. Audrey couldn't help but ask, Lord Lynn, that is. Lynn glanced in the direction and explained, the hospital, the territory hospital I built. Audrey continued to ask, can it treat everyone in the territory? Lynn nodded. Of course, Lady Audrey. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the territory hospital's existence? His purpose in building the hospital was to heal townsmen and soldiers. He didn't want simple fevers to directly lead to death among the townsmen and soldiers. Whether townsmen or soldiers, he'd spent a great deal of food and time cultivating them. Audrey naturally didn't understand Lynn's thoughts, but she fell silent once more. Audrey found that although Lynn was also a lord, the model of his territory was quite different from others. Other lords didn't have the term townsman. They only had hired free people or enslaved peasants. Nor would they likely let hospitals, usually serving the wealthy, accept free people and peasants for treatment. It is precisely because Lin's thinking mode and management style are different that this territory can develop so quickly from a collection of wooden cottages to a territory where most industries are self-sufficient. If Lin in front of her can continue to grow and spread this model beyond his territory, Audrey's heart couldn't help but fill with anticipation. Perhaps Lin could bring some shock to this continent. Audrey, with her arms folded in front, made the curve before her even more pronounced. She took steps and spoke to Lin. Lord Lin, I think I can share the intelligence I mentioned earlier with you now. Lin said nothing, but listened to Audrey's words as he walked. Audrey continued. Perhaps you've heard before, the battle for imperial authority is about to come. However, this time, it will not be far away. Mitchell Carolyn directed Mark Dukas to dispatch a troop, passing through the borderlands, crossing the boundaries of the Marquisate and the Duchy. Rapidly captured 3 towns with the speed of lightning, slaughtering completely wherever they pass, from townsmen to poultry and livestock. Upon hearing this, Lin's brow furrowed sharply. He immediately thought of Lawrence, leading over 3,000 sword and shield army soldiers, departing Morgantown, marching towards the direction of Windhill, crossing Windhill, then an entire range of deserted mountains. On the other side is the Duchy of the Red Dragon. Only now did he finally understand that Lawrence, who arrived with the sword and shield army soldiers, had a main goal far from assisting Morgantown in their bandit suppression. It was under the guise of bandit suppression, utilizing Morgantown at the southern borderland as a detour. The primary purpose was to sneak into the Duchy of the Red Dragon through an unguarded border. Everything is confirmed. Lin thought of something, just as he was about to speak. Audrey continued. You want to ask, wouldn't the invasion of the Duchy of the Red Dragon by Dukas clan's sword and shield army soldiers trigger a conflict between them? Lin nodded again. Audrey's ability to read expressions and infer intentions was truly terrifying. Audrey snorted. Mark Dukas thinks he is very clever. No, to be accurate, Mitchell Carolyn thinks he is very clever. By having Dukas clan's sword and shield army soldiers don the leather armor of Duke Songyu's Songyu army and massacre villages and clear Manor Lord forces, they hope to provoke a conflict between the 2 Grand Dukes, leading to war. To thereby prevent Duke Songyu from leaving Mitchell's influence and joining Caesar's camp. Lin furrowed his brow. The intelligence I received was that, besides Duke of Red Dragon supporting Prince Caesar, Duke Heiao and Duke Songyu were aligned with Mitchell. Audrey nodded and explained. This was indeed the case before I went to Triumph City. But afterward, Duke Songyu sensed something was amiss. Whether Duke or Marquis or any other forces involved in the imperial authority struggle, it is all for profit. Even if the profit cannot be achieved in the short term, they have to fight for it. For example, Mitchell's eldest daughter, Yuna, who just came of age last year. As long as their family's descendant can have a marriage alliance with the imperial royal family, even if it means marrying in, a descendant born of this union will have royal family blood. When the royal family declines, they can use this descendant's royal blood to enter the royal city and replace them. Bloodline inheritance, even if it involves regicide or patricide, still has its justification. Lin agreed with a nod. According to the intelligence I have, Mitchell is seeking the support of both dukes and marquises. He has secretly arranged marriages with at least 4 families. Audrey continued to explain. Duke Heiao, Duke Songyu, Marquis Gab Anderson, and Marquis Mark Duca. Lin's brow furrowed even more deeply. As the eldest prince, Mitchell Carolyn has played the Dukas clan as his first card, and Mark, the current Marquis, not only agreed with but also supported Mitchell's decision. However, this also shows that Mark Duca has great ambition. He wants to use the foundation of the Dukas clan to secure a position as the son-in-law of the future Emperor Mitchell, Audrey said. And then Duke Songyu, who first noticed this, started to waver. If Mitchell cannot come up with a better way to mend relations with Duke Songyu, I think there's a significant chance that Duke Songyu will join Prince Caesar's faction. Lin picked up the thread. By then, the already powerful Duke of Red Dragon, combined with Duke Songyu, would have strength directly surpassing Mitchell. The balance of power would be destroyed, leading to the unfolding of the Imperial Authority War. Audrey gave Lin an approving look and responded, exactly. At that time, The entire Karidi Empire will plunge into the quagmire of war. Lin nodded slightly, suddenly realizing something. He asked Audrey, Lady Audrey, since you have anticipated these, why did you come from the Portland's Empire to the Karidi Empire? Audrey paused her steps on hearing this. She turned her body, directly facing Lin. You are more perceptive than I imagined. That Lin wouldn't be interested in why she came to the Karidi Empire with Grayson. Wouldn't be concerned about why she went alone to the royal city, Triumph City, of the Karidi Empire. But Lin was obviously more sensitive, in particular about certain deliberately hidden points in the conversation. Lin said nothing, merely continued to meet Audrey's gaze. Audrey sighed softly, not intending to hide anything from Lin. The current emperor of the Karidi Empire, Charlemagne VI, has requested my help. He asked me to send troops to assist him, to aid this empire that will soon be engulfed in flames of war. Hearing Audrey's words, Lin couldn't help but frown. He did not immediately understand the meaning behind these words. As the current emperor, Charlemagne VI, requesting aid from Audrey, who is manipulating the imperial authority war in the Portland's empire. The emperor of the empire, Charlemagne VI, elderly and frail, had his power hollowed out. That much he could understand. But why would Charlemagne seek assistance from Audrey? This was something he could not fathom. Audrey did not intend to explain, and naturally, Lin would not pursue the question. Everyone has their secrets. Audrey is such, and so does he. Walking on the red brick road leading to the Lord's Square, Lin spoke. I heard from Grayson that you encountered a giant squid in the seas of the Karidi Empire? Audrey affirmed. Yes, a giant squid. Perhaps it was just bad luck that we happened to encounter it. Until all the leather was unloaded from the carriage. Over 1,000 glazed glass items, after being packed, were loaded onto Audrey's carriage. Additionally, the fine-grade lightweight scale armor with a chain liner was taken from the blacksmith workshop amidst Flint's discontented shouting. After bidding farewell to Lin, Audrey left the town with her wagon team, gradually moving towards the direction of the mountain forest walls, until the wagon team disappeared under the veil of night. Only then did Lin stride towards the castle. His mind was also quickly reflecting. The arrival of Audrey brought him a wealth of information from the outside world. Although this information, apart from the infiltration of Lawrence's army into the Duchy of the Red Dragon, can be verified, the rest was merely from the words of Audrey alone. But, given Lin's current situation and identity, Audrey has no reason to convey false external information to him. If what Audrey said is true, then Duke Sonyu's wavering could very likely lead to an already looming imperial authority war erupting even more quickly, even to the extent that Prince Caesar's chances of victory in the Karidi Empire's imperial authority war would increase significantly. Yet, that's just an increased probability. Winning the war hinges on numerous factors. Things like the number of soldiers, the quality of soldiers, the commanding capabilities of leaders, weaponry and equipment, defensive structures, logistics support, terrain, and more are all crucial factors. Even with a numerical advantage in soldiers, this world has no shortage of battles recorded in books where the few triumphed over the many. Relative to the Imperial Authority War campaign, Lin was more concerned with Mark Duca dispatching Lawrence to lead that sword and shield corps to infiltrate the Duchy of the Red Dragon. Perhaps Audrey has planted a large number of informants and spies throughout the Karidi Empire to gather intelligence. But since even she, just having arrived in the Karidi Empire, could know this information, other noble lords might also possibly learn all this. The Dukas clan's sword and shield soldiers, disguised as Duke Sonyu's forces, attacked and massacred the Duke of the Red Dragon's towns and townsmen. If such acts were truly known by the two dukes, could Mark Duca, a mere marquis, withstand the fury of the two powerful dukes? Mark Duca is so certain that as the eldest prince, Mitchell Carolyn, would protect him for this? If not, dispatching the sword and shield corps soldiers to create conflict would be foolish. Even those over 3,000 sword and shield corps soldiers might be doomed in the Duchy of the Red Dragon. Waiting for the two dukes to react, the Marquisate of Ducas would suffer sanctions and be devoured by them. The vassals under the Marquisate of Ducas would either join the resistance army or choose to submit to the dukes attacking the Marquisate. It seems distant to him. Lin understands that war is on the verge of breaking out, and the crisis is drawing ever closer. He must continue to expand the army. After the spring planting and sowing are complete, he needs to further optimize the industries of the entire territory. Ensuring the high efficiency of various industries, he must optimize to free up more townsmen to be recruited into the ranks of soldiers. Given the current armed forces in the territory, totaling only 1,700 soldiers and guards, without the protection of city walls, they wouldn't even withstand the charge of a regular army of 3,000. There must be more soldiers, stronger armed forces, to face the imminent crisis. If the 4,000 pounds of leather delivered by Grayson was like sending charcoal in the snow, then the 20,000 pounds of leather now sent by Audrey is the icing on the cake. The 4,000 pounds of leather resolved the urgent need for leather in the textile workshop for the production of composite armor. The 20,000 pounds of leather is enough to keep the workers in the textile workshop busy for a long time. Based on the leather weight needed for one set of composite armor, roughly 10 pounds. Excluding some cutting wastage, at least 2,000 sets of composite armor can be made. Lynn's heart relaxed slightly. At least, it alleviated the situation where livestock on the ranch could not yet be slaughtered to produce leather. Lynn shifted his gaze to the 5,000 townsmen still cultivating the wasteland. Without guards supervising them, they still looked passionate, as if they couldn't feel fatigue. With a thought, he opened the holographic projection to check. The 5,000 townsmen, continuously cultivating, have been at it for over a month. As of now, they have cultivated and planted 30,000 acres of farmland. There are 30 days left until the end of spring planting at the end of April. If continuing with this pace and efficiency, not to mention 50,000 acres, cultivating and planting 60,000 acres would be no difficult task. He nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Lynn instructed the guards to inform the townsmen in the wasteland that they could finish work. Upon hearing the cheer of joy from the townsmen, only then did he stride towards the direction of the castle to return. Returning to the castle. After dining on the dinner prepared by Kesey, Lynn stood on the balcony on the second floor of the reception hall. A night breeze with a hint of chill blew, tousling Lynn's black hair and the silk robe on him. His gaze looked into the distance, at the large area of red brick houses in the small town, about to be engulfed by darkness. In his mind, he was pondering how to optimize the workforce and industry in the small town. Compared to the initial development of the territory, with merely a few townsmen, now there are over 9,000 people on the territory, even exceeding the population of some ordinary small towns by 3 times. Yet Lynn still feels the workforce is insufficient. It's not because the population is too small, but because all industries in the territory rely on a large labor force to increase production efficiency. It's still due to outdated technology and obsolete tools. Let's not talk about anything else. Just focusing on the ongoing cultivation labor. Due to limited tools, despite inventing and producing the wheel plow, still can only rely on adult oxen and farmers to lead the cultivation. Although compared to manual cultivation and light plow cultivation, there's a much greater progress. It's still too slow. If only there were modern cultivation tools, such as chisel-type looseners or deep loosening combined tillage machines, everything would be entirely different. Lynn also understands, with the current technological level of the territory, not to mention inventing and producing mechanized tools, just a steam engine would become something for him to aspire to but remain unreachable. In a world similar to medieval times with no industrial foundation, he can only rely on heavenly artifacts, bit by bit to develop, bit by bit to accumulate. With heavenly artifacts, he is confident in creating everything he envisions in his mind. Steam engine, steam transport vehicle, gunpowder, firearms, cannons, ship, steam paddle ship, even creating a generator. Of course, this is a long process. Forcefully pulling back the thoughts that drifted a bit far in his mind, Lynn continues pondering how to optimize the industries. A sound of footsteps arose behind Lynn. Before Lynn could turn around, 2 neat and respectful voices appeared. Turning around, Lynn sees Colin and Avery slightly bent at a 4 or 5 meters distance behind him. Colin slightly straightened his body, looked at Lynn, and took the lead in reporting. "Sir, as per your request, the wooden and fully ironclad doors of Wong City have been made and installed. The 30 wolf fawn clubs and winches crafted by the woodworker workshop have been entirely transported to Wang City and atop the city walls. Lin nodded. Very well. Next task for the woodworker workshop is to produce, first according to the size of the city gate, a seaman knife car. Afterward, proceed to make the catapults and crossbow cannons. Regarding crossbow cannons, if unclear, you may seek guidance from the bow and arrow workshop foreman Jose. He is quite knowledgeable in bow and arrow making. Colin hurriedly lowered his head as a response. Lin shifted his gaze to Avery. No need for Lin to inquire. Avery thoughtfully began to explain. Sir, Wing City has been completed. If there are no other instructions, the next work for the stonemason workshop is preparing to build lookout towers and outpost fortresses outside the city wall. Lin replied with an Have the locations for the lookout towers and outpost fortresses been determined? Avery moved his arm, fetched a folded piece of paper from his bosom. However, without approaching Lin, he raised his hands. Sir, the lookout tower is situated 5 miles outside the city walls on the open wilderness. Not far from the city walls, but offers a better vantage point than the city walls, allowing clear sight to notice movements from 4 sides. And for the outpost fortress, I have only confirmed 2 locations for the time being. The first location is on the right side of the city wall. About 50 miles away, there's a forest. There's only a gravel path through the forest that can lead to the wasteland in front of your lordship's territory. If we can build an outpost fortress near the forest's exit, we can also set up cheval de frise and roadblocks near the fortress. Within the forest, we can arrange some secret sentries and scouts. If enemies attack from the direction of Morgantown, they must pass through this outpost fortress. As Avery spoke, Red, who was guarding beside Lin, took the folded paper handed over by Avery. He unfolded it and presented it to Lin. Lin took it, his gaze sweeping over the simple map drawn with a quill on the paper. The map was simple, with triangles representing the steep mountains beside the city walls. Outside the right front of the city walls, a vast forest was sketched, with a simple house drawn at the forest's exit. Lin nodded. This will do. Receiving Lin's affirmative response, a slight relief washed over Avery's heart, and he continued speaking. The other outpost fortress is outside a pile of rocks 20 miles on the left side of the city wall. The rocks can be both a source of material for constructing the outpost fortress and a hindrance to enemy cavalry's advance. Lin's gaze shifted to the left side of the city wall, just as Avery described. He also sketched a simple house on the top, with various sized stones in front of the house. Lin responded, Let's follow your plan. Avery bowed slightly, a trace of joy in his words. He continued explaining, My lord, the most crucial point is that by constructing a 30-meter watchtower on the wasteland 5 miles outside the city walls, we can oversee the 2 sides' outpost fortresses. Even if the enemies are too powerful and the guards in the 2 outpost fortresses cannot light the signal smoke immediately, the watchtower will notice it first. Lin gave Avery a look of approval. Within his territory, when it comes to construction, Avery indeed counts as a talent. If BO crafts the telescope in the future, with the height of the watchtower, the wide field of view, and the convenience of the telescope, he can completely control the wasteland outside the city wall. As the wasteland in the territory is completely reclaimed, the land outside the city walls can be reclaimed for planting, or reward the farmland to the townsmen. As time progresses and the population in the territory increases, just relying on his land will not be sufficient. Until that time comes, expansion beyond the city walls will be the only option, although that wasteland is not within the territorial grant. Whoever cultivates and plants on the wasteland owns it. As long as it doesn't infringe on other lords' interests and is permitted by the Marquis, it belongs to whoever there is. As long as cultivation and planting are done within the Marquisate of Ducas, tax must be paid. As for Lin's territory, that is an exception. Avery hesitated before continuing, But my lord, I need your help. Returning the drawing to Red, Lin spoke. Let's hear it. Avery no longer hesitated. My lord, I need you to dispatch some soldiers as guards. Otherwise, given my authority, I fear the construction workers, without the wall as an obstacle, will choose to flee. Lin nodded. Very well. I will ask Instructor Ross to assign 100 soldiers for supervision. While preventing their escape, They can also ensure your personal safety, even though he deemed Avery's worries as redundant. The townsmen who came to his territory, except for those who committed crimes and wanted to escape. The rest had never thought of fleeing. The logic of being full once and full every time is easy to understand unless one has a problem in the mind. Avery promptly said, "Thank you, my lord." After ensuring the two had nothing else, Lynn dismissed Avery and Colin. Under the cover of night, they returned to the castle, evidently having just completed their tasks and returned from Wong City. Under the cover of darkness, a two-horse carriage sped along with 6 guards. A tall and strong middle-aged man sat on a leather cushion. His right hand rested on a pair of fair thighs, moving slowly. Beside him, a young woman clasped his arm with both hands. Her pale softness and front closely adhered. Looking at the young woman's appearance, Kruger couldn't help but laugh. Miss Yasmin, were the days at Frank Castle enjoyable? Yasmin, daughter of a merchant in Kakasong City, lifted her head, her eyes full of flickering light as she looked at Kruger. With Mr. Kruger around, of course, I was satisfied. However, once I return to Kakasong City, I shall once again be alone in the mansion within the city. Lonely, desolate, with no one for company. It's truly a painful feeling. Kruger, unbothered, put on a polite and gentlemanly smile again. The skillful moves he performed as if unrelated to him. Miss Yasmin, if you feel bored at home, you can come to Frank Manor Castle at any time. Don't worry, the single room you're staying in can always be reserved for you. Upon hearing this, Yasmin frowned slightly, hesitating a bit. She said, Mr. Kruger, even though my father and your father are close friends, staying at Frank Manor Castle temporarily is not a big deal. But staying long-term. I'm unmarried. You're unmarried. It isn't quite proper. Kruger nodded in agreement. Miss Yasmin is right. I was thinking too simply. Yasmin's tone suddenly changed. However, I do have a way to make my stay at Frank Manor Castle reasonable. Kruger looked at Yasmin in puzzlement and asked, what way? Yasmin showed a hopeful smile. That is, you marry me. In this way, it wouldn't matter how long I want to stay in your room or about anything else. Kruger remained silent, falling into contemplation. Seeing Kruger's expression, the hopeful smile from Yasmin vanished instantly, replaced by coldness. She snorted coldly. I knew you just wanted to play with me, never thought about marriage. I get it. You despise me for once being a married woman. Yasmin's arms, previously entwined around Kruger's, quickly withdrew, and she sat upright beside him. Feeling the softness fade from his arm, Kruger sighed helplessly. Miss Yasmin, you've misunderstood me. How could I, Kruger, be a heartless person? With her arms crossed in front, Yasmin turned her head, her wide-open eyes gazing through the car window at the night outside. Seeing this, Kruger extended his right hand and placed it on Yasmin's fair, voluptuous thigh. He spoke with full of melancholy. Miss Yasmin, please listen to my explanation. Eduardo is dead, you know. However, it was far more than just being intercepted and assassinated by the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps. It's not that simple. Feigning indifference, Yasmin slightly turned her head away. Seeing the words having an effect, Kruger continued. Miss Yasmin, the Frank clan is caught in a power struggle. Our father, Jonas Frank, is old and frail. This is an undeniable fact. In more than 5 years, or as soon as 3 years, the position of Frank Manor Lord will see a change. Before it's determined who will inherit as the new Frank Manor Lord, any adult male of the Frank clan could become the new Manor Lord. Yasmin's gaze turned towards Kruger. She didn't speak, awaiting Kruger's continued explanation. Kruger continued, but at this crucial moment, Eduardo, as Jonas' 4th son, died. Miss Yasmin, what do you think it's for? Yasmin, grasping the meaning in Kruger's words, hesitated hardly at all. Someone wants to become the Frank Manor Lord, eliminating rivals. Kruger gave Yasmin an approving glance. You're right, Miss Yasmin. The Iron Blood Brotherhood members vanished before the Dukas clan's Sword and Shield Corps soldiers arrived. And after the Sword and Shield Corps soldiers left, they remained unheard from for a long time. The Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps, absent for such a long time, suddenly appeared in Morgantown and bizarrely intercepted Eduardo heading for Kakasong City. Even a fool could understand such an affair. It's absolutely not that simple. Yasmin nodded in agreement, not interrupting Kruger. Up to now, neither I nor the entire Frank clan have figured out the exact cause. Kruger's words shifted. If we were to get engaged now and bring you into the Frank clan, it wouldn't be fair to you. Because I dare not assure you absolute safety. Seeing Kruger's sorrowful face, the coldness on Yasmin's face softened, feeling a pang of compassion. She moved slightly, once again opening her arms to embrace Kruger's right arm, filled with gentle inquiry. Mr. Kruger, how can I help you? Kruger smiled faintly and said, as long as Miss Yasmin can understand and accept me, it'll be good enough. Listening to Kruger's words, Yasmin seemed deep in thought. Soon, something came to her mind. Her head, still resting against Kruger's arm, began to slowly move down, ending up against Kruger's abdomen. After a rustling movement, Kruger's brows raised instantly. Kruger's right hand rested on the back of Yasmin's head, speaking slowly. Miss Yasmin, besides this, I need your father's help. If he's willing to support me to become the new Frank Manor Lord, I, Kruger, will definitely support your father to become the Chamber of Commerce President of Kakasong City. Yasmin remained silent. Kruger, without minding in the slightest, leaned tightly against the leather seat at the back, enjoying the comfortable sway brought by the moving carriage. Breath, breath, breath. Kruger naturally knew that his good brother, Eduardo's death, was far from simple. But just like he said, whether it's him or other members of the Franger clan, no matter how they investigate, they can't uncover the cause of Eduardo's death. Therefore, always cautious and meticulous, he quickly deduced that someone was using forces outside Frank Manor to eliminate the rivals for the position of Manor Lord. Eduardo's death was a good thing for him, because a few months ago, he himself considered using such a method. The blood heirs of Jonas, there were indeed too many of them. Even if 2 are dead now, excluding him, there are still 4 adult brothers. They are all stumbling blocks for him becoming the Frank Manor Lord. But now, there was another unknown force acting before him. He just needs to ensure his own safety and continuously strive for more support power, waiting for the other blood heirs in Frank Manor to be completely eliminated. He will have a final confrontation with the real mastermind behind the scenes. Kruger, while enjoying himself, was pondering over the entire Frank Manor, identifying the blood heirs capable of competing for the position of Manor Lord. Jonas' eldest son, Pedro, passed away long ago. Jonas' 4th son, Eduardo, recently died at the hands of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. The remaining are Jonas' 2nd son, Joao Frank, a manor knight, leading the armed forces within the manor, responsible for patrolling and maintaining order within the territory. If the interests of the territory are violated by outsiders, he would be the first to handle it. If Joao wanted to become the Manor Lord, with his prestige in the territory, he wouldn't even need Jonas' permission. With just a wave of his arm, he could easily replace him. There is absolutely no need to adopt such a laborious and tiresome method. The 3rd son, Phyllis Frank, is in charge of the agricultural production within the manor. He needs to oversee the peasants' labor, arrange for sowing and harvesting, ensure the rational use of land, and hire free people. Kruger doesn't believe that a Phyllis, who knows how to lead people in planting, has the courage and intelligence to conspire with outsiders to kill Eduardo. In his view, he is no different from those peasants. Upon reasoning to this point, Kruger's eyebrow raised. The only possibility left was Jonas' 5th son, Simone Frank, who joined the church in Kakasong City and became a monk. As a church monk, he has plenty of opportunities to meet the nobility and wealthy people in Kakasong City, even some mercenary corps, wandering swordsmen, etc. Upon learning the intelligence that Eduardo was heading to Kakasong City, he could easily arrange for a group of guards or a mercenary corps to ambush him on the road. The most crucial point, because Simone's mother was once a prostitute in Kakasong City, neither their father Jonas nor his brothers ever liked his presence. This led to Simone joining the church in Kakasong City. If it's Simone who wants to become the Frange Manor Lord, it is reasonable and justifiable. Even more so, justifiable by the reason of revenge. Kruger's mind continued to think. The remaining 6 brothers are only 7 or 8 years old, not yet of age. He directly chose to overlook them. But soon, another figure appeared in Kruger's mind. a nearly 1.7-meter tall voluptuous figure. Even the long robe she wore couldn't conceal her curves. A delicate and fair face, occasionally showing a gentle and sweet smile. Janet, who is just about 20 years old. She has a more enticing grace and bearing than a number of mature women. Kruger's body slightly trembled, and he let out a low hum. Yasmin, who lay before him, slowly sat up, wide-eyed, looking at Kruger. Kruger smiled slightly. Miss Yasmin, when we return to Kakasong City, perhaps I need to meet your father. Swallowing her saliva, Yasmin nodded and said, Of course, Mr. Kruger. My father has always praised you, saying that with your gentle nature, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Kruger nodded slightly, embracing Yasmin in his arms. His right hand wandered slowly along the valley in front of her. Yet in his mind, he still thought about Janet's figure. Janet was merely a bewitching young woman. He did not believe Janet could have the courage to harm her uncle. As the sky brightened, a towering city wall appeared in Kruger's eyes. Escorted by guards, the carriage drove straight into Kakasong City. In a flash, 3 days passed. On the embankment by the Aladia River, under the watchful eyes of Red and the guards, Lin exerted strength with his arms and lifted the cork bobber from the river. Along with it came a base weighing 3 to 4 pounds, lifting out of the water. Although continuously twisting and turning on the fishing line, trying to escape from the hook's entrapment. But Lin gave it no chance. With a twist of his arm, he placed the base down on the pile of weeds behind him. Red quickly stepped forward to unhook the base for Lin. A text panel appeared in front of Lin. Notification: obtained ordinary fish. Base ×1. Reward: 10 energy stones. Looking at the text prompt in front of him, Lin raised an eyebrow. With a thought, he opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Energy stones, 9,000 pieces. Given the continuous hard work in fishing during this period, and having claimed some achievements from the milestones, the 9,000 energy stones he had just acquired made Lin's heart slightly relieved. He pondered slightly in his mind. With 9,000 energy stones, he could enhance his attributes 9 times. He could completely enhance his speed or energy to C grade. But upon further thought, he ultimately decided to exchange these energy stones for 900 pounds of emperor potatoes. As a lord, he didn't need to charge into battle. Even enhancing attributes wouldn't be of much use. What he needed most now was to obtain high-yield seeds and farm them to garner more food. It was spring now, and the exchanged emperor potatoes were just right for planting. He could make good use of this planting opportunity to double the number of emperor potatoes, thereby expanding the planting scale for next year and the year after. With the high yield of emperor potatoes, in 3 years at most, his territory would no longer have to worry about hunger. This was what he needed to focus on right now. As Lin's thoughts settled, a text panel appeared again. Do you wish to consume 9,000 energy stones to exchange for 900 pounds of emperor potatoes? Lin silently thought to himself. Yes, you have obtained 900 pounds of emperor potatoes, stored in the castle warehouse. Looking at the text, Lin felt a wave of satisfaction. Closing the panel, he stood up, handed the fishing rod to his guard, and returned towards the castle. As Lin walked back to the castle entrance, the guard, accompanied by Gavin and a dozen townsmen, happened to arrive at the castle entrance as well. Gavin, with a respectful bow, said, Master, do you have any instructions? Lin responded with a nod and said, Earlier we traded with Audrey and received a batch of special crop seeds. Take them into the warehouse, bring out the crop seeds, and prepare to start planting. Listening to Lin's words, Gavin's face showed a slight hint of confusion. Though puzzled, Gavin didn't utter any unnecessary words and replied with a nod. He led the dozen townsmen into the castle. Gavin emerged from the castle, carrying rounded linen bags on his shoulders. Approaching Lin, Gavin handed over an egg-shaped yellow seed, curiously inquiring, Master, this must be the special crop seed you mentioned, right? It's my first time seeing it. It's not only him. Even the townspeople behind him, who have years of farming experience, are seeing such crop seeds for the first time. Lin reached out to take it, nodding. This is the potato. Its per acre yield is much higher than the barley currently being planted. Gavin's interest was piqued even more. He continued to inquire, Master, What is the per-acre yield of these chicken egg-sized potato seeds? Lynn answered directly without reservation. If we consider the previous per-acre yield of barley at 150 pounds, the potatoes' yield per acre is at least 10 times higher. Listening to Master Lynn's calm words, incredulous murmurs erupted among Gavin and the townsmen. Even Red, behind Lynn, showed a look of surprise on his face. The barley cultivated by the master with a yield of 150 pounds per acre already led them to believe Master Lynn was akin to a god. Now, Master Lynn found potato seeds with a yield 10 times higher than barley. That means the potatoes per acre yield reaches 1,500 pounds. Planting 1 acre amounts to 1,500 pounds. Planting 10 acres amounts to 15,000 pounds. Planting 1,000 acres equates to 1,500,000 pounds. What if we plant 10,000 acres of cultivated land like now? Gavin curled his finger. He felt as if he couldn't calculate anymore. Nonetheless, even if he couldn't calculate clearly, he realized that Master Lynn's territory would no longer need to worry about hunger then. Gavin's eyes were filled with bright light. Of course, Lynn noticed their expressions. Understanding their thoughts, he said, "Don't fantasize. These mere 900 pounds of potatoes won't sustain everyone in the entire territory." Since he didn't know Emperor Potato's yield per acre and had never planted it, the yield of 1,500 pounds per acre was naturally his conservative estimate. Its exact yield would depend on soil fertility, planting methods, and final yield per acre. The fact that Heavenly Artifacts dared to refer to the exchange potatoes as Emperor Potatoes. Lynn had a feeling the yield per acre wouldn't be low. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Gavin and the others couldn't help but grin. Under Lynn's leadership, they headed towards the town. Arriving at a tool warehouse managed by Gavin and Wilbur, Lynn began teaching them how to process the potatoes. There are many ways to plant potatoes, but given the territory's existing farming tools, Lynn could only choose the most traditional block-cutting planting method. Perhaps because the seeds were exchanged from special seed store. Lynn scanned them with a glance. Each seed was plump without the slightest damage or mold. Perfect for planting, even eliminating the step of selection. Currently, the speed of land clearing far exceeds the speed of planting. Even if the potato seeds are cut today, in 1 or 2 days, they can be planted. Under his instruction, Gavin and a dozen others held blades and began cutting the potatoes into pieces. Each piece of potato should weigh around 30 grams and have 2 eyes left. The planted potato chunks, after receiving enough nutrients and fertilizers, will sprout new shoots and come to life. With a team of more than 10 people, 900 pounds of potatoes were cut in 1 day's time. The land with the cut pieces still needs to be placed in a cool and ventilated area to dry the cut surfaces. Afterward, they should be placed on moist fine sand to accelerate sprouting. The sprouting process requires a relatively long time. If the temperature is suitable and growth is smooth, it will take at least 5 days at the quickest. If the temperature is too low, the sprouting speed will be slower, possibly taking up to half a month. Luckily for the temperate oceanic climate of the Karidi Empire. Plus, it's already spring. Lynn had previously checked the weather forecast, and recently, the temperature has been around 15 degrees. The cut potato pieces can complete sprouting in at most a week, and then planting can begin. Inform Gavin about the humidity and ventilation required at the sprouting stage for the potato pieces. After that, what remains is slowly waiting. After instructing Gavin, Lynn strides out of the warehouse. Walking on the red brick roads in the town, Lynn's gaze sweeps around. It's still quite early now, and the townsmen out for tilling haven't returned yet. Thus, the town feels somewhat quiet. Occasionally, 2 or 3 townsmen walk by in a group from the roadside. When they saw Lynn, they stopped immediately and respectfully greeted him as Lord. Lynn nodded slightly, as a gesture of acknowledgement. Walking along the red brick road, Lynn was pondering ways to optimize the town's industries. After several days of contemplation, he had a rough idea in mind. Firstly, to reduce the labor input in each industry. The most crucial aspect is to produce more advanced tools. Just like the flint axe he first crafted, no matter how sharp or refined, the work efficiency will never match that of an iron axe. In mineral extraction, more efficient digging devices need to be developed and produced, thereby replacing traditional manual digging. Lin's mind conjured images of pulley-assisted digging devices and lever-type digging devices, among others. Moreover, it's possible to utilize the power of a winch collaboratively to excavate large blocks of iron ore or salt mines, thus improving excavation efficiency. Such digging machinery can be produced in the current territory. In the transportation of iron ore, now with fish oil and resin for waterproofing, it is completely feasible to create transport vessels larger than sampan boats. For example, ships similar to small Noel ships, about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. A single transport trip can carry up to 10 tons, which is entirely sufficient. Furthermore, beginning to build small ships can also introduce and develop a shipbuilding industry for the townsmen, in preparation for future navigation after handling the waterfalls under the territory. Even if the start is very slow, it's still very necessary. Next, it's advanced production technology. There is no world with more advanced production technology than Lin, who has the Heavenly Artifacts panel. As long as Lin grinds, he can obtain endless technology. However, he needs to translate the technology in his mind into text documented on sheets of paper. Then, through scholars like Tate, this text and knowledge are spread into the minds of all the townsmen. Lin needs to establish a comprehensive training system. Once Tate returns to the territory with his scholar friends, they will begin mass literacy and professional skill training for the townsmen. Let all learn advanced production techniques and the methods of using tools, thus improving production efficiency and reducing labor needs. Then, there's the optimization of personnel management. Be it the various workshop workers in the handicraft workshop district, those responsible for tending crops in the fields, or the mining workers. Lin needs to thoroughly sort out each job, to clearly define the duties and workflow of each townsperson. A worker responsible for digging will do digging, one responsible for transporting iron ore will handle iron ore, to avoid unclear responsibilities, causing personnel redundancy and low work efficiency. Since we have clear positions and defined responsibilities, naturally, there should be rules established, with the merits and promotions system encompassing the working townsmen of the territory. With rewards, there must also be punishments. The townsmen who work well earn military merits, which can promote their status and accrue merits for the reward of land. Those who do not meet standards shall be subject to penalties, such as reducing their portion of meals per sitting or the number of winter garments. The specific methods of punishment need to be drafted. The most crucial part in Lin's view is infrastructure construction, building roads or bridges and other transportation facilities. Despite this period of observation, he found that every townsperson's time includes at least an hour spent walking on lime roads for the current tilling and planting. After breakfast, walking to the wilderness a few miles away takes at least half an hour. Returning takes another half hour. This is for closer distances. For further, intense journeys, like to the coal mines or in the direction of the city wall, the time spent on walking will surpass 1 or 2 hours. If he improves transportation, creating a vehicle within the territory for the townsmen to quickly travel to and from labor, then production efficiency will increase significantly. Thinking slightly in his mind, the only method is to build a steam train. If a steam train were constructed, besides transporting territory townsfolk, it could transport more distant iron or coal mines. Once the outpost fortress beyond the city wall is completed, and a large number of wood sleepers and iron rails are forged, the transport of armed soldiers to the outpost fortress for immediate support would be feasible. But, turning over his thoughts, Lin realized a steam train is still too distant. Although the territory now has iron ore for material in steam train production, and there's anthracite as fuel for the steam train, the technical level is always limited, processing precision is insufficient, power transmission technology is behind, and metal material performance is poor. Even though Lin has an advanced foundation in scientific theory for support, these conditions critically restrain the production of a steam train. Lin could only temporarily postpone this idea. As the sky gradually dimmed, Lin glanced around. Watching the townsmen who had gone out to work, they also began to finish up and head back toward the town. Reclaiming and planting require the townsmen's labor day in and day out. Regarding this, Lin was not in any hurry. Moreover, with 5,000 townsmen engaged in massive-scale reclaiming and planting, He could completely arrange for the workers in the workshops to perform other tasks. After sitting on the square bench and observing the townsmen for a while, Lin stepped back to the castle. Lin discovered, perhaps the townsmen found reclaiming and planting to be an exciting task. Or maybe because of the military merit promotion system he established. On the tired faces of the townsmen after a day's work, there were more joy and excitement. It was as if each day of labor held clear expectations. As long as they worked, they had hope. They had the chance to earn their land. After returning to the castle and finishing dinner, sitting in the armchair, Lin picked up a small grinding stone placed beside him and continued to roll it, grinding the herbs inside. Medicine experience +1. Medicine experience +1. Medicine experience +1. With a thought, Lin opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel to check. Now, his planting, cooking, and forging skills had all been upgraded to level 3. Through one winter of working hard on the medicine skill, his experience had significantly improved. Medicine, level 2, 339 over 500, plus. It was only a matter of time before leveling up to level 3. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The sliced potatoes had already sprouted under the humid conditions after 5 days. Lin, along with Gavin and dozens of other townsmen, stood on a piece of reclaimed field, planting potatoes. With oxen pulling heavy plows for cultivation and townsmen breaking up large soil clumps and fertilizing, they only needed to leave a separate piece of farmland. Potato planting wasn't particularly complicated. Simply plant the sprouted potato pieces at row spacing of 60 centimeters and plant spacing of 30 centimeters, digging a trench about 10 centimeters deep. Then, place the sprouted potato pieces into the trench with the eyes facing up, cover them with loose, crumbly soil. The soil should be about 5 centimeters thick. Once covered, gently press down to ensure the soil is in tight contact with the potato pieces. This helps the potato pieces absorb moisture and nutrients from the soil. After Gavin and the others watched Master Lin's personal demonstration and explanation, they grasped the concept and began planting in the fields at their feet. Initially, they were a little unfamiliar, often turning to Lin for guidance. But after half an hour, dozens of townsmen were fully engaged in the planting process. Lin glanced around. There was nothing wrong with their operations. He nodded in satisfaction. With the current cultivation and planting techniques, as long as they were willing to learn by imitation, it wasn't difficult to master, because it was simply a straightforward operation. With 900 pounds of emperor potato, even after slicing and sprouting, only 3 acres of land could be planted. The townsmen worked together to complete the planting in 2 days. After this, the needs of the potato field pertained to field management. Checking seedlings. Replanting where necessary after potato sprouts break through the soil. If there's a lack of seedlings, they need to be transplanted with soil from dense areas promptly. Water after transplantation to ensure the seedlings survive. And followed by cultivating, weeding, fertilizing, watering, and pest and disease control. After instructing Gavin on these tasks, Lin left the field. Even though Gavin's planting ability wasn't particularly outstanding, just taking care of the crops in the field, his ability was more than enough. Returning to the town, Lin headed directly towards the handicraft workshop district. Walking past several red brick houses, Lin arrived at the textile workshop. In the textile workshop, Yamini and Rachel were leading a group of workers in the labor of weaving armor plates. Seeing Lin entering the workshop, Yamini put down the armor plate she was holding and approached Lin. In front of Lin, Yamini bent slightly, speaking respectfully, "Master." Lin acknowledged with a nod. "How is the progress in the workshop now?" Following Lin, walking slowly, Yamini began to explain. "Master, after you sent more than 20,000 pounds of leather, there's no need to worry about the leather supplies required for weaving armor plates for now. Moreover, after this period of adaptation and instruction, the workers are now accustomed to and skilled in the weaving tasks. With the current weaving efficiency, the workshop can produce about 15 sets of composite armor per day. 15 sets of composite armor per day, 150 sets in 10 days, 450 sets a month. Although it hasn't reached the expected daily output of 20 sets of composite armor, the daily output in the workshop is clearly improving." Lin nodded, then turned his words to ask Yamini. "Foreman Yamini, the workers in the workshop have reached 600 now, correct?" Yamini responded without hesitation. Yes, master, there are 600 workers in total in the 3 workshops. Lin continued. Besides appointing you as the workshop foreman and Rachel as your assistant, have you appointed team leaders in different positions or detailed job responsibilities for the workers? Listening to Lin's words, Yamini was momentarily confused. Master, regarding the captain's appointment, I haven't made any decisions myself. I think such a significant matter would be better decided by you. As for the workers' role assignments, I took the liberty, along with Rachel's assistant, to make the divisions. For example, polishers are responsible for polishing heaps of armor plates and passing them to the next stage perforation workers for armor plate perforation. For instance, rope processing workers handle the processing of raw hides into soft, tough, and durable leather ropes. Knitters painstakingly knit the patterns and styles of the armor plates as required. Fine knitting workers take the roughly completed armor plates from the knitters and perform fine knitting on crucial or specially treated parts. For example, the edges and joint areas of the armor plates require complex and more refined knitting. Armor assembly workers thoroughly assemble the knitted parts into a complete set of composite armor. Finally, it's the quality recorders and inventory managers. The quality recorders are responsible for detailed recording of each batch of armor plates and armor, including dimensions, thickness, hardness, etc. Inventory managers are responsible for the stock of raw materials, semi-finished products, and finished goods in the workshop. Listening to Yamini's calm explanation, Lin glanced approvingly at her. The position arrangements in the textile workshop were far more complete and precise than he had imagined. With such clear division of labor, further optimization from him was hardly necessary. Improvement in production efficiency was only a matter of time. After Yamini finished explaining, Lin finally spoke. The arrangements are very commendable. If all the industries could be like yours, that would be ideal. Upon hearing Lin's praise, Yamini blushed slightly and said, Master, you flatter me. I didn't think too much, just felt that such division of work speeds up knitting and makes management more convenient. Lin nodded. The division is quite good, but it can still be optimized. I need you, for example, in the position of fine knitting workers, to select a captain responsible for management. The captain will manage and be responsible for all fine knitting workers, overseeing daily progress and task assessment. Though the textile workshop is engaged in armor plate knitting labor, the combined personnel of 3 workshops have already reached 600 people. But the management is only in the hands of Yamini and Rachel here. Relying on the two to manage all 3 workshops is indeed too challenging. Due to ineffective management, low work efficiency and reduced productivity can easily occur. Yamini immediately understood and responded, I understand, Master. Lin replied, You can select based on the worker's abilities and qualifications in the workshop. You don't need to report to me. Yamini bowed slightly. Yes, Master. After dismissing Yamini, Lin exited the textile workshop and headed towards the blacksmith workshop. Lin summoned Irello and requested him to also conduct detailed role divisions among the blacksmith apprentices in the workshop. Smelting workers, forging workers, iron frying workers, sandbox casting workers, cutting and perforation workers, etc. Each role was intricately divided among individuals to clarify everyone's job responsibilities. The goal is still to improve workers' proficiency through division of labor, thereby enhancing production efficiency. For 3 consecutive days, Lin was engaged in the role assignments of various industries, starting from handicraft workshops, then to pastures, the red brick factory, and to the digging of the 3 major mines. Even the junks transporting iron ore on the Aladia River. Lin had them select a captain responsible for management. Until the evening of the 3rd day, Lin finally paused, reclining on the Lord's throne in the guest hall. Having chosen management personnel for each industry, any problems in the future could directly be addressed to the corresponding management personnel for resolution. Even if there's a need to speed up or improve production efficiency, he could summon the relevant captains to give instructions. Then the captain would relay orders and exert pressure on the personnel they manage, achieving a true hierarchical management system. He shifted his gaze forward. Kisi, accompanied by maids, was arranging the already cooked dinner. Upon Kisi's reminder, Lin had his dinner and sat in the armchair, continuing to grind herbs. Medical experience, +1. Medical experience, +1. Medical experience, +1. While grinding medicine skills experience, Lin's mind continued to ponder the arrangements to be made next. Detailed to each individual, the division of roles was completed. Next up is advanced skills training and the crafting of efficient tools. But the scholar Tate who went out hasn't returned from Triumph City yet. With the scholar's presupposition, he can only proceed with crafting efficient tools first and constructing basic buildings on the territory. Just as Lin was pondering, footsteps sounded from afar. Lin turned to look and saw the guard responsible for keeping the castle gate approaching the guest hall. The guard approached beside the armchair, bowed, and reported, "Master, Scholar Tate brought a group of strangers and wishes to meet you." Lin raised an eyebrow and looked at the guard. "Let them come up." He had just thought of Tate, but didn't expect Tate to have already returned from Triumph City. Without any unnecessary words, the guard withdrew. A chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from the distant stairs. Under Lin's watchful gaze, Tate walked in the front, followed closely by 6 figures. 4 men and 2 women, all of varying statures and appearances. But their clothing was far more luxurious than that of ordinary townsmen. Standing 5 or 6 meters before Lin, Tate and the 6 others bowed deeply. Standing straight again, Tate respectfully said, "Lord." Lin responded with a voice, saying, "Scholar Tate, I thought you decided to stay in Triumph City and wouldn't return to my territory." Tate was slightly surprised and quickly explained, "Lord, you overthink it. The journey from your territory to Triumph City is indeed fraught with many challenges. Fortunately, with the guards and horses you arranged, after returning to Triumph City, I gathered them and immediately rushed back to your territory as quickly as possible." Lin nodded. "Returning safely is the greatest blessing." Tate shot a grateful look at Lin, then slightly turned his body and began the introductions. "Master Lin, they are all scholars like me who love research. This is Xenophon Jones, passionate about astronomical research, but, due to religious doctrines, his studies have long been halted." Lin's gaze shifted to an elderly man with short brown hair. With a thought, he glanced at the text panel. Xenophon had no special talents or skills. Tate continued the introduction. "This is Dorothy Perez, from the Perez clan, which was once a famous family in Triumph City. But the Carolyn royal family's tyranny left Dorothy as the sole survivor of the Perez clan. She likes studying medicine, herbal properties, gathering and planting methods, and medicinal effects, etc." Upon hearing this, Lin looked at a young woman, thought for a moment, and examined Dorothy's text panel. Name, Dorothy Perez. Ability, planting level 3, level 3 production, collection level 2. Attributes, attack E, defense E-, speed D, constitution D, energy E+. Skills, potion mastery, skilled in crafting various potions based on herbal properties. Though only 20 years old and a woman, she possesses 2 level 3 abilities and the skill of potion mastery. She could completely be placed in Old John's hospital to prepare all kinds of potions. Tate's introduction continued. "Master, this is Petra Davenport, who enjoys literary creation and research. However, his works often carry critical meanings, which have been shunned by noble lords." Lin glanced at the middle-aged man. He had no talents or skills. "Master, this is Clive Rich, who enjoys painting, sculpture, unique architecture, and other artistic fields, researching both the theory and practice of art. This is Aaron Mills, devoted to researching church law, always wanting to change it, but being an ordinary person, the church simply ignores her." Upon hearing this, Lin raised an eyebrow. Researching church law? Previously, he had always been considering drafting a comprehensive territorial law and establishing a territorial court. Due to the lack of professional personnel, it had been delayed. Now, a person with expertise seems to have come right to his doorstep. He could completely impose various demands, have Aaron change her understanding of church law, and draft legal regulations suited to his territory's needs. Lin couldn't help but look at Aaron a few more times. Despite lacking talents and skills, she was still a rare talent. "Master, this is Adrian Hill, whose field of research is physics. Before coming to your territory, he was a scholar at Triumph City's Palace School. Upon hearing my descriptions of your territory, he was shocked and immediately came with me without even packing much. Lynn glanced at the other middle-aged man introduced by Tate, with black hair freely draped over his shoulders, wearing a long, loose gray robe reaching down to his ankles. Similarly, he had no talents or skills. Just as Tate finished speaking, Adrian stepped forward, bowing again. His words were devoid of any reverence, but filled with curiosity as he asked, "Lord, Tate mentioned that your territory has produced a labor-saving device. It can both affect the magnitude and change the direction of force." Lynn gave him a casual glance. "Yes, the pulley system device." Adrian's eyes lit up and eagerly continued, "Lord, can I go see it now? If it genuinely affects the magnitude and direction of force, it certainly is a physical invention that would shock the world. But if it's false, sorry, my lord, I would choose to leave overnight." Next to him, Tate was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Not only Tate, but the others around also couldn't help but frown slightly. His words were arrogant, full of disrespect. He hurriedly went to Adrian's side, glanced awkwardly at Lynn, and whispered a question. "Adrian, what do you mean by this? Didn't I say that Master Lynn has already developed the pulley system, and it's already in use? Are you mistrusting me?" Adrian glanced at him, speaking plainly. "I only trust my own eyes." Tate's brow furrowed. Unwillingly, he said, "You." Before Tate could finish his sentence, Lynn's voice sounded. "Scholar Adrian, you may leave now." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Tate immediately stopped speaking, unwilling to say more. The scholars behind him similarly lowered their heads slightly, not daring to anger the young lord before them. They had come from Triumph City to the borderlands of the Empire, even without any guards. Moreover, once they entered that city wall, they completely lost any notion of freedom. Coupled with the cavalry clad in standard plate armor, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they no longer had any personal freedom. As long as the lord before them wished, he could execute them at any moment. Adrian furrowed his brow, staring directly at Lynn, with a humph. "Very well, my lord. I ask you to arrange a guard to escort me back to Triumph City. I believe, with the lord's boldness, you wouldn't just abandon a scholar from the palace school of Triumph City in the wilderness outside the city wall, would you?" Lynn nodded. "Of course not, Scholar Adrian." He looked to Red. "Escort Scholar Adrian on his way." Red acknowledged and looked at the two guards. The two guards immediately understood, stepped forward, and approached Adrian. Lynn's gaze shifted again to Tate and the others, inquiring, "Who else wishes to return to Triumph City? I can arrange your departure together with Scholar Adrian." The four men and women behind Tate exchanged glances, but before they could speak, Tate quickly stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "My lord, they came to your territory at my persuasion. Adrian has always had such a personality. Please spare him on account of my previous contributions to children's education. I assure you, should there be any further disobedience or offense against you, I, Tate, will take immediate action to punish him." Under the guard's escort, Adrian, who had taken a few steps, suddenly halted. His face bore a look of shock. Adrian pleading for his life to the Lord? Until then, he suddenly realized that the Lord had said escort him on his way. It wasn't just simply sending him back to Triumph City. A cold sweat instantly appeared and began to spread rapidly across Adrian's back. Lynn did not speak, and the entire audience hall fell silent. Filled with terror, Adrian turned to face Lynn, bending his waist at a 90-degree angle, full of apology in his voice. "My lord, please forgive my rudeness. I apologize for my ignorance and offense just now." Lynn stared directly at Adrian, still without words. Without receiving Lynn's forgiveness, Adrian maintained his posture. Until a few seconds later, Lynn's calm voice sounded. "Scholar Adrian, are you not planning to leave?" Adrian quickly responded. "Yes, my lord. Tate said there is an ongoing revolution of advanced technology, tools, and even construction in your territory." Lynn acknowledged, saying, "Then stay. It happens that the schools in the territory need scholars like you." The hearts of Adrian and the other six eased slightly. Previously, they had relied on some teaching or past savings to conduct research in Triumph City. They had long been used to such a lifestyle. But now, from Lynn, they once again felt the anger of a lord. Even though the lord's words were calm and his demeanor unperturbed, Yet each word and sentence exerted immense pressure upon them, so much so that with just one thought, they could be on the brink of life and death. Watching the six of them lower their heads in silence, enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and fear, Lin's heart remained unmoved. He was the lord of this land. Whenever he wished, he could execute anyone on this territory. What of Adrian being a physics scholar at the Palace School in Triumph City? If they could not be of any use to him, he could execute them at any time. This is the audacity a lord should possess. Furthermore, those who don't even know the principles of leverage and work, can they still call themselves physics scholars? Lin looked at the six of them, speaking, "You have traveled a long way. Go and take a rest. Later, I will need you to contribute your knowledge to the development of this land. Scholar Tate, you will be responsible for arranging their daily lives." Receiving permission to withdraw, the six of them, including Tate, bent in greeting, then exited the castle. Walking on the red brick road beneath the night sky, Tate, with a stern expression, walked at the forefront. Although they had known each other for years, at this moment, they were silent, seemingly still not recovered from the Lord's oppressive presence. Adrian couldn't help but speak. "I apologize, Tate. I was rash. You all saw it too. I acknowledged my mistake and have apologized to the Lord." At these words, the previously silent Tate couldn't help but respond sarcastically. "No, you haven't realized your mistake. You know you're going to die." Adrian's mouth slightly opened, giving up the idea of retorting. Tate continued speaking. "Do you really think that with the paltry knowledge in your brain and the status of being a scholar from the Palace School, you can simply manipulate Master Lin? That is Master Lin, with his own hands, developing the land bit by bit from barren territory to the current scale of a town." Aaron, Clive, and Dorothy, who had been silent, immediately widened their eyes. In their eyes, full of disbelief. On their way to the territory with Tate, they listened to him tell many things about this land. A plow capable of penetrating at least 20 centimeters in depth for deep tilling. A water wheel that can harness the river's flow speed and convert it into power. A large brick factory that can fire at least 300,000 to 400,000 bricks at once. A minecart that can travel using a hand-crank transmission device. And pulley assemblies that can change the direction and magnitude of force. They initially thought this land had a large number of teachers or a hall filled with ancient books. Now they realized, all of it came from the young lord they had just met, Lin. Seeing Adrian remain silent, Tate continued, "Indeed, it's Master Lin, always respecting talented individuals and dislikes bloodshed. Otherwise, even with my plea, it would be futile." Adrian's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "Sorry." Tate took a deep breath and said, "Since you're here, don't overthink. Work well according to the positions arranged by Master Lin. In the free time after dusk, you can freely roam the territory, learning whatever you wish. Now, let me take you to dine." Aaron and Dorothy nodded knowingly. The five followed Tate, walking through the town. Their gaze uncontrollably swept around. Brick houses neatly arranged, built in a grid pattern. The roads between, wide enough for a carriage and pedestrians to pass side by side, without any sense of congestion. Even though the town was filled with moving townsmen, the brick ground was still exceptionally clean and tidy. This scene had no difference from Triumph City, the royal city. Yet the difference was, on the faces of these townsmen, they saw satisfaction and leisure, which in the class-divided Triumph City was unseen. Such smiles, such relaxation, only visible on the faces of noble lords. Before arriving at this territory, they naturally wouldn't believe. In the entire Garonia continent, within the Caridi Empire, there existed a land where ordinary people could live peacefully and prosper. Now seeing is believing, they began to have faith. Frank Manor Castle, in the spacious conference room. Four figures sat around the oval walnut table. On the table, several animal tallow candles flickered, emitting a warm yellow glow. Seated in the secondary seat, Kruger glanced at the other three and finally landed on the fair man in the last seat. A smile curved his lips. "I didn't expect Brother Simone was also invited back by the old man to attend this internal manor meeting." Simone slightly opened his closed eyes, looked at Kruger softly. "Kruger, even though I became a church monk, I still carry the blood of the Frank clan, whether you accept it or not." Kruger's smile persisted, responding, "Brother Simone, you're mistaken. Despite your mother once being a prostitute in Kasong City, I've always regarded you as my elder brother." Hearing Kruger's words, Simone's previously calm face suddenly stiffened. He glared at Kruger, speaking one word at a time. "Kruger, one day God will exact judgment on you." Kruger's expression remained unchanged. "Perhaps, but I need God's blessing to live until then. Maybe after today's meeting, I might end up dying inexplicably like Eduardo, ambushed by bandits." Kruger's gaze shifted, looking at the resolute-faced middle-aged man clad in chain armor opposite him, and the earnest-looking middle-aged man diagonally opposite. "I imagine, to steadily acquire the old man's position, none of you would mind having fewer half-brothers, would you?" Jonas's third son, Phyllis, frowned, just about to speak. Jonas's second son, Joao Frank, with serious eyes, glanced at Kruger, spoke with a low, simple strength. "Kruger, your bull is too much." Kruger remained indifferent, about to speak. The conference room doors abruptly opened from the outside. Two figures slowly stepped into the room. The four at the round table quickly stood up from their wooden chairs. With awe in their eyes, they respectfully addressed Jonas, "Father." With Janet's support, he took the main seat. Jonas spoke to the four, "Sit down." Kruger and the four bowed their heads slightly, then took their seats. Their gazes fixed on Jonas, waiting for him to explain the purpose of gathering them for this internal meeting. Meanwhile, Kruger's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Janet, who stood beside Jonas, her figure voluptuous and alluring. His gaze was wanton and bold, with a faint smile of wild fantasies appearing at the corner of his mouth. Jonas glanced over them. His voice was a bit hoarse as he said, "Everyone is here, let's begin. The main focus of this manor's internal meeting is Eduardo's death. Eduardo went to Kakasong City to take over the leather shop, following my instruction." At this point, Jonas's tone gradually turned cold. His gaze also fell upon Kruger, who seemed careless. "Aside from those present, I assume no one else is aware of this matter?" Feeling the pressure from Jonas's gaze, Kruger shifted his eyes imperceptibly back. Kruger coughed dryly twice, saying, "Father, sir, let me make it clear. This matter has nothing to do with me. Even though Eduardo and I had some minor conflicts before he left the castle. But it was just a minor conflict." Not only Jonas's gaze. The gazes of Joao Frank and the others fell on him as well. Jonas's tone was calm. "Let's hear it." Kruger hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "Father, sir." Eduardo spoke disrespectfully. "He shamelessly claimed that you, Father, were having an affair with our niece Janet." Upon hearing this, Jonas's previously calm expression instantly turned wide-eyed. His breathing became abruptly more rapid. Kruger continued as if oblivious. He even mentioned something like, "It's a pity. As your offspring, Father, and as Janet's uncle, how could I stand idle?" To protect Father's honor and Janet's innocence, I struck Eduardo severely. Kruger shifted. "But despite this, I never harbored thoughts of harming my brothers to gain the title of Manor Lord. I, Krug Frank, would swear by my deceased mother." As Kruger's words fell silent, the entire conference room was once again enveloped in silence. Regaining his breath slightly, Jonas gazed at the other offspring, asking, "What about you?" Joao Frank spoke. "Father, I have already made my stance clear. I am not interested in the position of Manor Lord. If I wanted it, I would seize it myself." Jonas acknowledged with a murmur, turning his gaze to Phyllis. Phyllis frowned slightly, speaking sincerely. "Father, sir, I am merely a farmer. I spend every day thinking about how to cultivate the land better." Jonas's gaze shifted once more, landing on Simone at the far end. Simone stared directly at Jonas. "Jonas Manor Lord, I am now a monk of Kakasong City Church." Upon hearing this, Jonas's brows furrowed instantly. He retorted, "According to your words, none of you are suspects. Could it be that I liaised with outsiders to murder Eduardo?" Kruger and the others fell into silence. Their eyes scanned around, wondering what they were pondering. Jonas looked at Joao. "Strengthen the manor and territory's guard. I don't want to hear anyone being assassinated again. Continue the investigation, even if the Iron Blood Brotherhood hides deeply. I want them unearthed." Joao promptly responded, "Yes, Father." Jonas slowly stood up, and Janet, who had been waiting by his side, quickly approached, reaching out to assist him. With Janet's support, Jonas's voice echoed as they walked towards the outside of the conference room. The four in the conference room watched as Jonas exited, disappearing around the corner. Kruger exhaled a hot breath, standing up. An eerie voice came from his mouth. Everyone's a suspect, yet somehow nobody's a suspect. It's over, the Frank clan is finished. Kruger directly ignored the other three's indifferent gazes and walked out of the conference room. In the Manor Lord's master bedroom, on a spacious bed covered with a fine velvet quilt, Jonas lay against the headrest. His gaze shifted towards Janet, sitting not far away. Jonas's voice was full of apology. "I'm sorry, Janet. Kruger has always been like this. Right now, I can't stop him from saying unpleasant words." Upon hearing this, Janet turned to Jonas with a slight smile. "Grandfather, I understand. After all, it's just idle talk. I don't feel any embarrassment." Seeing Janet's composed and smiling face, Jonas's tone relaxed. "Janet, rest assured. No matter who becomes the Manor Lord of the Frank clan, I'll instruct them not to trouble you in any way." Janet gratefully replied, "Thank you, Grandfather. It's getting late. You should rest. The matters of the manor can be left to the uncles." Jonas nodded, and with Janet's gentle support, he lay down on the bed. Covering him with the quilt and extinguishing the room's main light, Janet finally exited the room. The double doors were gently closed, allowing the two guards at the entrance to continue guarding the door. Janet walked towards the dim corridor in the distance. At the moment of turning around, Janet's previously gentle and composed face suddenly turned cold. The night had grown deep. Few maids and guards walked through the corridors of the castle. Turning through the corridors one by one, Janet arrived at the castle's second-floor courtyard. A nearly 2-meter tall, burly figure stood fixed, letting the night wind blow his hair without any emotion. Janet strode forward, arriving beside the burly figure. A smile reappeared on her face. "Uncle Joao, it's already so late. Anything you need can wait until tomorrow?" Staring into the darkness outside the castle, Joao Frank withdrew his gaze. He turned, looking at Janet. Only as high as his chest, a streak of white and a deep chasm infiltrated his sight. Joao Frank ignored it, speaking with a deep tone. "Your acting is impressive." Janet's smile remained unchanged as she asked, full of doubt, "Uncle Joao, what do you mean by that? Why say Janet is acting?" As she spoke, Janet's body moved slightly, her waist swaying like a water snake, and the rounded curve swayed gently. The eye-catching movement was displayed perfectly in Joao Frank's eyes. Joao glanced at it and continued, "Eduardo was arranged by you to intercept on the way to Kakasong City." Janet's movement stopped instantly. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. Janet stared directly at Joao, her words calm. "Uncle Joao, do you have evidence for what you say? If not, then it is slander." Noting the change in Janet's tone, Joao's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "The Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps has been away for too long. So long that there is no information about them at all. Even if they weren't exterminated by the Sword and Shield Corps of the Dukas clan that came to Morgantown, it's highly possible they were annihilated by the mysterious armed forces that attacked Morrison Manor. Therefore, it was impossible for Eduardo to be intercepted by members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. Moreover, would a bandit corps hidden for months show up just for a caravan? Even allowing a guard to escape and return to the Frank clan to report, Joao's gaze once again swept past Janet. The only possibility is allowing that guard to return to the Frank Manor Castle to report. If we find that guard and interrogate him, it will surely be known that the guard was not Eduardo's escort. Oh no, even if we find that guard, he would only be a corpse by now, right? Janet frowned slightly, asking, "Uncle, what's it got to do with me? I'm just an orphan girl living in the manor castle relying on my grandfather's support. If it weren't for my grandfather still being alive, I'd have been devoured by the predators in this manor." Joao nodded in agreement. "Indeed so. Both the dead Eduardo and the living Kruger. As for old Jonas still being alive, the day he dies, you'll have no protection. And that's exactly why you want to remove Jonas's descendants in Frank Manor." Joao continued, "You want to eliminate all factors in the manor that are detrimental to you and become the new Manor Lord of Frank." Janet's body tensed instantly, and her right hand moved unintentionally behind her. She stared straight at Joao and asked, "Uncle Joao, what is your idea now? Tie me up and take me to grandfather's room for them to deal with." "Uncle Joao, Janet just wants to survive." Joao didn't speak, his eyes full of calm as he looked at Janet. Janet's words softened a bit. "When I was a few years old, my parents died, and until now, I don't know the real cause of death. Grandfather just said they were killed in a bandit attack. Even though I live in the manor, Uncle, do you know the hardships of a young girl? Therefore, to survive, I can only give it my all. I strive to eat nutritious foods and keep my figure and face beautiful, just so others see me as no threat at all." As she said this, Janet's voice became gnashing with resentment. "To survive, to keep the others under control with grandfather's influence, I have to strike first to gain the upper hand." Looking at Janet's now ferocious face, Joao spoke calmly. "Take out the weapon in your hand. You can't kill me." Janet, hearing this, did not refute. The right hand behind her slowly lowered. In her right hand, she was holding a small and exquisite dagger. Joao asked, "Does old Jonas know what you've done?" Janet didn't speak, thought for a few seconds, then shook her head. Joao sighed. "Do as you wish." Janet's eyes widened. She could hardly believe it. "Uncle, you mean?" Joao's gaze looked into the distance. "The Frank Manor is like a fruit tree, with decent roots, but the branches have grown twisted and deformed. Even if it absorbs more nutrients, it can't bear bountiful fruit. To let the Frank Manor grow into a towering tree, it must be pruned. Even if it means cutting off the main trunk to start anew, it must be done." Janet's eyes widened even more. Joao continued, "Starting tomorrow, the territory's guards and soldiers will patrol the domain and won't return to the manor for a while." Joao stepped past Janet, heading into the manor. In the open courtyard, only Janet remained standing under the night sky, letting the night wind blow through her hair and long dress. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After breakfast, Lynn left the castle, walked through the town, and arrived at the school. The 3 days were entirely enough for the 6 scholars brought by Tate to become familiar with the entire domain. Seeing Lynn approaching, Tate arranged for the students to first write and study on their own. He walked out of the classroom to greet them. Approaching Lynn, Tate bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Master Lynn." Lynn acknowledged with a sound and inquired of Tate, "Where have the other scholars gone?" Tate explained, "Master, they are very interested in various buildings and applied technologies in your territory. These past few days, they have been fully engaged in learning. Please wait a moment. I will go and bring them back right now." Lynn nodded in agreement. With Lynn's permission, Tate left quickly without any hesitation. Lynn's gaze moved, looking into the classroom. Despite the absence of a teacher, they are still dutifully hunched over their desks. Holding feather pens in their hands, they clumsily write on paper. Through the teachings of Tate and Old John, they have learned some characters and have begun writing. A simple gaze stared straight at him. Every time he came to the school and checked the classroom, Sienna's gaze was the first to meet his. Is it the intuition of a witch? As Lynn pondered this, a rather hurried sound of footsteps came from afar. Lynn turned his head and saw Tate leading 6 scholars. The 6 scholars bowed slightly before Lynn as a sign of respect. Lynn glanced at them and said, "How do you all feel about the territory these past few days?" Tate remained silent, slightly shifting his body to let them speak. Previously unruly, the physicist Adrian spoke with full admiration and disbelief. "Lord, you are the embodiment of a god. In your territory, not only is there a pulley system that alters force, but there is also a minecart that converts power into mechanical energy. Master Lin, did you know? Just these 2 inventions alone are enough to greatly advance the development of physics." Lin nodded slightly. "Scholar Adrian, these are just basic physics. However, they are also widely applied physics." Adrian's eyes were full of admiration. These physical knowledge that amazed him, in the mouth of Master Lin, are merely basic physics. What would higher-level physics be? Lin looked at the group and continued, "I brought you here because there is a task that requires your execution." Tate and Adrian, among others, listened intently to Lin's words. Previously, the territory only had 1 scholar, Tate, whose ability and energy were limited. But now, all of you have come to this territory. I plan to start a large-scale education campaign for the townsmen in the territory. Listening to Lin's words, Adrian raised his eyebrows. Adrian couldn't help but ask, Lord, are you saying you want to educate all the townsmen in the territory? Lin nodded. Scholar Adrian, is there a problem? Adrian quickly shook his head. Sorry, Lord. I was just curious. No problem at all. Not only was he full of questions, Aaron and Petra behind him also felt perplexed. This was the first time they'd heard of a lord willing to educate ordinary townsmen. Lin continued, what you need to do is basically divided into 2 steps. In the first step, I will arrange for townsmen to come to school in batches, and you will teach them to read and write. Tita and others nodded. Master Lin had already hinted at this idea to him before. Teaching the townsmen is not that difficult. The second step is to conduct in-depth skills training for the townsmen. For townsmen to take up jobs and join labor, they must pass skills training and complete exams. Therefore, before training, you need to master the key points of different skills, as only after learning a skill yourself can you teach others effectively. This skills training is targeted specifically for the townsmen within the small town. As the territory continues to develop, he can establish standardized courses on the 7 skills of the knight later, training a large number of knights with extraordinary power, building an army of soldiers with extraordinary abilities, sweeping through everything wherever they go. Several scholars exchanged glances upon hearing this. Their eyes turned slightly, as if contemplating something. Lin naturally understood their inner thoughts. I know you came here for academic research. After completing the daytime teaching and training, you can continue your desired research activities. I won't interfere whatsoever, and even in certain aspects, I can provide guidance and funding. The scholar's eyes began to shine. This is exactly what they hoped for. Later, Lin started assigning tasks to Tate and the 7 others. Tate and Petra, who is interested in literary creation, continue teaching reading, writing, and grammar to nearly 200 children. Dorothy Perez, who has potion mastery skills, is directly dispatched by Lin to Old John's hospital. Scheduling sufficient time and courses for subsequent herbal treatment lessons should be enough. The most crucial aspect is that her herbal development work should mainly be conducted within the hospital. Lin kept Adrian and the other 3 in school. Arranged for batches of 200 townsmen to come to the school and teach them literacy. Lin even directly told these scholars openly. Townsmen only need literacy and writing skills, not any profound theoretical knowledge. At most, after learning to read and write, some townsmen will receive skills training if needed. Achieving this is completely sufficient. Instructions completed. Lin's gaze turned to Aaron Mills, and he spoke. Lady Aileen, would you accompany me for a walk? A few people turned their gaze at Lin's words, focusing on the young Aaron. Facing their gaze, Aaron did not shy away. Her face bore confidence and a composed expression. Aaron responded, Of course, Lord. Under the gazes of Tate and several others bidding farewell, and with Red following along with 4 guards. Lin and Aaron walked through the town. As he walked, Lin's gaze was scrutinizing the town. After walking a few dozen meters, he spoke, Lady Aileen, from what I heard from Tate, you are researching church law? Aaron, quietly following by, was a bit surprised and looked up at Lin. She made no concealment and said, Yes, Lord. Besides researching church law, I've also touched upon commercial law, urban law, public and private law, and feudal law, among others. Lord, let me briefly introduce them to you. Lin nodded slightly. With Lin's nod of approval, Aaron's interest was immediately piqued. As a law scholar, she naturally hoped to gain recognition from others, especially after hearing from Tate about Lin's sole effort in developing this land from a few people to nearly 10,000 now. This is not something that can be achieved simply by relying on a lord's ability and authority. It involves various management and leadership skills. Aaron continued talking. Like church law, it plays a role in maintaining social order, protecting vulnerable groups, and even has moral education functions. But more importantly, it is a tool for theocratic governance of the world. Its existence and implementation involves various conflicts with the laws and power of secular authorities. For example, the Church attempts to expand its sphere of influence and jurisdiction through church law, for example, competing with secular authorities for control of land, property, and labor. Moreover, Church law lacks rationality and scientific spirit. More crucially, it restricts individual freedom. Whether it's attire, food, living quarters, or recreational activities, all are strictly regulated by church law. It fundamentally hinders personal and national development. After finishing her speech, Erin looked at Lynn. She found Lynn still walking without interrupting her at all. Erin raised her eyebrows slightly. She already understood that Master Lynn was testing her abilities. Erin continued without hesitation. Then there is urban law. Its advantages are clear too. It can promote urban development and provide strong legal protection for economic and cultural progress in cities, while also safeguarding the rights of citizens, such as personal freedom rights, property rights, etc. Similarly, the drawbacks are equally obvious. The geographical limitation is too significant. Urban law is restricted to specific urban areas. For example, within the same lord's or the emperor's empire. The existence of different urban laws in different territories or empires can impede regional economic development and social interaction. It simply cannot realize a unified market and legal order. Erin tentatively spoke. More importantly, the conflict between urban law and feudal law. Urban law, advocating for freedom, equality, and autonomy principles, conflicts with the hierarchy and power upheld by feudal law. Afterward, Erin roughly narrated other aspects like commercial law, public and private law, etc. Lynn responded and interrupted Erin's speech. Lady Eileen's research on law indeed displays profound insight. Erin revealed a smile. Although she had just briefly discussed it, it also included aspects of the feudal law used by Lynn in governing the current territory. But Lynn never interrupted her and quietly listened, awaiting her lecture to end. She had never met a lord with such calm and composed demeanor before. Lynn continued, "Lady Eileen, I won't waste words. In this territory, there has never been any existence of law. I need you to combine your research from various laws and regulations with the lifestyle and work habits of this land and create a suitable territorial law for this area. It should both guarantee their rights and, when they breach obligations, have corresponding laws and regulations to punish their actions. Simply put, as long as they perform their daily work, they will always have their rights." Erin froze for an instant. This territory never had law. Moreover, townsmen just need to labor to have rights? Then how did Master Lin govern nearly 10,000 townsmen? Dictatorship by sword? In the next moment, Erin dismissed this idea from her mind. If it were mere dictatorship, the townsmen could not possibly have such a relaxed and pleasant life. Lin's gaze fell on Erin's slightly freckled face. "Lady Erin, is it difficult?" Hearing Lin's inquiry, Erin snapped back to reality. She quickly said, "I apologize, Lord. If it's just a simple reward and punishment system, we only need to base it on the core of the system you require and the way of life and labor in the territory, and it can be developed. But the reward and punishment system is only a fundamental system, Master Lin." Lin nodded. "For now, it's sufficient. The garrison system with military merit promotion is entirely capable of mobilizing the townsmen's enthusiasm for labor. For the moment, he only needed to further refine the foundation of this system. He was not naive enough to believe that with the current strength and qualifications of the territory, they could venture into city development or advocate for personal freedom. Outside the territory, the war was escalating, and the storm was brewing. The war that was breaking out could engulf the entire Karidi Empire and sweep over this land at any time. He must rely on the garrison system with military merit promotion to continuously consolidate central authority and continuously develop the territory, expanding its armed forces. That is the core of what needs to be developed in this territory now. As for the laws in the territory and the education there, those are secondary. Only by surviving, one can enjoy the rights and education they deserve." Receiving an affirmative response from Lin, Erin did not hesitate any further. She confidently replied, "There's no problem, Master Lin. I will draft as quickly as possible a territorial law suitable for your territory and submit it to you for review." Lin nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Lady Erin." Erin's eyes blinked slightly upon hearing this. The young Master Lin before her had such formidable ability, yet remained so calm and collected. This is one of the reasons Master Lin could develop this territory to its current scale. After instructing Aaron for a moment, he dismissed her. Lynn stepped towards the direction of the Lord's Square. The 6 scholars brought by Tate appeared to have different fields of study, seemingly unrelated to the current development of the territory. But they shared a common aspect. They had once received relatively systematic educational training. This means they are entirely capable of becoming the elementary instructors for the townsmen in the territory. As for whether their areas of study would result in any breakthroughs, that demands a substantial amount of time for observation and validation. However, Lynn understood too. Both education and law in the territory take time for implementation. They require time to mature. Standing before the Lord's Square, Lynn halted his steps. His gaze pierced through a plot of land that had already been cultivated and planted. Looking into the distance, where cultivation and planting were still underway, there was a slight relaxation in Lynn's heart. As long as cultivation and planting continued, and the planted fields could yield enough crops to be harvested in the summer, this territory of his could continuously grow and expand. Observing for a while, Lynn withdrew his gaze and walked toward the handicraft workshops. Passing a red brick house, he arrived at the woodworker workshop. With the detailed division of labor, almost everyone in the current woodworker workshop had their tasks assigned. Colin, working with apprentices on crafting machinery, was reminded by a carpenter apprentice to look at Lynn. Colin quickly gave a few instructions and walked over to Lynn. Standing before Lynn, Colin bowed slightly, speaking respectfully. Lynn glanced at the large machinery being constructed in the workshop and asked, "How is the production progressing?" Colin followed Lynn's gaze. There, the apprentices were assembling and crafting the catapult according to the design sketches Lynn had drawn. Colin promptly explained, "Master, the parts for the first catapult have been completed. Today, we only just started assembling it. However, with the detailed design sketches you provided, Master, assembling it and conducting a test within 3 days shouldn't be a problem. Once there is experience in crafting an entire catapult, the speed and efficiency of subsequent catapult production will also increase." Lynn nodded. "Very good. Not only the catapult, but crossbow cannons and ballistae also need to be put into production as soon as possible." Colin bowed and replied, "Yes, Master." Lynn continued, "They should not only be put into production soon, but also completed quickly, as there are tasks awaiting your woodworker workshop." Colin raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. "Master, many tasks?" Lynn affirmed with an explanatory note. "Indeed. Besides these siege machines, I want you to start crafting small ships. Although the waterway transportation of the Aladia River can't facilitate connectivity with the outside world, it's entirely feasible to produce some small boats to better utilize the water power, improving the transportation efficiency of iron, ore, or other goods. The transportation capacity of skiffs is still too weak. I need small boats capable of transporting at least tens of thousands of pounds of iron ore at once. The digging efficiency of the 3 mines is somewhat slow. We must produce some large digging tools to enhance the extraction efficiency." Hearing Lynn's words, Colin nodded appreciatively. "Master, I understand. From now on, I will lead them with all my might to rush the production of these machines." Lynn replied, "Very well." Letting Colin continue his work, Lynn walked through the woodworker workshop, inspecting on his own. Although producing large siege defense machines is time-consuming and laborious, it's essential to alleviate the pressure of the siege defense and increase the safety of this territory. It is naturally an indispensable existence. Not to mention that the armed soldiers on his territory only number 1,500. Even if there were 15,000, he would still have the woodworker workshop produce enough siege defense machines. Only by using large siege defense machines can they effectively weaken the enemy's living forces through long-range attacks before they reach the city wall, thus reducing the siege pressure on the city's defending soldiers, increasing the survival rate of the soldiers stationed in the city. And all he needs to invest is just the physical labor of the carpenters in the town and some quality iron and raw wood. Comparing the two, the importance is clear at a glance. How can the value of ordinary materials compare with that of well-trained, qualified soldiers? Even if no enemy attacks followed, he can still convert these siege defense machines into siege attack machines. This is the real maximization of benefits. After inspecting for a moment, Lynn also joined the team producing catapults. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. While improving the efficiency of catapult production, he can also grind his production skill experience. Lin finally stepped out of the workshop and returned to the castle. After eating the dinner Kisi had cooked, Lin came to the second-floor balcony. His gaze passed through the dim sky, looking into the distance. In the Lord's Square, townsmen who had eaten dinner sat around a large bonfire. The bonfire wantonly burned in the night wind. Gusts of fiery whirlwind rose from the bonfire, floating towards the sky. The orange-red flames illuminated a range of several dozen meters, bright and clear. Even from several dozen meters away, Lin could still see the relaxed faces of the townsmen enjoying their post-dinner leisure. They sat in groups of 4 or 5 on the ground, occasionally letting out light laughter and discussions, as if discussing how to live in the future. Lin's gaze shifted, looking at the winding limestone roads outside the Lord's Square. Clearly, pairs of figures were walking slowly under the night sky, perhaps because spring has arrived and the temperature has risen. Groups of 3 or 2 young men and women once again strolled on the limestone roads. If these young town men and women can be together, build families, and give birth to new life, that would be the best help for this territory. Simply purchasing large numbers of slaves from the slave merchant for territorial development is far from enough. He needs these townsmen to build families, give birth to new life, and bring new blood into this territory. Only in this way can this territory have a virtuous cycle and sustainable development. And only in this way can the townsmen on this territory genuinely feel from the depths of their hearts that this territory is their inherited homeland. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin stepped back into the study. Sitting at the walnut desk, he contemplated the direction and goals for the territory's next stage of development. Standardized education and the drafting of territorial laws, brought by Tate and scholars, are already ready for preliminary implementation. What he needs to do now is to arrange for the townsmen of the territory to go to the schools and batches for learning. Currently, the total population on his territory is just over 9,000. Lin naturally hopes that all the townsmen on the territory can be literate and write. If this can be achieved, it would not just be about writing and recognizing characters. It would be an overall cultural elevation and leap for the territory. In the future, if any instructions or tasks need to be issued, he would no longer need to shout to thousands of townsmen face-to-face. He would only need to write a notice and post it on various bulletin boards. All townsmen could look it up and execute it on their own. If all townsmen learn to read and write, their next generation's knowledge will be even higher, because from birth, they will receive prenatal education from their parents. Lin also understands that reaching this step in a short time is not easy. It often requires decades or even several generations. Then, there is the creation of advanced tools in the territory. Some advanced auxiliary tools need to be produced, enhancing manual efficiency and gradually replacing manual work with mechanized tools. However, the woodworker workshop's ability is limited, and this can only be approached step by step. Next is the basic construction of roads and bridges. From beginning to end, Lin has always believed that to become wealthy, one must first build roads. From the initial gravel roads to today's limestone roads, there must be well-organized and even roads to guarantee the development of the territory. Otherwise, with muddy roads filled with puddles every few steps, let alone development, movement would be a struggle. Finally, there is military expansion. Lin's plan is to expand the armed forces in the territory to 2,000 people once the spring planting is over. Despite many people living in the territory now, adult men with suitable physical conditions number at least around 5,000. Wanting to enlist 2,000 adult men to become full-time armed soldiers still feels very difficult for Lin. Converting this calculation, it's nearly losing 1/5 of the total population's healthy labor force of adult men. This is why his current territory has several industries that can generate economic income. The fine salt from the salt factory, the liquor from the brewing workshop, and the glazed glassware from the glaze production. Just supporting these soldiers who are undergoing full-time training would bring enormous pressure. He temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Lin leaned over the table, holding a quill and sketching the excavation device on paper. With the current technological level in the territory, the only tool to improve excavation efficiency is the combination device utilizing pulleys and winch. Through multiple people turning the winch and using the principle of pulleys, it saves effort while changing the direction of force application, thus improving the excavation speed and efficiency. To achieve even faster and more efficient excavation, the industrial level of the entire territory needs further development to produce a steam engine, and then make crude steam shovels or steam rock drills, or produce some excavating tools using magic ore. Otherwise, manual excavation and coordination with auxiliary devices would be the main reliance. Although merely auxiliary devices, compared to other mineral excavations, they are still extremely advanced technology. While Lin sketched and annotated the blueprints for auxiliary devices, night gradually deepened. A knocking sound echoed outside the study, accompanied by Kesey's gentle reminder. "Sir, the hot water is ready. You can soak now." Lin responded, put down the quill, and walked out of the study. Entering the private chamber, he took off his clothes. Lin stepped into the bathtub, letting the hot water cover his body. Beside Lin, Kesey's hands placed on his shoulders, skillfully massaging with just the right amount of pressure. Around burning campfires, soldiers in leather armor sat scattered around. The originally exquisite leather armor had evident sword and knife cuts. Some soldiers wrapped their bodies with layers of linen cloth, serving as bandages to stop their bleeding. Although none of them voiced any complaints, their faces clearly showed signs of fatigue and embarrassment. Godfrey walked past a squad of soldiers with a furrowed brow. After inspecting them, Godfrey arrived at the only tent in the woods. Without stepping inside, he stood by the tent's curtain entrance. "Master, the soldiers have been tallied." As he finished speaking, Lawrence's voice came from inside the tent. Godfrey extended his right hand to lift the curtain and stepped inside. Entering the tent, Godfrey stood rigidly before a desk. He bowed slightly and continued, "Master, only 1,000 remain against the Red Dragon Rider's impact from Duke of Red Dragon." Lying on soft animal skins, Lawrence casually responded, "There are still 1,000. Not bad. Enough for another fight. I understand. You may leave." Godfrey remained standing at a distance. Since he heard no footsteps of departure, Lawrence slightly opened his eyes, looking at Godfrey. "Is there anything else?" Godfrey took a deep breath and spoke directly. "Master, as your knight commander and advisor, I must offer my advice. If we continue to stay in Duke of Red Dragon's territory, the remaining 1,000 sword and shield corps soldiers will be buried here." Lawrence slowly sat up, his eyes narrowed, staring directly at Godfrey. "What do you intend to say?" Facing Lawrence's piercing gaze, Godfrey showed no hint of fear and stated firmly, "Master, we posed as Duke Songyu's soldiers, slaughtered the townsmen, and attracted the Red Dragon Riders. Obviously, our presence and actions have been noticed by the Duke of Red Dragon. He has dispatched his elite cavalry corps to annihilate us, indicating his anger. It doesn't matter if we can penetrate this time or not, nor does it matter if we can stir Duke Songyu and Duke of Red Dragon's conflict. Our task and purpose have already been achieved. Continuing to drag on here is no different than courting death. Master, I know you have determination, but there's no need to die to prove yourself. There are more things awaiting you within the Dukas clan." Godfrey lowered his head, waiting for Lawrence's reply. Lawrence remained silent, still staring at Godfrey, seemingly pondering something. After half a minute passed, Lawrence calmly spoke, "As knight commander and advisor, what is your suggestion?" Hearing this, Godfrey felt slightly relieved. It seemed Lawrence was not displeased or furious about his proposed retreat. He straightened his posture a bit and continued, "Master, my idea is to leave Duke of Red Dragon's territory at the fastest speed, returning to the Marquisate. Now, we only need to wait for the maneuverings of big figures in Triumph City and the fermentation of this event. Even if we slaughtered many townsmen in the duchy, as long as we perished here, it's tantamount to Duke of Red Dragon avenging those dead townsmen. Only by massacring the townsmen and escaping unscathed can we make Duke of Red Dragon feel pain with no outlet for relief." Lawrence's eyes sparkled, just about to speak. Suddenly, rushing footsteps approached quickly from afar. Was a soldier frantically entering the tent, quickly reporting, "A large cavalry contingent with abundant torches are heading toward the camp." Seated on the animal skins, Lawrence's eyes widened, standing up immediately. He shouted, "Godfrey, Rally the soldiers, swiftly prepare to retreat. Having received Lawrence's order, Godfrey responded promptly. In the next few days, Lynn arranged the classrooms that several scholars needed to use properly, and informed Kesey to arrange the townsmen in batches to go to the school to learn literacy with the scholars. Everything in the territory was accounted for. Lynn, riding MOing, led Red and other guards. A group of dozens of people left the town. Amidst the gazes of the townsmen seeing them off, they headed towards the primordial forest on the left side of the town. Whether it was the forging of armor plates in the blacksmith workshop, the weaving in the textile workshop, or the development of the 3 major mineral veins, all were proceeding in an orderly manner. Even if there was a need to expand the scale and improve efficiency, it would have to wait for the townsmen in the fields to complete this year's spring plowing and planting and a massive release of labor before it could be done. Rather than waiting in the town, he might as well take the guards into the depths of the forest for another exploration. Lynn's goal is simple. While improving the hunting skills through hunting, find some special minerals. For example, borax mines used to reduce the thermal expansion coefficient of glass. For example, saltpeter and sulfur used to make gunpowder. If gold and silver mines can be found, then smelt them to make gold and silver. Make the already gradually enriching territory even more prosperous. It would be even better if magic ore could be found. With magic ore, he could completely exchange various special blueprints from the special building library, using energy stones. Then add magic ore to build various special buildings. He could then use the special buildings to breed mutant wild boars and wild wolves, creating his long-desired troops similar to wild boar knights. They have just set off from the town, and these are merely Lynn's expectations. The warhorses galloped through large, open fields of sprouting wheat seedlings on the lime road, heading towards the forest edge ahead. They raced to the open-pit iron mine, where Lynn asked everyone to stop. The lime road was only repaired up to here, and beyond that, it was a forest full of ancient trees. Even though the performance of the warhorses was very good, running in the primordial forest was still inconvenient. Instead of damaging the already few warhorses, it was better to leave them at the open-pit iron mine. After the warhorses were arranged, Lynn and his group headed on foot into the forest. Even though it was already April, the chill in the depths of the forest was still present. Lynn felt that the temperature should be around 10 degrees Celsius. This was the daytime temperature. It should be even lower at night. Lynn didn't care much. Before coming, he had already made plans. He had the guards prepare thick clothing to resist the night's cold, and brought linen tents that could be set up as camps. They also brought a special chef to cook food for them. They even brought hundreds of pounds of high-purity alcohol. A sip of the hot gin, perfect for warming up. Lynn and the group continued to delve deeper into the forest. Sounds of sharp, mournful cries of birds and beasts echoed in their ears. Lynn, holding a longbow, followed behind several pathfinding guards. His gaze constantly scanning the surroundings, no movement escaped his keen eyes. After walking in the forest for over an hour, apart from some squirrels and small birds, Lynn and the group did not see any prey. Lynn could only assume that it was shortly after the beginning of spring and the hibernating beasts hadn't started foraging yet. Just when Lynn was about to arrange for the guards to find a spot and set up camp, a pathfinding guard quietly came up to Lynn. The guard whispered, "Master, there's an adult brown bear ahead." Lynn's eyebrows raised slightly. Without a word, he gripped the longbow tightly in his hand and stepped forward. Red and a dozen other guards also gripped their iron spear longswords tightly, following Lynn. Led by the pathfinding guard, Lynn stood behind a fallen dead tree. In his line of sight, a stout brown bear, its body covered in brown-gray fur, was crawling on a ground covered in fallen leaves. Its head was large and round, with its snout protruding, stained with scarlet blood. In recent days, this brown bear had been feeding. Lynn did not hesitate. His arm moved to slowly raise the longbow in his left hand. He took a triangular armor-piercing arrow from Red with his right hand and set it on the bowstring. With precision, he drew the bow, the linen bowstring instantly reaching a full bow. A slight humming sound was produced. The brown bear, which was walking, seemed to hear the sound of the bowstring. It suddenly turned around and looked towards where Lynn and the group were. Upon discovering Lynn and the group, the brown bear let out a roar. Without any hesitation, it charged towards Lin. In the moment the brown bear turned, Lin released his right-hand fingers, and under the draw weight of the bowstring, the triangular armor-piercing arrow shot out instantly. A mere 30 meters away, under the full force of the longbow, the triangular armor-piercing arrow penetrated into the brown bear's body instantly. A roar of pain erupted from the brown bear's mouth once again. It bared its teeth, face twisted with fury, running even faster towards Lin and the group. The triangular armor-piercing arrows that could penetrate enemy armor couldn't kill the bear with one shot. Watching this scene, Red gripped the iron spear tightly, stepping to stand diagonally in front of Lin's right side. He had already prepared for defense. His deep voice sounded from his mouth. The guards also stepped forward, standing in front of Lin. With every leap of the bear, its sharp claws would throw up the decomposing earth from the ground. Wherever it stepped, it left a claw mark. Only Lin remained unfazed, once more drawing a triangular armor-piercing arrow from the quiver behind Red. Notching the arrow, drawing the bow, releasing the arrow. The arrow, with a whooshing sound, shot furiously towards the bear once more. Under the influence of air, the triangular armor-piercing arrow began to spin in midair like a fast-flying metal drill. The triangular armor-piercing arrow hit directly the bear's pupil. Enhanced by power, the entire triangular armor-piercing arrow embedded itself almost halfway. The bear, which was initially full of furious momentum, instantly lost its supportive power, limbs halted, collapsing to the ground. But due to inertia, the bear's body still slid towards Lin and his group. In the wide-eyed gaze of the guards, the dead bear stopped just 2 or 3 meters in front of their iron spear defense line. Lin put away the longbow in his hand, handed it to Red, and addressed the crowd of guards. Find a suitable location, set up camp. Tell the cooks, tonight we're having bear paw. The guards, hearing this, were full of excitement, unable to hold back cheering responses. They found a slope not far from the Aladia River, but sheltered from the wind. The guards began to get busy, until night fell, covering the entire forest. The guards finished setting up the camp. The cooks lit a fire, starting to prepare today's dinner in the open air. Sitting by the burning campfire, Lin roasted the fire while taking the golden gin bottle handed by Red. Opening it, Lin boldly took a big gulp. As he swallowed it, instantly, a fiery and comfortable feeling spread from his throat throughout his body. The chill and dampness originally present in the forest instantly dissipated. Looking at the cooks processing and cooking bear meat not far away, Lin thought for a moment and opened the ore vein detector to check. This forest exploration direction was visited for the first time. Now, a day has passed, and there are no alerts from the ore vein detector. The exploration period this time could be longer compared to before. While gaining experience, discovering any kind of mineral is worthwhile. Closing the ore vein detector, Lin thought again, opening the holographic projection to check. Although he had left the town, with Kisi and the guards present, the town wasn't showing any anomalies. The townsmen, after dinner, enjoyed the town's life as usual. During the day, Lin also took a look. Hunter, the tavern owner of Kakasong City, brought a caravan to the territory and traded with George. Now, this territory of his, even if he were absent for a long time, the territory would not undergo any changes. The most likely issue would be the work arrangements on the territory coming to a halt. Without him leading as the head, giving tasks and orders to the townsmen, they would merely stay in place. Without the Lord's guidance, no matter how fast and prosperous the development of this territory is, when war arrives, despite having more than 1,000 armed forces and the existence of city walls, ultimately, they couldn't resist the enemy's siege. All would turn to ruins. With him, this territory could continue to develop and expand. With him, this territory could survive the coming chaotic world. Confirming there were no anomalies on the territory. Closing the panel, Lin began to enjoy today's dinner with the guards and cooks. Looking at the plate in front of him, prepared especially by the cooks with bear paw, Lin's brow slightly raised. Lin never imagined he would one day taste such precious ingredients. Picking up a fork, he speared a piece of cut bear meat, placing it in his mouth. Slightly chewing, instantly, a soft and tender texture from the stew emerged. Not quite the softness of ordinary meat, nor the smoothness of gelatinous food, giving him a substantial and full flavor. accompanied by the rich meat aroma unique to bear paw. Swallowing it, Lin slightly savored its taste. Perhaps due to cooking skills and ingredients, the taste of the bear paw didn't amaze him. Lin didn't think much about it. In this outdoor camp, being able to eat and drink was already quite good. All guards finished their dinner, sitting by the campfire, enjoying its comfort. Perhaps due to their familiarity with Master Lin. Even with Master Lin also sitting nearby, they continued chatting leisurely and contentedly. Regarding this, Lin didn't mind at all. A sound of a foot stepping and breaking the dry branch reached Lin's ears. His gaze shifted, looking toward a patch of darkness on the right. Sitting next to Lin, Red naturally noticed Lin's action. Without any unnecessary words, he moved his right hand and grasped the long sword at his waist. Under the watchful eyes of Lin and Red, a pair of yellow and green beastly eyes appeared in the darkness. It seemed because they were moving, the two pairs of beastly eyes were constantly swaying. The guards who had been chatting noticed the beastly eyes too. They all stood up, voices of warning rising from their mouths. Protect Master Lin. Under the vigilant eyes of everyone, two robust wild wolves emerged from the darkness. One wolf was entirely black, the other entirely white. Lin raised his eyebrows. It was the White Spirit Knight he had adopted earlier. Despite the guards holding weapons, White Spirit Knight showed no fear. Upon seeing and recognizing Lin, they opened their mouths, tongues hanging out, running toward him. Ears perked, tails wagging. Where was the demeanor of wild wolves? They were more like two tamed huskies. Watching the two wild wolves circling around Master Lin, running loops around him, occasionally nudging him with their heads. The guards immediately understood. Lin extended his right hand, petted the heads of Black Knight and White Spirit, and asked Red, "Weren't these two being taken care of by Guy? How did they end up here?" Having been occupied with other matters in the territory, he indeed had somewhat neglected the affairs of breeding at the ranch. Red spoke up. Maybe because they were worried about impacting the poultry and livestock at the ranch. So they let Black Knight and White Spirit roam free. It was indeed a very reasonable explanation. After all, Black Knight and White Spirit were wild wolves. They were more accustomed to living in the wild. In his mind, Lin recalled the scene he had caught sight of earlier. Black Knight and White Spirit leading a pack of wild wolves at the edge of the forest. If Black Knight and White Spirit could become the wolf king of this forest, commanding all the wild wolves, it wouldn't be bad. At least there would be no worry of wolf packs attacking townsmen. And if they could bring back some wild wolves or pups upon exchanging for the special building blueprint Wolf's Den later, using the Wolf's Den to raise wolf pups, thus training a batch of wolf cavalry. That would be the best scenario. Whether for scouting or sentry duty, it would be an excellent choice. After asking the cook to bring some meat to feed Black Knight and White Spirit, Lin let them leave the camp. Lin noticed White Spirit Knight did not go far. Instead, they continued patrolling around the camp, keeping guard for them. As Lin led Red and the others further into the forest, his hunting skills continued to improve. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. He moved his hand, releasing the triangular armor-piercing arrow from the bowstring. With a sharp whistling sound, the arrow shot towards a squirrel on the tree trunk. The speed and accuracy of the arrow were astonishing. The squirrel, mid-jump on the trunk, was instantly hit. It didn't even have time to utter a cry of pain. The entire squirrel, carrying the arrow, fell to the ground. Finally, it fell among the dry leaves and grass. The ever-watchful White Spirit Knight immediately stepped forward toward the prey. After a bit of searching among the dry leaves, White Spirit picked up the squirrel and brought it to Lin, gently placing it at his feet. Even Black Knight was no longer like before, chasing after the prey Lin hunted, wanting to eat it. It just stood beside White Spirit, quietly waiting. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Winter had passed, spring had come. White Spirit Knight had not only grown significantly, but seemed to have become smarter. He petted White Spirit's head and had the guards put the squirrel away. Since eating bear paws last time, they had been exploring the primordial forest for nearly 5 days. The Orvane detector had alerted them twice. The first time was for a small gold mine. When Lin led Red and the others to the marked location, they couldn't find any gold mine. It turned out to be tens of meters underground, aside from open pit mines, or those just beneath soft soil. With the current excavation conditions, They simply couldn't dig it. The second alert was for a small open-pit iron mine. When Lin arrived, he roughly estimated the range of the open-pit iron mine. Only a few dozen square meters of iron ore were exposed on the ground, most of it embedded in rock. It could be mined, though. They already had a large iron mine waiting for further excavation. This small open-pit iron mine could be kept as a backup for the future. Anyway, with the holographic map to mark it, he could access it anytime. No worry about forgetting it. Apart from these 2 mine veins found. In these 5 days, they also hunted a group of 12 wild boars, large and small, acquiring meat exceeding 1,000 pounds. What Lin found a bit disappointing was not finding several minerals he needed. No gold or silver mines, no saltpeter or borax mines, let alone magic ore. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin again ordered the guards to prepare to set up camp. He decided to explore the forest for a few more days. If he couldn't find the minerals he needed, it would be time to return to town. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Lin, still accompanied by Red and a dozen guards, continued hunting. Just as he shot and killed a red deer with his bow and arrow, a text reminder appeared in front of Lin. Ore vein detector, 200 meters southwest, a small open-pit alkali mine. Seeing the words in front of him, Lin's eyebrows raised slightly. Have they finally discovered the minerals they need? After the guards finished dealing with the red deer, Lin led Red and the others toward the location marked by the detector. A distance of 200 meters, even in the forest, is only a few minutes' journey. Arriving at a terraced and sunken clearing, a large block after another of rock entered Lin's view. The surface of the rock was relatively smooth, but inside, it showed a clear, crystalline structure. Looking at these stones, Lin's mind stirred. A text panel appeared. Alkali ore consists of sodium carbonate, bicarbonate, and hydrated carbonate minerals, processed for use in chemical, metallurgy, textile, and other industries. Alkali ore, whether used for the production of glazed glass at the territory's glass workshop, or used as a flame retardant in metallurgy, for textile desizing, boiling, and even tanning leather, and even to produce soda ash, make detergents, soap, etc., using natural alkali ore, requires a large amount of alkali ore. When medical technology in the territory becomes more advanced, natural alkali ore can also be used as an auxiliary medicinal component. Looking at the vast open-pit alkali deposit in front of him, Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. Though it took several days to discover such an alkali deposit, the utility of alkali ore is tremendous. Everything is worth it. Lin turned his gaze to the guards. Use the cross pickaxe to break these rocks. Each person needs to carry 20 pounds of rock fragments on them. Receiving Lin's order, the guards responded in unison without hesitation. Yes. As the words fell, the guards began to busy themselves. Even though they wore composite armor now, adding just 20 pounds, it's no issue for them. Watching the busy guards, Lin was about to grab a cross pickaxe to join in the breaking of the alkali ore. Another text panel appeared before him. Ore vein detector, 200 meters northwest, a small saltpeter cave. Upon clearly seeing the text prompt, a wave of joy swept over Lin. A small saltpeter cave? For the past 5 or 6 days, he hadn't discovered practical or easily extractable minerals. He was prepared to give up, but then one prompt after another appeared. It meant that if he'd held out one less day, these minerals would have temporarily slipped through his fingers. Fortunately, he persevered. Leaving the guards to continue breaking the alkali ore, Lin took Red and 5 guards toward the marked saltpeter cave. Moving past a dozen towering ancient trees, Lin and his team arrived near a hillside. Lin's gaze quickly found the crevice in the hillside beneath a layer of moss and vines. Without any hesitation, Lin strode forward. Red instantly understood Lin's plan. He took torches from the guards and lit them with tinder. Following closely behind Lin, they walked into the cave. Upon entering the cave, a damp, cold sensation instantly enveloped Lin and his team. The cave's temperature was at least a few degrees lower than the forest, with thin layers of vapor clinging to the rocky walls. Under the light of the torches held by Red and the guards, Lin took in the entirety of the crevice cave. The cave wasn't deep, only about a few dozen meters, narrow and moist. Deep within the cave, there was nothing eerie or chilling, merely a simple cave. On the cave walls and ceiling lay a layer of colorless crystals. Mental command. The descriptive text panel appeared. Saltpeter, mainly composed of potassium nitrate, an excellent source of potash and nitrogen fertilizer, used in agriculture, industrial gunpowder, and explosives production, and as preservatives in medicine and food. Seeing the description, Lynn felt a wave of satisfaction. The uses of saltpeter are abundant. Now having found saltpeter, they only need to find sulfur and mix it with charcoal in the right proportions. They can then produce explosives. The waterfall suppressing the territory's hydraulic development and water transport can be resolved. This was one of the key minerals Lynn wanted to find on this expedition. Lynn looked at Red and said, "Collect the crystals on the walls, dig and gather them to take back to town." Upon receiving Lynn's instructions, Red quickly responded, arranging for the 5 guards behind him to begin collecting and digging. Lynn also held an iron chisel in his hand, steadily collecting. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Until several hours later, as the sky outside the cave gradually darkened. Having collected several pounds, Lynn stopped his actions. He paused the relentless gathering of the guards, guiding them back to the open-pit alkali deposit. As the sky fully darkened, Lynn and dozens of people returned to the previously built camp. Looking at the sack in the corner away from the campfire, Lynn felt a little emotional. The number of guards he brought was indeed too few. However, on second thought, he went out with the guards precisely to use the vein detector for exploration. The main task was to search. As long as he notes down the location of these minerals, he can organize a large group of townsmen to come and collect and mine them after returning to the town. After dinner and a night's rest, early the next morning, Lynn prepared to return with the group of guards. The task of this exploration was already completed, with the existence of the holographic map. As long as it was within his territory, Lynn had no need to worry about getting lost. They passed through forests until the afternoon. Lynn and the others returned to the open-pit iron mine. Under the respectful gazes of the workers at the open-pit iron mine, Lynn mounted his horse and galloped down the limestone road with Red and others, heading back towards the town. Shortly after nightfall, Lynn and his party returned to the town, passing through the red brick roads between the town, and entered the castle. Handing the warhorse to the guards, Lynn walked up the stairs to the second floor. As he entered the hall, Kesey greeted him head-on. "Master, you're back. I'll arrange for a maid to prepare food and hot water for you now." Lynn responded, walked through the hall, ascended the small staircase, and sat on the Lord's throne. Feeling the soft and comfortable leather under him, Lynn's body relaxed a little. After instructing the maid, Kesey came to the step outside the Lord's throne. She said, "Master, would you like me to report on the events that occurred in the territory during your absence?" Lynn answered, "Go ahead." Granted permission from Lynn, Kesey bowed slightly. "On the day you left, Boss Hunter from Kakasong City Tavern arrived in the town with a carriage. However, this time he did not bring oxen and draft horses, only 30,000 pounds of barley. In a transaction arranged by Mr. George, 500 pounds of gin were exchanged with Boss Hunter. Then, Boss Hunter used 8 gold pounds to purchase 10,000 pounds of beer at a price of 1 penny for 2 pounds. Lynn nodded slightly. He had seen Hunter's arrival through holographic projection. Seeing that Master Lynn did not ask any questions, Kesey continued to narrate understandingly. "According to your request, Kesey has already arranged for the townsmen to go to school in batches to receive scholars' teachings. To not affect daytime work, without your permission, I specifically arranged for them to study for 2 hours in the evening." Lynn commended, "That's good. As the steward of the town, such small matters can be decided by you." Upon hearing this, Kesey's originally tense heart relaxed a little. She continued, "Scholar Clive Rich sought you out 2 days ago. He said that if needed, he could design armor for the soldiers in the territory. He can create the design blueprint for the armor style you want, and later, just some modification during the forging of armor plates can achieve the desired effect." Listening to Kesey, Lynn became interested. He had previously considered leaving unique symbols or marks on the forged armor. As he had asked Rose before, they were excited by the wolf god totem. However, due to the initial limitations in casting and forging technology, It was impossible to create exquisite armor symbols and patterns. Clive Rich, who researches in the direction of painting and such, could be asked to try it. The patterns or symbols on the armor could give soldiers a sense of belonging and taking pride in the army name assigned to them, enhancing their combat power. Just like the Dukas clan's greatsword and shield emblem, the soldiers of the Dukas clan were known to the world as the Sword and Shield Corps. As for what to name the army in his own territory, Lin hadn't decided yet. Lin nodded. I understand this matter. I will look for Clive later. Kesey bowed slightly again and continued. As for other workshops, everything is proceeding normally. Oh right, Master, Foreman Colin of the Woodworker Workshop informed me that the first catapult has been manufactured and tested. You can go to the Woodworker Workshop at any time to inspect the catapult. With such detailed blueprints and so many carpenter apprentices, and 7 days had passed. If Colin still couldn't produce the first catapult, he could really consider sending Colin to dig mines as a black slave. Kesey continued, Master, finally, it's about the reclamation and planting in the Wasteland. According to the current progress, at most 3 more days, and the townsmen will complete this spring sowing, planting 50,000 acres of farmland. Lin said, continue planting until the end of April. Don't waste this spring plowing season. As the townsmen continue to reclaim and plant, their proficiency naturally increases. Plus, with the adult oxen and draft horses transported by Hunter, the speed of reclamation and planting naturally improved. It's only a week until the end of April. Might as well let them continue planting. It won't affect anything. Hearing Lin's words, Kesey understood and bowed in agreement. After waiting for the chef to finish cooking, Lin entered the private chamber and enjoyed a comfortable soak. Under Kesey's massage, the fatigue from outdoor exploration vanished completely. Only then did he return to the master bedroom, lay down on the big bed, and fell asleep. After breakfast, Lin, accompanied by Red and several guards, left the castle, headed straight for the handicraft workshop district. Passing through one red brick house after another, Lin arrived at the glass workshop. In the workshop, Layla was leading a team of glass-making apprentices, placing the freshly molded glazed glass products on wooden racks. Seeing Lin, Layla instructed the apprentices briefly, then approached Lin. Standing before Lin, Layla spoke with great respect, Master Lin. Lin scanned the workshop but did not see Bio's figure. Before he could inquire, Layla thoughtfully explained, Master Bio hasn't eaten or drunk for 2 days. Lin's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why is that? Layla's face was filled with difficulty, but she still said, Bio is immersed in the production of lenses. However, he found that no matter how he tried to create different lenses, he still couldn't improve the quality of the glass. Upon hearing this, Lin understood. Layla quickly explained, Master, he's inside. I'll take you to him. Lin responded and followed Layla into the depths of the workshop. As the glass-making apprentices paid their respects, Lin passed through the workshop. He arrived at the entrance of a separate room at the back. As Layla pushed open the door, a voice of impatience came from inside the room. Didn't I say not to disturb my research? Layla's face was full of helplessness. She quickly reminded, Bio, Master Lin is here. Bio's somewhat flustered voice sounded, Master Lin. As the sound of items falling echoed, Bio quickly emerged from the room. Standing before Lin, Bio spoke with great guilt. Master, I apologize. I may have let down your trust. Seeing the unsolved sediment on Bio's face and his thick, dark circles, Lin couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Bio sighed and spoke. Master, I overestimated myself. Even though the time spent on producing glazed glass combined doesn't exceed a few months, how can I have the ability to create an unheard-of telescope? Those lenses seem to only need molding and then polishing to achieve production. But extremely precise grinding tools and instruments are required. A slight mistake could easily crush and scratch the fragile lenses. His gaze shifted to Red. Red instantly comprehended and took a linen bag from the hands of the guard behind him, handing it to Bio at the front. Bio, somewhat puzzled, accepted it. Before he could speak, Lin explained. Inside are natural alkali minerals. You can add them to the raw materials for burning the glazed glass. Compared to continuously extracting alkaline substances from plant ash and water mixtures, this will save many complex processes. Moreover, it can greatly lower the melting point of the glass, enhancing the forming rate and quality. Bio's eyebrows rose, and he quickly opened the linen bag in his hand. Layered crystal rocks entered his view. Lin continued speaking. With this, if you follow the correct proportion, it should make the risk of cracking and scratching the lenses during grinding less likely. Bio nodded repeatedly, his previously dejected face now full of excitement. That's wonderful, Master Lin. Lin further said. The workshop will still need alkali minerals later. I will specially assign a team of workers for excavation and transport. There's no need to worry about shortages. Bio nodded again. Of course, Master. After instructing Bio a few words, Lin then left the glass workshop. A small open-pit alkali mine holds at least tens of millions of tons, more than enough to satisfy the entire territory's consumption for decades. However, he needs to arrange specially assigned workers for excavation. Given the open-pit mine lies at least 8 or 9 leagues from the town, the water power of the Aladya River must be utilized for transportation. Without obtaining sulfur first, Lin stored it in the castle's warehouse. Lin took steps to arrive at the woodworking workshop. Just stepping into the workshop, a large-sized machine placed at the center of the workshop caught his eye. Thick lever arms are the core part of the enhanced catapult. The lever arm is divided into 2 parts. The long arm is used to hang the projecting equipment on the stone pocket. The short arm connects the torque system. At the center of the lever wall, there is a large stand, serving as support to ensure the lever wall's stable operation. This is a torsion device catapult. Using heavy objects for power, during launch, it rapidly pulls the torque cord, causing the block to swiftly fall. The pull of the torque under the effect of the lever wall propels the stone in the pocket at high speed, achieving long-distance attack results. The catapult has strong attack power and a wide range, not to mention crashing into the crowd. Even crashing against the city wall will cause dents and looseness, showing its great power. Whether used for siege or defense, it has enormous value. Where there are advantages, there are limitations. The catapult size is large, making movement and deployment difficult. It's hard to quickly change positions, with very low flexibility on the battlefield. Moreover, the catapult's attack is influenced by many factors: wind force, the weight and shape of the projectile, etc., making it harder for precise target hits, usually only able to conduct a roughly directional attack. Finally, the difficulty of operating the catapult. Being a large apparatus, it often requires multiple soldiers working together to conduct a single stone launch. Despite having many drawbacks, Lin still needs such large devices on the city wall as defense tools. He doesn't care about its lack of flexibility. It's fine to mount it on the city wall, just for defense purposes. He doesn't care about its poor accuracy. It's fine to make more catapults for simultaneous launches, achieving widespread attack coverage. As Lin's gaze scanned the catapult, Colin approached him. Colin bowed, speaking respectfully. Master, you are back from your trip. Lin responded, inquiring, was this catapult tested? Colin replied, yes, Master, it has been tested. With this catapult's lever arm, it can carry up to 200 pounds of stones. The maximum firing distance can reach 150 meters. If launching 30 kilograms of stones, it can reach a range of 220 meters. Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes lit up. His mind had estimated the firing distance, only 40 meters more than Colin explained. For Colin to achieve such results based solely on the blueprint Lin sketched out met his expectations. Lin praised. Very well done, old Colin. According to what I said earlier, I need 10 of such catapults. The capability of a single catapult is naturally limited. But what about 10 catapults? If 10 catapults are still not enough, then what about adding 10 crossbow cannons? Crossbow cannons can not only launch spherical stone projectiles, but also crossbow arrows and long spears, even incendiary bombs. A well-performing crossbow cannon can easily hurl a 50-pound stone projectile over 280 meters away. If launching long spears, the range can reach around 500 meters. Operations can be conducted entirely outside the range of enemy archers. With a 100-meter city wall at the mountain forest pass, combining catapults and crossbow cannons for coverage attacks on the outside of the wall, it can greatly reduce the enemy's attack power. Instructing Colin to arrange personnel to continue production, Lin stepped out of the woodworker workshop. After inspecting the entire handicraft workshop circle and confirming there were no anomalies, only then did Lin leave the handicraft workshop. Walking along the red brick road between the small towns, Lin arrived at the Lord's Square at the front of the town, gazing into the distance. There, densely packed townsmen were still undertaking land reclamation. With a thought, Lin opened the holographic projection to check. It was just as Kesey reported to him. The previously set goal of 50,000 acres of cultivated land had already been planted by the townsmen. There were still 6 days until April. Lin estimated that this round of reclamation and planting could reach 60,000 acres. Apart from planting vegetables, potatoes, as well as other croplands like cotton, the land designated for planting barley seeds was over 100,000 acres. If calculated at an output of 150 pounds per acre, the harvest in July and August will yield 15 million pounds of barley, completely sufficient for any potential food crisis. With a thought, Lin opened the Market and Prices panel to check the grain prices in various regions. He glanced roughly, whether barley, wheat, or other grain prices. There was no significant fluctuation. Lin speculated that there were 2 possibilities. First, there was an excess of grain on the market previously. Second, many noble lords, even the populace, haven't realized that this year's summer harvest will see a significant reduction. It happens that now, while there is still a large amount of grain on the market, purchases can be made. Currently, he just needs to continue purchasing grain through merchants. Transition into the summer harvest before the ripening and harvesting of the 100,000 acres of barley. Await the harvest of these more than 100,000 acres of barley land. Even if a food crisis arrives, it won't have too much impact on his territory. Moreover, taking advantage of the food crisis, he can massively take in refugees without food from outside the territory. Seize the opportunity to expand the labor force on the territory. For noble lords, a food crisis might indeed be a crisis. But for Lin, it's an opportunity to greatly increase the territory's population. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily pressed down his thoughts in his mind. With steady steps, Lin headed toward the pastures outside the town. Walking on the lime road between the farmland, Lin's gaze scanned the surroundings. As the number of townsmen increased, the demand for grain planting land became ever larger. What were once patches of weedy wasteland have now turned into farmland. On each of the ridges that have been dug and cultivated, sprouts of green wheat seedlings emerged. Having endured the cold erosion of winter, protected by the cover of weeds, they not only didn't die, but their life energy became stronger. Lin felt that the yield per acre of this batch of winter barley planted would definitely exceed last year's 150 pounds. Turning his gaze, watching the vegetation sprouting in the cracks of the soil by the ditch along the lime road, similarly growing with its stems. Soon, these wild grasses would bloom with wildflowers. Crossing the lime road, Lin arrived at the pastures. As soon as he walked into the pasture, he saw Guy leading a team of pasture workers, transporting hay. Seeing Lin, Guy let the workers continue while he strode over to Lin. Guy bowed slightly and said respectfully, "My lord." Lin responded affirmatively and continued on, passing by the enclosures of the pastures bore on houses. Watching the forest pigs feeding within the enclosures, Lin asked, "How many of these forest pigs were impregnated last year?" Without hesitation, Guy explained, "My lord, because it was winter last year, not many forest pigs were mated and impregnated, only about 15. According to the gestation period of forest pigs, roughly 120 days, in no more than half a month, these 15 forest pigs will give birth to the first batch of piglets." Lin nodded slightly. Guy continued, "However, forest pigs are a lean type, suitable for semi-wild rearing, with a relatively slow reproduction speed. Even with feeding pea fodder, they generally only have about 5 or 6 piglets." Lin responded, "I know this too." Seeing Lin's non-continuation, Guy went on, "Fortunately, winter has passed, entering spring with suitable weather. The forest pigs you purchased are all adult forest pigs, and soon enough will enter estrus. I've done some preliminary calculations. Among these 150 forest pigs, at least 50 sows will become pregnant, which means by August or September, the number of forest pigs in the pasture will at least triple. 150 forest pigs, tripled is 450. It seems like a huge increase in numbers. but it still requires time. It takes at least 9 months for the piglets to grow to meet the suitability standards. This growth cycle is extremely long. Despite this, to achieve self-sufficiency in pork and leather on the territory, such a process is necessary. Only with a large number of poultry and livestock bred on the ranch, his territory won't be swayed by the market of the territory. As long as the city walls and fortifications remain unbroken, life on his territory can continue leisurely and without the flames of war. After listening to Guy's explanation, Lin continued to step forward, arriving at a chicken farm. The sight of countless hens with chicks in front of him made Lin's eyes light up. Without a word from Lin, Guy began to explain on his own. "Sir, these are the eggs preserved after consumption, hatched after a winter incubation by the hens. A total of 5,000. According to the production speed and egg-laying habits of chickens, for months later, around July or August, these grown chicks will enter their egg-laying period." Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but nod. Although it takes 4 months for the chicks to grow, but after 4 months, these chicks will grow and start laying eggs. By that time, perhaps all the townsmen of the territory will be able to enjoy eggs and chicken meat. Only if the townsmen intake enough protein and nutrition, their bodies will become stronger. They will have great power to devote to production, construction, or daily physical training. Under Guy's guidance, Lin went on to inspect the Coatsworth sheep pen and the warhorse stable. Whether it's Coatsworth sheep or warhorse, there's a phenomenon of conception and pregnancy. However, to enlarge the scale, a growth cycle is also needed, especially for warhorses. Guy has a lot of experience in poultry and livestock breeding. However, working on breeding warhorses is clearly a bit lacking. It's important to know that cultivating a highly performant warhorse is a complex and lengthy process. It covers many aspects such as selection, raising, and training. It's not as simple as just feeding warhorses until they're full. Starting with breed selection, you need to choose tall, muscular, and strong-boned stallions as studs. The best naturally comes from Badon's purebred horses. Regarding mares, they must also be strong in stature and have good endurance and a docile temperament, among other qualities. This ensures breeding quality offspring that can conceive multiple times and give birth to healthy foals. In breeding, selecting the appropriate season is crucial. Foals, after a 6-month growth and weaning period, need to start some basic training. For example, getting foals familiar with human contact and command, training them to wear bridles, reins, and other simple equipment. As they grow into young horses, further cultivation is necessary. Sports training, physical training, and various combat skills training, endurance training, etc. after maturity. Only through long-term training from a young age and reaching the standard can a horse become a quality warhorse. This time frame is at least over 5 years. Lin became more determined in his thoughts. A stud farm dedicated to breeding warhorses must be built. Otherwise, to form an equipped elite cavalry of tens of thousands. The number of warhorses needed. Relying on merchants constantly purchasing outside and transporting to his territory is simply impossible. With the current manpower and the number of warhorses available on the ranch, trying to conduct large-scale breeding and cultivation still presents great difficulty. Lin could only temporarily put this thought on hold. After giving some instructions to Guy, he left the ranch, heading back toward the town. Instructing the guards to fetch fishing gear, Lin, along with Red, was the first to proceed to the dock, preparing to continue fishing. A few minutes after Lin sat on the wooden chair, several guards, holding fishing rods and carrying a jar of bait, came to Lin's side. Reaching out to take the rod, baiting the hook, Lin skillfully cast the fishing line into the river. Emperor Potato, he has already exchanged for 900 pounds. The next step is to wait and expand the potato planting scale through planting. As for using energy stones to exchange more Emperor Potato seeds, Lin directly chose to give up. First of all, he doesn't have that many energy stones. Secondly, given more energy stones, he'd rather use them to exchange for other items or to enhance his own attributes. Watching the soft cork float on the river's surface, swaying slightly with the river's current, Lin's eyebrows furrowed, thoughts filling his mind. In the face of the crisis outside the territory, for Lin, the considerations are indeed too many. Opening up land for planting, basic construction, armed forces, the health and nutrition of townsmen, technological development, and even the promotion system for townsmen, etc. Townsmen only need to work well, while having the premise of food supplies and housing. They also can gain access to a promotion system for private land ownership. Their lives are much easier. However, he also understands. The development of the territory is not a game with accelerated progress or a one-click completion. Everything requires a time cycle. Lin exhaled a breath of warmth. The tension and urgency in his heart gradually calmed down. The cork fishing float he was gazing at suddenly vanished beneath the river surface. Lin gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands. A massive weight transmitted through the line appeared in his grasp. Lin's brow raised, and he couldn't help but shout, "Big fish!" Red, prepare the net. Red, who had been waiting silently behind him, tightened his grip on the net handle and responded solemnly, "Yes, Lord." The guards further back also showed a similar readiness on their faces. Lin stood up and paced back and forth along the riverbank, continuously maneuvering against the river fish in the water. Until over 10 minutes later, Lin finally felt the strength on the fishing rod gradually weaken. He lifted the fishing rod repeatedly with his hand to draw the fish closer. The river fish in the water finally exhausted its strength. With a swift motion of his hands, Lin lifted the large fish out of the water. A broad silver-white figure swiftly approached the riverbank from the water surface. Having heard Lin's earlier words, Red almost needed no further reminder. He stepped to the edge of the riverbank, extended the net, and quickly captured the river fish in it. Red leaped onto the riverbank and set the net down on the grass. Looking at the river fish, seemingly too weak to struggle, Lin felt a rush of information. This carp weighs at least over 10 pounds. If it weren't for exhausting its strength, it wouldn't have been so difficult. A textual panel also appeared in his vision. Hint: obtained ordinary fish, Carp X1, reward, skill book, shield and sword mastery. Shield and sword mastery. Proficiently using a shield for defense while attacking with a sword. Hint: obtained shield and sword mastery. Do you wish to learn? Seeing the series of prompts before him, Lin's thoughts shifted. As his resolve settled, a massive memory emerged in his mind and quickly integrated. A few seconds later, the process completed smoothly. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Engaging in fishing, big fish yield skill book rewards while small fish can offer energy stone rewards. Not to mention whether he needs a skill. The more skills, the better. If one day he faces a desperate situation on the battlefield, battling enemies, anything can happen. The more adept he is with weapons, the better his chances of survival. As for a small fish weighing a few pounds, gaining 10 energy stones, it's almost his main source of energy stones now. The achievements in Milestone, as they continue to be completed and claimed, require increasing difficulty. As for task, not even a hint remains. It even made him hallucinate. Had tasks appeared, but he forgot them? A thought moved, and Lin somewhat reluctantly opened the task panel for a glimpse. With a soft sigh, Lin was about to close it. A text prompt appeared in his vision. Task: conquer Morgantown. Reward: depends on completion level. Looking at the panel ahead of him, Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. And it's asking him to conquer Morgantown. A thought moved, and Lin closed the task panel. His mind began analyzing and contemplating. Conquering Morgantown holds little significance for him at this moment. Morgantown is far from his territory, over 150 miles away. A fully loaded carriage would take 3 days to reach. Even at full gallop, a warhorse would require at least half a day. Given his current ability, even if he managed to seize it, he couldn't fully control it. He still has over 20,000 acres of wild grassland in his territory, waiting for him to arrange for townsmen to cultivate and plant. Right now, he doesn't need that much farmland. There's the manor lord in Morgantown. He appointed Gasper, the spy leader in Morgantown, yet hasn't brought back detailed information on the armed forces of various manors. His current armed soldiers are limited. The lack of training, weapons, and warhorses, as well as composite armor, remains in production. He needs more time to accumulate and develop. The only allure in Morgantown is those few thousand free people and livestock and poultry. He has an open-pit iron mine under development, along with 6 iron-smelting blast furnaces and blacksmith workshops. The entire territory comprises over 30,000 acres of wasteland, along with a barley yield of 150 pounds per acre, enough to sustain a large population. The meadows are home to forest pigs, Coatsworth sheep, and household chickens and livestock, capable of maximum reproduction for 2 cycles. His territory will no longer lack meat. Moreover, the entire territory backs the Aladia River, which has almost inexhaustible fish resources. The total population within the territory has reached 9,000. As long as no war arises, they can enjoy a safe and leisurely life in the territory. With nighttime entertainment lacking, the population within his territory could double within a few years.